Wasps, champions of England, and there is no sweeter phrase for Lawrence Dallaglio, Fraser Waters, or any of those players to hear as the curtain finally goes down on that man's career. Perhaps more than any other player that we can all remember, Dallaglio is his club, and that club is this man. And this is undeniably, whatever he says, his moment as well.
In early 2002, London Wasps have a concerning and growing injury list. They sit bottom of the Zurich Premiership table.
Well, obviously there was huge change at Wasps. We were bottom of the Premiership table the Christmas before this season, and there was a lot of change. Nigel Melville decided to move on to Gloucester. Warren Gatland, came in and took over the helm, and I think clearly, Warren's directives first of all were to sort Wasps out off the field. He felt there was a lot that needed to be put right, and with him came a kind of a new sweep, if you like, of new personnel, both on and off the pitch. He brought in a new fitness team, Craig White, and Sean Edwards obviously carried on his role. So it was very much a fresh campaign for us, and I think for our team that there's a lot of players, rather like Nigel Melville, who'd been there a long time, and I think this change was obviously a very good thing because it just kind of lifted everyone out of possibly a comfort zone. Clearly it was the right move for Nigel. He went on and did good things at Gloucester, but I think it was an even better move for Wasps because a lot of the players, including myself, who'd been there a long time, felt that a change was very, very important, and it kind of lifted our spirits, and obviously the rest is history.
Warren came in, he changed the structure at the club, and we've got a fantastic fitness team, 3 lads there, the Wigan Warriors they call themselves, and basically they got the boys fit, and their credit when you get the likes of Trevor and the big boys fit, then things happen and you get the ball put on the plate, and it basically creates a lot of space that you can utilise.
Warren Gatland would take over fully as Director of Rugby at the start of the 2002-2003 season, after working with the club as an assistant coach for the final 9 games of the season. In his book he talks about his early days at the club. Sean Edwards was already in place when I arrived, and was already showing signs of developing into one of the greatest defensive strategists in the history of the game. Almost immediately we kicked around some ideas on changing our defensive system, on painting the black wall, as the players like to call it, an even darker and more impenetrable shade of, well, black. Why are we sticking with this push defence, I asked him. Maybe we should start upping our line speed and blitzing the opposition. Sean said he'd been thinking about it for ages and was desperate to give it a go. And from there on in, they did, and won 6 on the bounce. He then goes on to speak about how he implemented changes in infrastructure at the club, talking about the abysmal physio department and gym, and how the TV they used for video analysis was blessed with a mind of its own, and how one day Sean Edwards had enough, punched it hard, and put it out of its misery, thinking to himself, I think we have to do something about this, and that it was time to gamble, as they were still stuck in the bottom half of the league at this point. And at the next board meeting, owner Chris Wright was worried. Gatland assured the owner, Chris, I can promise you, we won't be relegated. And then, in his own words, he rolled the dice, saying, the thing is, Joe Worsley's contract is up at the end of the season. He's a great player for us, one of our biggest assets, but I'll be happy to let him go elsewhere if you give me the money to improve the infrastructure. We need some up-to-date analysis equipment, a new gym, more strength and conditioning staff. To be honest, we're not even feeding the players properly. The response from the boss was all I could have hoped for. Chris said he didn't want to see Joe go, but I could have the money anyway. Result. Gatland was able to bring in Craig White to run the conditioning and his countryman Tony Hanks on analysis. 2 genuine experts who would make a massive contribution to the success of Wasps in the coming seasons. He then states, we did all sorts of trendy things, keeping ourselves ahead of the field in the process, and it was based around a recognition that the dynamics of the game were changing. I felt we needed a bespoke approach. Essentially, I wanted my players to be at their peak for the decisive business end of the campaign. Yes, we had to perform well enough in the early season to put ourselves in position to challenge later on, but there was no point in finishing top of the table in such a knackered state that we couldn't close out the deal. He also brought in a system of rotating players who he believed would need the rest. Things like this that now seem the norm in the modern game, like blitz defences and squad rotations, were cutting edge in the early days of professionalism in the UK. Couple all of this with the signing of British and Irish Lions scrum half Rob Howley, and Wasps had assembled a team and a staff to compete with the best in the world.
Wasps only signed myself really pre-season, and obviously prior to the season it was Warren Gatland's sort of first full season in the Premiership, Sean Edwards, and so everyone was fit and sort of high expectations were put on us really, that I thought we needed to finish in the top 3 in the Zurich Premiership.
Yeah, it was pretty optimistic really. I mean, particularly the way we'd finished the end of the season before. We'd sort of put 7 out of 9 games, and we had built up a little bit of confidence. So, and having someone like Lawrence come back from injury was pretty important for us as well. And just look to strengthen the squad. It would change some of the personnel and the background staff, and so at the start of the season was fairly optimistic, and knew probably wasn't looking to win a championship. It was just looking to sort of consolidate and finish perhaps in the top 3 or 4, and to re-qualify back for the Heineken Cup.
Key to Warren Gatland's attacking plans were his 8-9-10 combo of Lawrence Dallaglio, Rob Howley and Alex King.
I think that's a key component to how a team goes. You know, the control you have at 8, 9 and 10, and the fact that Lawrence and Rob had been away on tours and played with the Lions together. I think that was an important component. Rob had decided to retire from international rugby and wanted to make a commitment to English rugby, so that was key to us as well, knowing that we'd had him for the whole season. We weren't going to lose him to internationals, and having someone of that quality and that experience was really important. And then the partnership that he developed with Alex King, and how his game I think's improved in the last 12 months. His kicking game, his general control is a lot more mature now. He's really playing some fantastic rugby.
Gatland's vision of the season did seem to come to pass, as the team started slowly at the beginning of the season. For every impressive win, there was a narrow loss. But the team wasn't a million miles off, and one of the rays of hope that the coaches could hang on to was their performance at home against league leaders, Gloucester, whose new coaching room staff consisted of former stalwart Wasps number 8 Dean Ryan and Wasps former director of rugby Nigel Melville.
We played Gloucester, who would set the early season pace really here at High Wycombe, and we played them in front of Sky, live TVs, and I think they had a player sent off in the first 4 minutes of the game, which was great for us, but we won the game, but we just won the game, and everyone thought that because they had a player sent off and they had various sin-winnings throughout the game, that Gloucester were the better side and realistically deserved to win. But they were, I think, 4 or 5 points clear at that time, and beating Gloucester at home, you know, the table was taking shape.
And King back on his feet to increase the pain for Gloucester. But it's come back for Gloucester, and it's Mercier, and it's Fanalua with an open goal! Fanalua! It is a terrific response from Gloucester. Having had the men sent off so early in the match, they have come back with a penalty from Mercier. Now this try for Terry Fanalua. By the way, of those last 9 games at home in the Premiership, 7 at Loftus Road, of course, just 2 at Adams Park, their new stadium, but unbeaten in their last 9 on home soil. Dallaglio running free, and then Royzer. Wasps will feel they'll need something from this attack, and they might well get it now because they've got the numbers, and they must score. Van Gisbergen, the replacement in the corner. They were lining up and waiting.
Well, here's the break, the inside ball from King. Stop and go. And that's Jake Bohr, and he does not miss many tackles.
Here we go then. Garvey. Good chasing from Greening and Urinley. And they've won their side, a penalty. It's from distance, big powerful man. And he sent this one over. He can. Just the right start for London Wasps through this second half. That's Abbott turning out of the tackle. And Wasps looking hungry at the start of this second half. Howley, Lucy. Josh Lucy for the corner. He scores again. His club's leading Premiership scorer this season, Josh Lucy. And I would say that's the most important thus far.
Garvey had to stay out. Wasps bided their time. They sensed the moment. They went for the kill. They drew blood.
They increase their lead, courtesy of Kenny Logan and that unusual strike. And still Howley, then Gisbergen. Working his way well. Lovely running, well picked up by Green and then Dowd. With support from the props, unmarked, far side, Simon Shaw scores! Is that the try that sends Gloucester to their first defeat of the season? Gloucester left themselves too much to do against Simon Shaw. They couldn't get across in time, and when they did, Shaw knew that the swerve would defeat them.
Now, despite this impressive victory, the season continued to stutter for Wasps, but the players and coaching staff seemed to have faith in the process, and the players seemed to cite two very important factors in the team gaining consistency: the Parker Pen Challenge Cup and a hard away trip to Leeds.
Every team goes through a rough patch of the season, you know, and ours came clearly at the start and through that November campaign. But once we'd overcome those problems, we got into the winning habit. Europe helped us get into the winning habit, I must say, because we were playing in a competition which was below the Heineken Cup, the Parker Pen, and it just kept us out of the limelight and gave us the opportunity to do things and experiment a little bit and got us into the winning habit.
For me, the turning point at that time of the year was going up to Leeds and winning away from home without Lawrence in the team, without Joe Worsley in the team. And I think that really gave everyone the confidence in the squad to think, well, we can maybe challenge for honours at the end of the season.
I think it was a turning point for us because we showed a lot of character in that game, and I know Simon Shaw took over the captaincy and for the last sort of 10-15 minutes or whatever, and was under a lot of pressure himself. His back was giving him trouble, but he really dug deep and hung in there, and I think, you know, that was a really important game for us. It was a game we were away from home, so it was a long bus trip back to London, and so it was a happy time for us, and I think not the fact that we'd played well, we actually didn't play that well, but the fact that we'd showed some real guts and real character was really important.
The next big game of this season would be the second leg of the Challenge Cup away at Ponty to decide who gets to play Bath in the final.
It was a bit, you know, we'd come under a bit of criticism because, you know, I'd sort of said in the media at that stage that Stade were the favourites, and if we had beaten Stade, you know, we had a good chance of going on to win the competition. So Ponty didn't really take that too well, as that I'd sort of had been writing them off as well, which, you know, wasn't the case at all. But you know, so we knew that physically it was going to be tough, and they wanted to show us that they were a team, you know, that weren't going to be easy and weren't going to roll over, and they certainly didn't do that.
Oh, mix-up between Cobain and Sweeney in the end, and a chance for a counter. Lucy's onto it. There's a big gap there. Josh Lucy's the quickest of them, and Josh Lucy, brilliant reaction, and that's a great score from Josh Lucy.
Away to Sale the next game, for me, you know, it was pretty personal because since I'd been at Wasps, Sale was the only team we hadn't got a result against. So, and we knew how difficult they were to beat at home. They'd had a victory a few weeks earlier against Gloucester at home, and we knew how difficult they were to beat at home. And so for us to go up there and to get a result, yeah, I think for us was whoever won that game was probably going to get a home semi-final, the winner of that. So for us to win that game and to win and dominate so much, it was a good performance. And then the last game of the season, it was sort of, we knew then that we were in second position, and to win that against Harlequins, you know, we get a home semi-final, and unfortunately things sort of came a little bit unstuck, but we were keeping a pretty close eye on the score between Sale and Saracens, and sort of 20-25 minutes to go, I knew the result, that Sale were being beaten pretty comfortably, and so I put a number of players on, giving a number of other players in the squad a chance see if they could have a run, see if they could get a result, and then, unfortunately we lost the game. But in hindsight, it wasn't a bad thing, because I think we needed just a bit of a reminder, a bit of a kick up the backside, just to say, you know, how important the remainder of the season was, and just to refocus again. So it's not bad from a coaching point of view and from a team point of view every now and again to have a bit of a setback, to just reassess and refocus and just see where we're going to go. So yeah, that was the last few games of the season, and we finished in second spot.
Sale losing to Saracens meant that Northampton crept in through the back door, and we played them in the semi-final then out here at Adams Park. It wasn't a great game, but say we won the game, and we deserved our chance to play against Gloucester at at Twickenham in the Zurich final.
Yeah, we were playing with a lot of confidence. We felt that we were fresh at that stage. We hadn't had too many injuries. The training sessions were going well, and I think for Northampton, they had a pretty long, hard season and a hard sort of campaign in the Heineken. And for them, they came here, and even though on the scoreboard it wasn't a big score, we dominated. Just we weren't able to finish off a number of scoring opportunities that we had.
We had beaten Pontypridd down in Ponty, and we played Bath then in the final. There was only one side in it at that time. We were riding high. Our performances were superb. Our coaching staff, the way we prepared, our fitness advisors, we were spot on.
I think that we went down there, and it was a strange situation to be in, because Bath had a bit of a lifeline that if they won that game they could qualify for the Heineken. We knew we'd already qualified for the Heineken Cup, but we just felt that we needed to come away with something. If we knew we had Gloucester to play in the final, and to lose to Bath and then to lose possibly to Gloucester and to come away with nothing after what was a really good end to the season, we would have been really disappointed. So the Bath result was, even though we went under a lot of pressure, we went out there knowing that a result was really important for us to make sure that we had something tangible at the end of the season.
The biggest 7 days of Wasps season ahead as they eye a Parker Pennant Premiership double. For Bath, the unlikely scenario of a passport to Europe after a season of relegation worries. England's in-form team against its most relieved as they take the penalty quickly. Wood, some concern that they might have lost the ball. Still coming out on the Wasp side. Here's Wood. And finally the try comes, and it's Josh Lucy. Many people's player of the season. Outstanding for Wasps, and they get the try they've been threatening.
Well, this is very, very cleverly worked. Watch this. Sleight of hand. In and out. Beautiful, beautiful back pass there. Committed two players. Here we go. Fantastic work.
The possession has belonged to Wasps, hasn't it, in the opening quarter?
Roll away, tackler!
Lucy again asking questions. It's been a testing time for Bath's defence. Here's Stuart Abbott. Terrific surge by Abbott. Oh, that was magnificent. The centres in absolute harmony. Abbott with the trickery, Waters with the finish. It's 2 tries in a couple of minutes.
Well, that merely accentuates the difficulties that Bath have had as a result of their centre pairing being disrupted. When you've got a winger playing the centre, they're not. It's not usual. They don't understand the lines. Just a simple step here, and away he goes. Everyone's drifting. But this is the class moment there. Aware to keep it alive.
Cooper to Barkley. Oh, Phil Greening. As simple as you get. Phil Greening, one of the quickest forwards, and even from halfway, that was a dead cert from the start. But what a mix-up in midfield.
Well, that's game over as far as I'm concerned. Bath have not been in this. They're getting stuffed at the moment. Well, he just doesn't even look, really. He can't have looked, because if he did look and still passed it, that's even worse. And Greening, Sevens expert, he won't catch him. No, we did watch him. Oh, that's pre-programmed. Went through with it, even though it wasn't on.
Running the penalty as they have to! He's made up for his earlier mistake. Ollie Barkley drifts around the defence and reaches out for a lifeline.
Oh, they needed that. They needed that. They were in desperate, desperate trouble. And Ollie Barkley, lovely sleight of hand. Well, it's a simple dummy, isn't it? And Bath don't. Well, they take the opportunity well here. Oh.
King was waiting, but Wood didn't need him, and he will score against the side he's expected to join at the start of next season. And just as Bath were threatening a fight back at the end of the first half, Wood puts a cap on it at the start of the second.
Well, tremendous work by Wood there, look, dummy. But this is soft defending, look at that. Missed one, missed two, missed three. Very tenacious by Wood, but he should never have got there. That's really unforgivable. Gavin Thomas going high, not putting his man down.
Number two, Lee Mears. Maybe he will be the number one shortly, and it's a drive for the line and a score by Skaysbrook. Direct from the line out. Again, you'll be looking for signs of defensive weakness. Not that James Skaysbrook will bother, and that try from Wasps has been immediately cancelled out. Fraser Waters really busying himself, and Tyndall was barged out of the way. This might be the coup de grace. Logan couldn't gather on his own, but there's still plenty of support. Over the line, try score. Tyndall's mistake. 10 seconds and 50 metres later, Kenny Logan finally makes him pay.
Well, it just shows what you can do with aggressive defence, because I think Mike Tyndall took his eye off the ball there. Thought he was going to get man and ball. Watch this. Yeah, look, he's looking up. He's looking at Fraser Waters, who's going to clatter him. As a result, he doesn't need to clatter him, and Ollie Barkley can't win the foot race. Kenny Logan did well here, actually, because it's easy to knock those on. And also what he didn't do is he didn't panic. Just roll the ball round. Down it goes.
They're mightily resilient, and they may have a try. They have a try. Mike Tyndall. They may be going down, but they are going down, feeling tall and playing on. A little intemperate language from the Bath side, because that was not great, and they've piled the pressure on themselves. And it's Trevor Leota. Trevor Leota, one of the cult figures in the Premiership. And if it was ever in doubt, which it probably wasn't, the cup is now definitely heading Wasps' way.
Well, Leota goes over, but this is an overthrow, simple that. But look who does the work here. Worsley, he's had a great game. See, he stays on his feet just long enough. Support gets with him. If he went down earlier, that wouldn't have been available. Trevor Leota sees there and he's happy. I don't know what that is, though, but...
Can Bath get the try? They thought they were about to get seconds before. Men over, and they will get the try. Ian Bolshaw, reward for stickability, reward for not giving up. They have played on at the end of a murderously long season and a murderously competitive match. And somewhere at the back of all that is a cup. There it is. And it's heading back to London. Wasps, the winners of the 2003 Parker Pen Challenge Cup.
I remember coming into that change room, and we just won the final, and yet it was a very sombre feeling in the dressing room because we knew 1 week later we had the biggest test of the season. So psychologically, we'd always set our goal of beating Gloucester in that grand final, and that was the goal, and that was what we were going to achieve, and that's what we did end up achieving.
Going into the final, we trained well. We knew we were playing well, and probably felt myself that 3 weeks might have been a little bit too long for them. At stage of the year, it was getting pretty hot. We'd been using the rubbish bag liners to be training because we were preparing for the really hot conditions, and so we prepared meticulously. We'd done a lot of work, looked a lot at Gloucester as well, and we just felt there was a lot of confidence in the team. And we weren't afraid of playing Gloucester, and just knew that that if 2 forward packs turned up, it was going to be a really physical game, and that the way we were going, just quietly confident that we had a chance of winning the game, and the preparations had gone well. I can remember sort of walking out in Twickenham and just seeing this sort of sea of red and white of Gloucester supporters. I mean, it was quite overwhelming, really, just the amount of support that they had. But they had a fantastic season. But one of the things that we clung on to, there were a couple of performances. They'd been to Munster and had been well beaten by a Munster team, hadn't performed well. So we knew that, like anyone, that they were human, and if you took it to them, you had a chance of coming away with a result. And we were just lucky enough. We got a fantastic start, and the atmosphere in the change rooms was brilliant, and our preparations had gone well, and you probably couldn't have asked for a better performance. We knew that if we put 80 minutes together of what we were capable of, that it didn't matter whether it was Gloucester or who it was going to be, someone was going to be well beaten by a Wasps team that on the day were unstoppable, really.
Referee today, Tony Spreadbury of the West Country, the other end of the West Country, down from Gloucester. We're underway in the Zurich Premiership final. Baking hot day. And a baking hot confrontation in store between 2 sets of forwards who don't necessarily like each other that much.
I think you're right there. It will be a hell of a battle up front because Wasps' domination of their recent opponents has been almost total, and it will be a big clash of big men up front. And a good start from Mercier there, who picked the ball off his toes and has made the way to the halfway line.
Trevor Leotta throws into the pall of smoke that still hangs over the ground from the fireworks of the entrance. Leotta in possession, feeds Howley. Alex King. The newcomer Stuart Abbott, well, he's not so new, but he's made a huge impression, and Josh Lucy runs in the first try of the final. What a start by Wasps.
Well, that is quite incredible. Off virtually a set play, the first time the ball's been moved, and they carved the Gloucester defence. I really don't know what happened in the middle there. I'd like to see it again, because it just parted here. Oh, they're up in a dog leg. They're not up straight. It leaves an angle, and it's well finished off. And once he gets the ball, you're not going to stop him. Very quick, very simple.
The finish by Josh Lucy. The hard work done by the forwards, simply to win the set piece, but it all looked simple from start to finish. Alex King adds the 2 points, and Wasps have made a sensational start, 7-0 in the lead. Here go Wasps again through Rob Howley. Trevor Leotta, scrum half. Alex King, that trusty left foot of his, hasn't found a touch. So, a chance for Gloucester to counter through Tinas Delport, their fullback. Oh, that's a wonderful tackle on Delport. Gloucester have got the penalty. Mercier has this with the wind behind him. No problem at all with the distance. It would have gone an extra 30 metres. No problem with the direction. Gloucester respond immediately.
Damn up and drop it, but Wasps under pressure again in the scrum.
They got it away well though. Here's Josh Lucy against Simpson Daniel. A tackle by Hazel inside, but here comes Mark van Gisbergen. Great offload to Rob Howley. Paul Volley was up in support. Here come Wasps through Joe Worsley. Sweeping move by Wasps and real danger. The whistle has gone. Simon Shaw crashes over, and the referee has given Wasps. Has he given Wasps the penalty?
Yes, he has.
reply by Alex King. Still Fraser Waters. Now the switch of play. Craig Dowd. Gloucester are offside. Another penalty for Wasps. Straight and true from Alex King. 13-3 Wasps lead. Jake Boer on the blind side, has to make the tackle. It's a good tackle on Dallaglio. Wasps though still in possession. Alex King. This time it's straight and true. Second attempt at a drop goal by Alex King, and Wasps are really hurting Gloucester. 16 points to 3. That's good recycling. King, again the dart in field. He's exposing Mercier's tackling. Good play by Wasps. Danger now as they go through Stuart Abbott towards the Kenny Logan side of the field. Abbott slipped. Here they come again. Josh Lucy. It's as simple as that for Wasps. Really poor defending by Gloucester, and Wasps have hurt them again.
Well, every time a Wasps player tries to go for a gap or tries to make ground, he does so. Gloucester's tackling is woeful at the moment, and they're being put to the sword because every time momentum is created by the Wasps runners, they're getting quick ball as a result, and therefore the gaps are opening wider. The ball comes back here. Lucy doesn't need to use him, he would have been in anyway. As a result of that, he gets under the post, and that more probably reflects the balance of play. But that was not only created, he's dummy. Garvey, he's got to take one or the other. Very difficult for him. It's an impossible situation. But that was created. There were 4 or 5 breaks there. Alex King came on twice and made ground. Paul Volley made a lot of ground. And Gloucester really they're a shambles at the moment.
Josh Lucy started the half in the very first minute with a try, and it looks as if he's going to finish the half with a try. Alex King adds the 2 points. That is half-time. 23 points to 3, Wasps lead. The game could be over before Gloucester have even got into it, but Wasps still in possession. There's no dumping Traviata through the tackle of Fiddler. Fraser Waters cuts inside. Back in the pocket is Alex King. So simple for Wasps, very well constructed. Second drop goal by Alex King. And Wasps' grip on this game grows only tighter.
Wait, please.
Buxton drops the ball, Joe Worsley, clean through. Wasps are going to finish with a flourish.
Well, that was a microcosm of the whole game, wasn't it? Wasps, pressure on Gloucester, spilled the ball. He's had a great game, Joe Worsley. Along with Lawrence Dallaglio, their back row's terrified of their Gloucester team. Here we go. Calls the ball, drops it, simple. And, well, he makes the most of it. But it couldn't get any easier, could it really? It'll be a long journey back down the M4. Especially when Alex King puts this between the post and give a, well.
7 out of 7 for Alex King. 24 points for the outside half. 3 tries for Wasps. Marcel Garvey of Gloucester down in pain. And then Henry Paul, the rush defence doesn't quite get in this time. Clean break, Simon Amor, kick ahead. Tinas Delport chases. Kenny Logan is heading back. Good covering by Logan. Escapes Delport. What good work by Kenny Logan. A satisfactory bit of covering by Logan. A satisfactory conclusion to a fantastic performance by London Wasps. They have destroyed Gloucester. The Parker Pen champions are now the Zurich Premiership champions. Wasps have completely ripped Gloucester to bits. President of the Rugby Football Union, Derek Morgan, is going to bring the mountainous pot to one of the men mountain of English rugby. Lawrence Dallaglio and his club are the champions of England.
The focus shifts for Wasps now, because I think we've all been there before, where you've won trophies and we've won the league before, and the following year after winning is a very different competition for you, because every time you take the field as Zurich Premiership champions and as Parker Pen winners, and that makes it slightly different. So, you know, any player at Wasps who thinks he's now sitting back and sort of, you know, enjoying and reflecting on last season is sorely mistaken. You have to lift your game, you have to move on, and you have to appreciate that people are going to come looking for you.
We like to be quite aggressive in defence. We try to attack with our defence. I think you find that we get a lot of interceptions and things like that from our defence. You know, we're actually trying to score tries when they've got the ball. To do that, you know, you have to be pretty aggressive off the line, and you've got to attack the man who's got the ball in hand, and that's basically what we do. It's very risky what we do, but the rewards are big. High risk, high reward.
The types of style that we're able to play, we can play that close, tight, hard, physical game without a lot of ball and defend. And then there are other periods of other games where we're able to throw the ball around, move it, and score some wonderful tries. So I think there's a lot of experience, a lot of talent in the side, and you know, there's ability to play some fantastic rugby.
At the start of the 2003-2004 season, England Rugby were competing in Australia for the World Cup. This meant that London Wasps would be without several key men at the start of the season, with last year's successful Premiership triumph propelling players such as Josh Lucy, Stuart Abbott, Simon Shaw, Joe Worsley, and of course Lawrence Dallaglio, all into the eventual World Cup winning squad. With these key men missing, it again meant that it was time for London Wasps to adapt. Players like Ayoola Orinley, Tom Voice, Peter Richards and Mark van Gisbergen were thrust into the deep end, and they needed to learn to swim quickly.
We were very excited, having had such success the year before, winning the championship against Gloucester the year before, and then going in to season we'd had about 5-6 new players had come in who Warren Gatland had brought in. Tim Payne stepped forward, Johnny O'Connor, Pete Richards, and all these players then were top first team players, and it gave us real depth for the rest of the season, that they'd done it earlier on and we could then rest players later on in the season who, you know, let's say the England boys, and know that we'd get a job done.
Well, we was very keen to build on our grand final success the year before against Gloucester. The performance we put in that day was by far the best of the season. We really hit our straps on that day, and the challenge was for us was to get possibly a group of, at the start of the season, lesser known, not as experienced, in some people's eyes less talented players, up to the standard of what, you know, we'd finished the season, you know, the previous season. In an ideal world, you'd only blood 1 or 2 youngsters at a time, but we found ourselves at the start of the season we had to put a host of players in who weren't possibly used to playing regular first grade, because of the fact that we had so many guys away with England, you know, the triumphant, you know, trip there down under to win the World Cup. So there was a lot resting on people like Phil Greening, you know, Craig Dowd, at the start of the season, and particularly Rob Oler, who I thought led the side exceptionally well through those first few months.
I mean, we did target that period because everybody was in the same boat, and I mean, apart from some of the teams that didn't lose any England players, and we realised that if we could sort of stay middle of the field, you know, sort of on the top side of it, that when the England players come back, we're going to be right. But we also, there's a feeling within Wasps that, you know, we don't want to rely on our England players. We're a club that is quite renowned for bringing on younger players. We've got a lot of talent coming through, and it was their opportunity to stand up and be counted. And there's a lot of players that actually came through that period and put pressure on the England players and internationals for the rest of the season.
Wasps' title defence would start away at the Stoop against Harlequins.
They were the only team that beat us twice the previous season. We lost away and at home against them, so we wanted to try and put that and rectify that. And we started really well in that game, and we were up, and we looked as though we were cruising, and things looked really comfortable. And then they scored just before half time, and in the second half, Monya, I think, scored again. He got a couple of tries, and we never really got back into it. And so very, very disappointed. Particularly to lose the first game. It was 2 seasons in a row we've lost opening games of the season, and with the World Cup players away, it was really, for us, the emphasis was trying to have a good start to the season.
Although we didn't have the best of starts, I thought one of the most crucial games was probably the Sale Sharks game away. We'd lost 3 of our first 4 games. The pressure was on. We'd had a successful season the year before. Everyone was writing us off, saying that without the England guys, we were struggling. And to fair play to the team, they went up there, got an amazing away win, got a bonus point. I really think that gave us the momentum for the rest of the season. And then when the England guys came back, it all sort of folded into place.
It was a huge turning point. I remember vividly, Warren at the beginning of the week was all quite a little bit depressed as a coaching team, and it was quite a daunting prospect of going up to Sale. And Warren said, well, if we go up there and we get a point out of the game, we'll be pleased. And at the end of the game, we came away with 5 points, so it was a result beyond our wildest expectations, really. And our defence that night was very aggressive. I remember the opening 20 minutes where some of the Sale forwards taking the ball up, and they were met in really uncompromising hits from our defence around the fringes, and then obviously the finishing from Fraser and some of the spectacular tries we scored, led to a great night.
Howley. Van Gisbergen, all Wasps so far. Greening, Waters again! It's a hat-trick in half an hour for the Wasps centre. Howley, Van Gisbergen, he's got Shaw outside. Oh, that's good strong work from Simon Shaw. Looks inside, Van Gisbergen again, on to Rudd, and they're going to get a bonus point try. And they're playing like champions tonight.
After the team's confidence was restored, wins came thick and fast, first against London Irish at home, then away at Vicarage Road against Saracens, finishing with a tight home win against Newcastle. But this league win streak would end at the hands of the mighty Leicester Tigers.
For me, that was, I think, the first game where I felt we were beaten by a better team on the day, and I'd take nothing away from the Tigers. They played exceptionally well that day. Austin Healy played at fullback, played really well. Ramiro Pez, I thought, played quite well at our half and kicked for them some crucial goals. And for us, we'd left a few players out, made a few changes. We'd gone up there, and quite frankly, I think Leicester thoroughly deserved to win that game. And we were beaten, even though by a side that deserved to win, and just I think gave us an opportunity just to take stock of where we were, and we knew had to refocus and think about concentrating on the rest of the season.
After that disappointment, Wasps would have one last game before their England contingent returned from Australia against last year's finalists, Gloucester.
Here comes Robert Howley and his team. And for either side tonight, the chance to go shooting up the placings and to give the club a massive boost just before the English World Cup men return. So will Dallaglio and co come back to a winning team? Certainly the home supporters hope so, and they make quite a noise. In the ruck, Howley to Clark. Good double tackle there from Gloucester.
I've got to say the tackling has been absolutely first-rate tonight.
Van Gisbergen with a chip taken by Waters! That has broken the defence open for the first time tonight.
He was out wide on the right, coming back in on the ball. Premeditated move. All right, you need a little bit of luck, a good bounce of the ball. They had that. Fraser Waters, form centre in the Premiership.
Home crowd try and lift that pack. Lot going with it. Burkitt arriving. In goes the rest of the forwards now to try and shove their way over that line. Howley releases back to King, looks for the drop goal.
Oh yes, from Alex King. Very neat indeed.
Very sensible.
And just keeping his mitts on that ball. That's what Wasps need to do. Offside, says the referee. Gloucester couldn't resist. So Mark van Gisbergen to create an 8-point gap, and that is it. London Wasps have beaten Gloucester again. They did so at Twickenham at the end of May, and they do this season. It's a big scalp.
You know, we had a fantastic time in Australia, but all the Wasps guys and all the other players from all the other clubs were very conscious of what was going on back home. You know, you're always looking on the web at sort of whatever time of the morning it was in Australia, saying, you know, how did Wasps get on? And, you know, we knew it was going to be tough, but, you know, those guys who were here playing for Wasps week in, week out during the World Cup, you know, the focus wasn't really on them, you know, and it must have been quite a difficult thing to do, but they were sowing the seeds, you know, building the foundations for the season. I think if you notice when we came back from the World Cup, you know, myself and Josh Lucy, who virtually played every game during the competition, were given an extra week's rest. Guys like Simon Shaw, Stuart Abbott, you know, Joe Worsley, who hadn't necessarily played as much rugby during the World Cup, you know, they wanted to go straight back into it. And that Newcastle game, the first game back, there was all the hubbub of the World Cup. You know, myself and Johnny on the pitch. Newcastle had a sellout crowd. You know, it's still a very, very important game for us to win.
It was a real shock. I mean, being in Sydney, it being weather like this now, I've been on the beach surfing on the Sunday after the final, just sober up, and then get the plane journey home. And then 6 days later, I was in Newcastle. It was a Saturday. Wind was it was horizontal wind with rain and even a bit of sleet. Maybe it was freezing cold. The pitch was knackered because the groundsman had put the wrong fertiliser down or something. So it was a bit of a shock to be back, but we won. And I kind of got the feeling as soon as I got back that the guys had been successful while we'd been away, and they were still really keen for it.
With Wasps restored to full strength and all the England stars back, it was time for the Heineken Cup campaign to begin. First at home to Perpignan, and then away in Italy against Calvisano.
The training that week was unbelievable. I seem to remember we got to about Wednesday and we were ready to play, and we literally didn't do anything from then on, because the enthusiasm with, again, the 6 guys coming back into the fold. We, you know, that first half against Perpignan really was pretty slick, and just blew them away. And they were, you know, they came to the European Cup pretty confident. They were the finalists the year before, and it was certainly Wasps putting a statement down for our intentions in that competition.
No, I think the key to it was that when we came back from the World Cup, you know, everyone here on the training pitch at Wasps was so excited about what England had achieved. You know, even the non-English players, and they were proud of it, you know, because they knew that all the guys that had gone there had deserved to, you know, to get the rewards of winning the World Cup. So everyone was very excited just to be back together again. And you know, I remember the training of the Perpignan week was top quality training, really was. And you sensed, you know, before the game that it was going to be a special performance. You know, Perpignan came into the game as beaten finalists the year before, so we were the team that had everything to prove, not them. And as you say, we played some excellent rugby in the first half and really sort of took the game, took the game to them. And I guess, you know, it's one of those games that before the game you'd be happy to win, and at the end of the game, you know, everyone's saying, well, you should have got a bonus point, you know. But ultimately, we beat a fantastic team, and we were very pleased to get our Heineken Cup campaign off to the right start.
Side often feels that everything's against them. Howley, King, Voice, Van Gisbergen, out to Lucy. Cracker! Beautiful rugby, pleasing on the eye, especially for everyone supporting the London Wasps.
But Voice out to him, Van Gisbergen hold, and you give Josh Lucy the ball there, and he is going to score.
The game against Calvisano away, I'd taken the attitude that I was going to. It was nothing really against Calvisano, but you know, they were games that we had to have the confidence that we could win no matter what team we put out. So I rested a number of players. Again, I've rested the World Cup players, trying to freshen them up for us later on. And we went to Calvisano and we started really well, and things were comfortable. We conceded 5 tries in that game, and in the whole Heineken Cup, I think we only conceded, in our pool games we only conceded 7 tries, and so 5 of them were against Calvisano away from home. So yeah, that was a little bit of a concern, and I think that, you know, we went out there and we won the game, you know, pretty comfortably. But to to concede those tries, was pretty disappointing. Even though the players on attack played very, very well.
Yeah, the Christmas period is traditionally one of those times where you sort of 3 or 4 games packed into a congested festive season, which is great for family and friends, but not so great for the players. And for us, you can only really enjoy Christmas and New Year if you're getting victories. And I think we got 3 in the space of 2 or 3 weeks. Firstly against Saracens before Christmas, then London Irish at the Mcgeechan, and then beating Sale Sharks at home. And once you get wins back to back, you suddenly get those points as bonus points. And you start challenging in the top 3, and therefore you can start thinking about trophies at the end of the season.
Into the new year and 4 Heineken Cup games in a row. First it would be 2 games against the Celtic Warriors.
English-Welsh encounters are always going to be tough. It was a pretty miserable day, pouring with rain. We'd been on a roll from the Newcastle game, really. I think we were unbeaten, and all of a sudden we've come up against a good Celtic Warriors team who've played a very territorial game. And we tried to play a little bit too fancy, and they caught us, and it gave us a real wake-up call. I mean, they deserved to win on the day, and we can have no complaints. And I guess the only good thing we could take out of the game was that 4 days later we had the opportunity to play them again, but this time down in Wales, and that was a huge test for all of us, because our existence in the Heineken Cup was on the line, and we knew we were going to have to go down to Bridgend and really produce the goods.
After their redemption against the Warriors away and easily dispatching Calvisano at home, it was crunch time away against Perpignan.
We got down there a couple of days early and got a feel of the place, and down in the southwest France they're very passionate about their rugby, and it was just incredible to go down there and get that sort of atmosphere. We went out for the warm-up in that game. It was the most amazing, incredible atmosphere, and we came back in the change room, and Lawrence, he revved us up pretty well that day, I seem to remember, and it was a fantastic performance.
Connor latches onto that one to try and secure the Wasps ball, but it's slow. It's exactly what Perpignan want. King, Waters, Lucy, Van Gisbergen ducks inside. That's excellent from Van Gisbergen. Shaw piles upfield. Perpignan go back to make the tackles. This is good from Wasps. Dallaglio, there's a huge overlap. Can they get it home? O'Connor straightens. O'Connor goes! Wasps have the first try. Release, says the referee. Alvarez. It's tackled by Purdy. Ball has been stolen. This is Howley. Howley to Boyce. And Boyce is away. Boyce for the corner!
John Rudd, big ball carrier, good scorer of tries.
Connor on the back of Bomati. Wasps think they've turned that over. They have. Maybe a chance to counter now. Inside to Van Gisbergen, who is racing away. Van Gisbergen hasn't really, and really has taken it. He's going to finish this one off, and really!
Wasps have this line out.
Wasps will be chasing this try. They want to be second. They want to take Munster's place. It's been a phenomenal performance so far. They'll want another 5 points and cross that try line.
Just trying to get the ball secure at the back, getting everyone on the feet. Here it comes, just take your time, nice and easy.
Wasps driving now. Simon Shaw has his hands on the ball. Dallaglio! Wonderful from the skipper!
We knew it would be a tough game. I mean, Perpignan has got a great history as a club, wonderful partisan crowd, and we knew we were going into the Lions' Den, and it turned out to be a very, very physical game. Didn't let us down in any way, shape or form. They were disadvantaged by the fact that they had to score tries, so we were very much of the, we could just defend and then hit them on the break. They weren't able to kick penalties. They just had to get 4 tries to qualify, and in the end, we seemed to absorb all the pressure. It was an absolutely brutal game, and we came out 34-6 or 34-5 winners. And I just remember all the guys just being so proud to be involved in an occasion like that, because in club rugby, you get special days, and that was a very, very special day. Their crowd, 18,000 of them waited to applaud us off the pitch. We went out in Perpignan that night. We were applauded everywhere we went. We had a fantastic evening, and it was just a real special day for everyone involved.
For us, that week was a real sort of catalyst for going on. We'd been away to Perpignan,
We played at Perpignan on the Sunday, had gone down there and travelled and had a great win in the last pool game of the Heineken Cup. And then 6 days later we had to travel away to Bath, and it was a very, very tough, very, very physical game. And you know, we scored the only try of the game, as we did in the final, and we came away with you know, winning 10-6. We didn't have a lot of ball, but we defended stoically, and you know, some players really had big performances. So yeah, it was a tough game for us down at the Rec, and I was very, very proud of the performance, particularly the you know, having won away at Perpignan and then 6 days later turning around and winning away at Bath. I think it was, you know, a very, very important 2 weeks for us.
I think at that time of the season, I think we were in second place, and I think Northampton were in third. And for us, it was we had to lay down a marker really for sort of maybe potentially the end of season playoffs, where the second team plays the third. So it was a huge home victory for us, really. You know, traditionally 2 big packs going head to head, and you know, our forwards played magnificently that day. Really set a platform for myself and from Rob, and you know, we got a great victory, and we knew we had to go into the European quarter-final the week later with the momentum, with a good victory. We don't probably expect to play another English team in the quarter-finals, because the way you twice every season, and the teams know each other inside out, so it's important to get that sort of physical edge in the first sort of 25 minutes, and it was a pretty bruising encounter. I remember Paul Volley and Lawrence smashed heads against each other, and both of them were down, and I remember looking at Rob Howley thinking, you know, I hope these two don't go off, otherwise we could be in trouble here.
To me, that was probably the highlight of the season for me, which sounds a little bit silly saying that we picked the Heineken Cup up, you know, just a few months later, and we obviously won the Zurich Grand Final again. But you know, that moment where Paul and Lawrence collided, and then they was both out on the feet, and there was a hush around the stadium, whilst you know, it was obvious we were just building a dominant lead up against Gloucester in that game, which was a huge game, the quarter-final of the Heineken Cup. And the television cameras were everywhere, and there's people locked out outside. There were thousands outside the stadium, and then just to see these two guys completely knocked out, and everyone, just the expectation, are they going to make up? And then they got up, and the whole crowd stood up and applauded them, and it was just real gladiator stuff. And I just think I thought personally that was the highlight of the season for me.
And the home crowd asks for more, and Howley goes down the blind side. Abbott's gone with him. Howley's got it again. Oh, what a good try that is. What a superb try from London Wasps. It's Rob Howley. Dallaglio and Volley simply weren't going off. It was too big for them, too big for their club. Brave men. Can London Wasps get this score before half-time? But the one try of the half so far, can they make it 2? Their play is starting to deserve that second score. Spending a lot of time now inside Gloucester territory. And look at these forwards going on, and look at Gloucester trying to regroup. They're desperate. Leota, oh, he's given a penalty try. Oh. They're driving on and on. And on. So close now. Referee takes a long look and gives. Because London Wasps, as we go in for half-time, are commanding this quarter-final. And at this stage, they are so well placed to be going to Dublin to play Munster in the semi-final. This is King, this is Waters. It's more of the same from London Wasps. Howley, King, here comes Shaw. And Gloucester now are hanging on to their Heineken Cup status this season. Oh, they're almost out. They really are. Leota, what a start to the second half. What a mountain for Gloucester to climb. And once again, London Wasps earn the right to celebrate. A thrilling try. Fantastic game of rugby, that is. Arinley's got it. Arinley now is told to go. Simpson Daniel is trying to cut him off. But you knew he wouldn't, because it's Wasps Day. It has been European rugby of the highest calibre. Neatly through.
And again, that was another kind of emphatic victory really for us, and it really added to the confidence that we had in that particular competition.
After this win and a couple more wins in the league, it was time for the semi-final of the Heineken Cup, away at Munster, in one of the best games of European rugby history.
The whole weekend was unbelievable. We got there on the Friday, and Dublin was just awash with, Munstermen all wearing their red rugby shirts, just telling us how difficult it would be on Sunday. And then when Sunday came, Lansdowne Road was a picture. It was a beautiful sunny day, the most amazing crowd that I've ever played in front of. There's 5,000 Munstermen shouting, singing, screaming. We 2,000 Wasps fans trying to be heard, and the intensity of the game was huge. The quality of the game was brilliant. There were superstars all over the pitch. We were winning, they were winning. The Fields of Athenry came on. The game was good. The evening was even better.
There's red everywhere you look. Red when you close your eyes as well. Here we go. Tap back from Wasps, and they'll need to clean this one up. And it was Howley who went bravely in there. And Joe Worsley and Dallaglio acting as the guard. There's no scrum half. It's Volley who does the job, and it's King. And it's Payne to run it back for Munster. Number 2! Leota offside. Over Keane. Can hardly blame him for that. But amidst all of this heat, players have to remain cool. And now, plenty of noise.
Big moment in the semi-final.
Goes to Birkin. Here comes Worsley round. And Wasps getting right into the heart of the Munster defence there, and Leota now standing on that line and taking the ball so flat. Howley to King. Here comes Lucy off his wing. Volley goes down on the floor to secure the ball. King again. It's Fraser Waters. What a start here from London Wasps with ball in hand. Howley, Leota again. Referee playing advantage. Howley once more. Out to King, missed out Dallaglio and Worsley, given to Abbott. Oh, and it's Lucy! Oh, what a score! What a score! Bang through. 7-3 all of a sudden to London Wasps. Prevented from playing the ball, and London Wasps now down to 14 men just before half-time, and Munster with the lead, but for how long? Howley! Volley! Wonderful play from Howley! Volley went with him.
He doesn't give a penalty away, but look how slow Holland is. He's not into the pace of the game. Howley with the charge down. He could easily have gone for the double movement. He doesn't, and Paul Volley, as ever, so close to the ball, goes over. But Holland into the game, takes one pace too many. Howley snaps it up, but then it's mental discipline. I'll give it to you. He knew Volley would be there, and Volley was.
Oh, that's sweet from King. Free kick, Foley. And in goes Williams, and taken on by Horan. Will it be Munster with the final say of this first half? It's Donegal O'Callaghan with that drive, and Stringer to Holland, to Henderson. Oh, it's good, but they came in again. It was Lucy, and they came in again offside.
Well, 45,000 thought that Lucy took his man out early. And if he has, Lawrence Dallaglio shouldn't be holding his palms out. It looked tight to me.
But there is a factor here if Munster were to get the final points of the half. Just listen to the roar as they disappear down the tunnel.
So let's listen.
might be the biggest insult to all sides that have previously played in the Heineken Cup, but I simply cannot remember two sides who have wanted a game more than these two this afternoon. Half-time score, Munster 15, London Wasps 17. These sides 40 minutes or so away from a Twickenham European Cup final. Coming back off O'Connell. Advantage to Wasps, and it's Volley, who supported so well when Howley charged down for that second Wasp try. How crucial will that prove to be? Leota now with a drive. Howley, King. Waters trying to get there with him. In comes Howley. Leota. Back it goes to Dallaglio. Voice. Oh, good stepping from Voice now. Voice going forward with such purpose here. Couldn't find the supporting player, but Howley has. Van Gisbergen. They're taking a close look. Wasps think they've scored. The referee will go to the video official right at the start of the second half.
Oh, that's a
Can you
try.
confirm the grounding, please, or whether you hit the corner flag?
That is a try. Tom Voice, he had a dodgy 5 minutes before half-time, but he's picked on Frankie Sheehan, a back against a hooker mismatch. Good pace, good awareness. Again, like Howley before him, he didn't panic in the tackle. And then a pumped-up Howley puts Van Gisbergen in. Paul O'Connell cannot stop him there. Brave work from the lock, but surely that is a try. And Howley was sprinting down in front of the crowd, pumped.
To burst here. Cullen again gets it out! Q! They might be about to burst! He had a man outside. Still Munster have it. No, it's gone forward, has it?
Yes!
Oh, it's given!
Foley, Cullen's pass is a beauty. He's outstripped the Wasps defence. Voice came in, and Keogh takes the tackle. He rides the storm, goes back off a Wasp man. That's the decision.
And London Wasps, who have been full of character today in every department, will have to dig a lot deeper now. Stringer. Van Gisbergen, and who was their first stringer? Everybody wants to catch it. Horan. Stringer again. Holland. Playing for position. How's that going to break? It is a beauty. And Wasser tried not to show it, but there's anxiety building here.
Doing Wasps now. Amazing game.
Leota. Oh, O'Connell got in! O'Connell! Stringer. Foley again!
Hands up!
Munster man with the first. Jim Williams, one of the best signings in Celtic League history, is over. That's a try, like Foley's was a try, and Munster are going mad in Leinster.
Let's have a listen to the noise.
Wasps are against 16 men.
Van Gisbergen. The tries a forward pass again. Howley to King to Abbott. Munster have defenders there. Abbott needs to get back to the pack.
Back!
Howley Might have a dart himself, gives it off instead.
Away, Red, hands up!
Howley again. Shaw trying to hand off and feeds to Craig Dowd. Howley. Voice is going! And he might be under the post too!
2 men over, you say power, yes, but patience to keep it alive. Voice picked on Stringer, and, well, you felt that was coming, because Wasps, like Munster, just will not bow. This is now developing into one of the greatest Heineken games I have ever seen. If not it is incredible.
O'Callaghan is back on the field. King is kicking past him as he charged. Howley, Abbott. We have seen a magnificent recovery from Munster, and now one from Wasps, and Voice is going again! Off it goes! Oh, nearly there! Howley! Down goes in.
Back foot!
King, Leota! Did he get it down?
Has he scored the biggest try in his career? I think he's got it down. I think Leota, with those short legs, hasn't got his toe in touch. He's not in touch at the moment. He's in control of the ball. It's down. It's a try.
Thank you.
Flying out. Here we go with Munster's last effort, surely now. Payne. Oh, it's on to Horgan. Horgan is going. He's lost it now.
It's been brave from Munster, but this is going to hurt. Wasps are on the verge.
Richards gets it out, and Wasps go through. Unbelievable game. They're returning to Twickenham, but this time to play in a European final. The champions of England have the chance now to be champions of Europe.
And it was a good game, you know, it was a good contest, you know, up and down, you know, we struck first, they came back, you know, we came back, they came back, and, you know, you kind of thought with 10 minutes to go that all was possibly lost, but the guys somehow found it within them to, you know, to produce the goods, and we had a touch of luck on our side, I've no doubt about that, you know, the video ref on a couple of occasions, and, you know, just a couple of decisions went our way, but, you know, on balance, I don't think anyone could argue that we didn't deserve to win that game.
Mammoth game against Munster the week before, and as soon as we won that, playing Gloucester away 6 days later, again in bad conditions, was always going to be a bit of a struggle. In hindsight, I think the coaching staff may have talked about putting out a weaker team or resting some guys, but we didn't, and it was a bit disappointing to lose that match. I mean, we got a bonus point there, but still we didn't play very well at all. And Hughes got injured, I got injured in that game, missed the game the week later, and then that performance was dire. But I think that's more of a mental drop-off from a huge Munster week. And then you're always going to have a bit of a layoff. You can't maintain those levels constantly throughout the season. We had to have a bit of a downside so we could pick it up again for the finals at the end of the year.
And you know, that was probably our toughest time of the season, because potentially we had so much to gain, but also potentially so much to lose. And we knew that after the Leicester game, we had 3 of the biggest games in the club's history. We had the playoffs semi-final against Northampton, and if that went well, then we had two huge finals. And I thought, for me personally, that the Tom Voice try against Northampton was one of the defining moments of the season, really. We sort of spluttered our way for the first sort of 20 minutes of that game. Confidence was a little bit down. Guys were probably trying a little bit too hard to get things right. And Tom produced a bit of magic that for me, sort of changed our season, really. And it sort of gave us the momentum in that game. We went on to win it. And obviously the European and the Premiership happened the following 2 weeks.
It's a fortnight for a place in history for these men, and the faces show that. Wasps hold this trophy. Will they be holding it this evening?
Howley. Voice. Now this is where he's very dangerous. Tom Voice takes on the last man. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant! Did he get it down? So here we are, right on the Northampton line. We're as close as Wasps can be from a line out, and Dallaglio's come round the front. Shaw joins him. Big push and over. Now sort that one out. Everybody knows how important this is just before half-time.
They've dampened Northampton's early passion and they're in control.
Howley, Abbott, now he can cause havoc in space. Howley again. King to Dallaglio. Wasps really know when to turn the screw, don't they? Leota, Worsley went looking for it, but it's given to Shaw. Shaw to Irinley. Irinley is going, and Irinley is scoring. And Twickenham is starting to get ready for a double dose of Wasps.
Wonderful play from Shaw. That is a lovely offload. And how about that for a finish from young Eula Irinley? Really top-class stuff. Robbie Morris brought on for Tamapo. He is a very, very powerful runner in the loose.
Here goes Robinson. Oh, it's interception time! And away goes Abbott! And away go London Wasps! That could be the killer blow. It's the Wasp bodies who give away the penalty. And now they have to turn and make a tackle. Green's on the wrong side. Got a bit of shoe for that. Grayson turns it back inside. Cohen trying to use his bulk. It's nearly there. Connors shipped along, and Drone gets it to Blowers. Some lovely hands there. Grayson involved too, and Northampton, if they're going down, are going down fighting. Here's Grayson, because Warren Gatland was very impressed with Purdy last week against Leicester. Thought he was one of the leading lights in a poor performance. Here's Lucy coming across field. High tackle, says the referee, but Lucy doesn't mind. He just shrugged it off. Josh Lucy. Support comes from volley. Volley for Twickenham. Surely.
That's very alert though from Lucy, isn't it? He knows he's not going to get there, and volley in A1 position. Coming off his line to make it hard for Darren Fox, who does well, tries his best to get there, but volley still not got it down. He has now.
Richards goes for that handoff and feeds off to King, and then Denny, and Denny gets away. Now he's looking all around for Voice. He's got a man inside Richards. Voice has got it, and Voice is going, and London Wasps now are having fun in the sun. Now try and get this one away from the Wasps forwards. They've seen the backs have their fun, now they want to reassert their dominance, and they're doing that. And Dallaglio is driving in there, and they're almost there, and they are. And it's Payne. Now that is a very appropriate score for Wasps supporters, because they know the importance of the job facing Tim Payne over the next fortnight. Grayson getting it out, and there's a chance here for a breakaway up that touchline, and that is a fine tackle from Van Gisbergen on Tucker. Drum again. Smith. Beale. Still Beale. Is he going to get this try? Nick Beale. How about that? Richards, there's big space here. Boyce really wants this try. Gives it to volley. Now Van Gisbergen. Denny. Looked very good since he came on, and Dallaglio, the captain. If that is the end for Wasps, it's almost the perfect end.
After that emphatic win against Northampton, it was now time for the finals. The first, the Heineken Cup against Toulouse at Twickenham.
The attacking skills of the Toulouse players is something, you know, the offloading and the tackle was probably the standard, you know, the highest standard possible in world rugby of league or union. Some of the skill, but in particular by the forwards, of getting rid of the ball and the tackle was was something, you know, at times in the first half we wasn't handling that well, and understandably so, because it was world-class players, big men. I wouldn't say they had one player under 17 stone, couple of players over 20 stone, who were all fit, nimble, fast on the feet, and very skillful in the tackle. And at half-time, I said, as you know, I speak first because I speak about the defence at half-time, and I said, you know, we're against a very, very worthy opponent here, and it's going to have to take an effort of the highest level.
During the week, we spent a lot of time analysing their team. Personally, I spent a lot of time taking it away, and you can identify some key players they have, especially they give them the momentum, and they play off that. They're lethal, the backs they have. Primarily, the 2 number 8s they have in the team, Marco and Labi, and if you let those guys get running with the ball, then it's curtains for you. So predominantly, I was manoeuvred around the pitch so I could tackling those guys, and that worked really well. Got some good hits on them, and they kind of cancelled them out of the game a bit. And the rest of the match was just, I was absolutely knackered after it, because I was chasing around like a blue-ass fly after. I mean, I didn't even have a drink afterwards. I went to the car park, sat with my parents, and they went home. I was so tired. It's just purely because the way the Toulouse play, they throw it around from their try line. A number of times I remember sprinting back the whole length of the pitch, tackling someone, getting up, making a few more tackles. Then there was a downside in play, and then a kick, and then you're off again. So it was one of those games that was the day after you feel like you've been in a car crash, whereas some games the day after you feel like you can play again. That was more of a car crash one, I'd say.
Some of their attacking in the first half was just unbelievable. We couldn't get. It was like just chasing shadows, really. We couldn't get near them. And you know, we said all year, and Sean Edwards is, you know, a sort of. His sort of mantra is that, you know, defence wins championships, and that really was the story of that game. You know, we just defended all day.
Savat throws, that's a scrappy line out, but Bouillot, one of the players of the tournament, did well to get hands on it, and then he throws it across. Michelak, chance here for Toulouse, and that's a big tackle from Lucy. He stepped in, he left his wing. There were numbers on this side. Had the ball gone beyond Lucy, it could well have been a try, but it will be a penalty. Which he gets. Michelak, Dallaglio, going high and into space. But that space is filled by fullback Van Gisbergen, not for long though. Clattering challenge, Boyce just can't get away. Good tackling there by Untamag. But it's still with Wasps, and they break out that side, and it's wonderful play now. Shaw has got it. He's really starting to cause some havoc in the loose. Howley. Toulouse coming offside, advantage being played, volley. A little bit like Wasps did to Toulouse early in the game, and now Boyce goes to that side. Waters, who was involved right at the start of the move. Howley, it's very tight, Lucy. Throwing everything at it here. Volley is going through, no, just stopped.
Advantage is now over.
Howley, advantage over, King, out to Abbott. It's Stuart Abbott to score for London Wasps. And for the first time in the match, Wasps show what they have at their disposal.
He set up the position, King with a lovely miss pass, and Abbott, he just changes direction so well, you know.
Now Toulouse have been doing it, and they've been driving from further out than this now, from 5 metres out. Can they get this pack moving again? Wasps doing well to resist initially, but here comes the second drive. It's down on the floor now. Referee says pulling it down, so they go for the chip over the top. Heymans to collect it, no, off Lucy. Ben Leota, who's trying to run it away from there. Lucy again, but it's back surely for the penalty. It is just that. Poitrenaud coming out from full-back, commanding the position, but then letting the ball go, and Dallaglio offloads to Labitte, and this is brave. Michelak trying to get away from Boyce. They're slinging this ball around. Savat might work. Toulouse, Marco. Ambition there from Toulouse, and still, as they get it out of the tackle again from Labitte to Poitrenaud. What a counter-attack this is. Heymans. This is absolutely wonderful. Heymans still. He's looking around. Collazo says, don't give it to me, I'm in front of you. Bouillot was behind. behind, it hasn't gone forward. And still Toulouse have it.
From the gods. That was from the gods.
Brennan. Dallaglio. Meant for Mcgeechan to chase. And from on their own line, Toulouse are well inside the Wasps 22. Heymans again. Poitrenaud. That wasn't easy, but he hauled the ball back in. Bit of glue on the fingertips, maybe. This is Labi. Mcgeechan loves that reverse pass. And Josian showing his power. Mcgeechan again. Bouillot. They're running hot here. Pook's got that back to Mcgeechan, and once more it's Savat coming hard with the ball in hand. Labitte, Bouillot, Dallaglio, Toulouse. How many times is he going to get that ball out of the tackle? It's brilliant every time. Mcgeechan again, Dallaglio, loads of men this side. Dallaglio needs to be more decisive. Savat picks up. Still they've got men on this side, but London Wasps trying to get there. Mcgeechan again, he's gone for the chip and he's kicked the ball away. And it's taken by King. They're going again from the quick line out, taken by Heymans to Poitrenaud, back to Heymans. Marker. Pooks, De Bros, Dallaglio. Must give it, does. Josian. Still Josian. On it goes. Handed from Wasps. Dallaglio falls on it. Try. At last. And it's the fly half who got it. And the Wasps defence has been cut open in that series of attacks with this Toulouse knife, which is the sharpest blade in the competition.
Final marker everywhere. Servat again, Toulouse involved. And you wonder, can they blow it again? Josian does the right thing, uses his strength. Lucy's right hand knocks it backwards. Dallaglio gets the score. They've only got 13, they're only 2 points in front. The rhythm is with Toulouse.
And that's half-time. In 4 out of the last 6 finals, the team leading at half-time have not won the cup, and you wouldn't bet against that happening again. Toulouse have played some scintillating rugby in this first half, but they're trailing. London Wasps in front. It's Wasps 13, Toulouse 11.
Expect Wasps to come back.
Here goes Dallaglio, finding Lucy.
Tackler, stay on the feet.
And Gisbergen, King. And still King, oh, he's through! The first line at least. Here comes Van Gisbergen again! Now does he have the pace to go? Marcus tracking him, great tackle comes in, but the referee's put his arm in the air! And London Wasps have scored right at the start of the second half.
It's the big ball to King, and here's the missed tackle. Brennan doesn't have the pace, you see. It's a back against a forward. And then the inside line of Van Gisbergen is superb. And Clement Poitrenaud, so good going forward, misses one going back. And this match just gets better and better.
And the try scorer adds the conversion as well, but King, the try creator there, to Elissard. Mcgeechan and Waters. Mcgeechan still under pressure, somehow Toulouse get it out to Vincent Clerc, and then Poitrenaud to Heymans, who puts the foot down. That is great injection of pace, and Fraser Water comes back and says, I'll take it. It's unbelievable this now.
With Toulouse slotting a long-distance penalty, the game seemed destined for extra time. But then one of the most inexplicable things to ever happen on a rugby field occurred. Rob Howley sent a kick downfield, and Clement Poitrenaud tried to be a little bit too clever, and inexplicably let Howley steal the ball from him on the line, scoring a try that would win the game in the last minutes of the final. I wish I could show you the footage of this, so please search it up when you get a moment. But this moment sealed the deal, and Wasps were now champions of Europe.
They are the new Heineken Cup champions, the best in the European business. It's London Wasps.
how tough that game was going to be. One, because Bath are an outstanding team. They played really well all season. They've been consistent, you know, and they wanted to win the championship. You know, that they've been at the top of the table all season, and they desperately wanted the silverware. Secondly, you know, 6 days beforehand, we played a European Cup final. It's very hard to say to guys, you know, don't go out and celebrate that. You know, don't go out and enjoy that moment. And you know, to back up from what was a physical game against Toulouse, you know, in 5 days against Bath, was always going to be very difficult. But in the back of our minds, we knew earlier on in the season that we'd beaten Perpignan away, and 5 days later we'd beaten Bath away, and we knew we had the ability to do it, and clearly we had the determination. We did make life very difficult for ourselves, I have to say, because you know, it's very hard to play against the quality side without the ball for such long periods of time. But you know, we just hung on in there. And eventually, you know, we got our rewards. And you know, we played badly, no doubt about it. Bath played well, but they played a limited game, I felt. You know, they came to play a certain way. They played that way very effectively, but ultimately they weren't able to win the match. You know, they won so much line-out ball, and they kicked for position, they kicked for territory all the time. And yet, on the few pieces of possession that we had, we were prepared to try and have a go and to try and run the ball. And you know, that ultimately got us the result we wanted. Tough game. Touch lucky, I guess, but you know, very enjoyable all the same, and you know, just hugely satisfying to complete you know, such a rare double in the space of 2 weeks.
The Bath game was disappointing in terms of the line-out. I think Trevor was trying too hard, and that coupled with a few bad line-out calls really didn't help the line-out. Just went downhill after that. But bear that in mind, I've talked to some of the Bath guys. They spent 3 weeks analysing every single one of our lineouts, and in Steve Borthwick they have probably the best guy in the country at doing that. Danny Kuko's not too bad either. I think Steve had identified every single lineout, so as soon as someone made a movement they knew exactly what we were going to do, and they went straight there and cut that out. They've been practicing that for 3 weeks, and boy did it work really well. So we didn't literally have any ball, but again, just our defence was awesome and won the day. I mean, we had a few tries disallowed, but I felt we could have won by a little bit more. I was always confident winning that match.
And it was drifting towards Bath. That's not a good start from Leota. Taken by Humphreys, his opposite number. Wood. Look at that pressure from Worsley, but it had already gone forward. The referee's whistle has gone, and in the din at Twickenham, some of the players haven't heard it. Waters realises now, but you could see what Wasps do there with Worsley right up in the face of the kicker.
Wow, see more of this today. The good news for Bath is Borthwick winning his first steal of the day. The bad news is the pressure Wasps apply on the kicker. Malone is a good technician, but he's not the fastest, and he's going to have to be a lot quicker with his kicking. Wasps are a killing unit when it comes to pressing the 10.
Leota's throw again, and it's Bath ball through Lipman at the tail. Brewcock gets a hand in. It's mounting up now, 3.
9 minutes, 3 line-outs lost. That's a worry, unless you're a Bath fan. Leota loses his 4th line-out as Bath pour through. Pull volley clearly on the wrong side. He's getting rocked. The boots are going backwards. No complaint from the flanker, but I think he wants to get out of there.
And the more it breaks up around the fringe, the more that Bath will scurry through and take it. Here comes Tyndall! Oh, he's given it to Howley! Howley's gone and got himself another. This one is underneath the post. Wasps going in search of another Premiership final smash and grab. And that was a smash and grab from Howley.
No, it's not a try, Mars. It's not given. It's a forward pass. It's a knock-on given earlier.
Howley to King. He's looking for the drop goal. And he has got it.
That's a good kick from Alex King. What's to come in this last half hour?
Leota again is given away. Lipman's turn to take it.
He's got to go.
Wood back to Malone, who's going for the drop goal to try and cancel out King's. He does.
Here's the change, Stuart. It's Gotting, it's Ben Gotting for Trevor Leota. He's had a terrific season. His try against Munster at the end of the semi-final in Europe was voted by the Wasps fans as the moment of the year, and why not? But today, Trevor Leota, for one reason or another, hasn't quite clicked. Oh, Malone was smothered there, and it's picked up by Boyce, and Abbott is going here. Oh, he's away from Higgins. Abbott for the corner. And this time, there's no doubt.
Hats off to Paul Volley, the number 7, makes the hit that disrupts the Bath attack. And Tom Boyce, who has been a ubiquitous force in open play, makes a fine decision. And Abbott is never going to be stopped from there. Volley with the hit, and then Boyce with the awareness. Now Bath have got to do perhaps more than just drop for goals, especially if Mark van Gisbergen kicks this conversion.
Slotted one from there last week. Can he do it again? All these points really matter today, and there's 2 more. In such a tight game, that's a massive kick too. It goes to Fiddler. Mears. They nearly lost control. Is it the double for Wasps or the title for Bath? It's come down to the final sentence. That's it! And what London Wasps have achieved is quite remarkable. In 6 days, they have completed the European and domestic double. It is an achievement to savour forever. They are a team to admire, as we saw in that second half.
We've done it, man, we've done it. On the bounce, 2 years, 2 trophies. Consecutive weeks, we've done it. Awesome, fantastic.
What an amazing triumph this is, and they lift it together. How's that for a week to remember?
And so Wasps had finally climbed to the top of the rugby mountain. Join us again next time for Gatland's final season. The 2004-2005 season would be Warren Gatland's last year in charge of London Wasps, and unfortunately it started with a fairly limp performance against Saracens in the opening game of the tournament. Wasps have never been great starters, and it was almost sort of to be expected that this first opening game would go poorly, with injuries to key men like Stuart Abbott and Fraser Waters not helping things. But the real first test of the Premiership would be the first home game against Sale Sharks.
Could well be a villain for opposition. Dallaglio Chabal, that is going to be something this afternoon.
London Wasps rarely start well, and as Sean Edwards has been reiterating all week, the medals are handed out in May and not September. But Wasps won't want to set off in the defence of their European and domestic double with a second successive defeat. It wouldn't sound right, it wouldn't feel right for a club so used to winning. Dawson, lost by Payne, advantage, Charlie Hodgson.
Dangerous position, this.
Chance to go, Titterell will like this. It's very quick, the hooker. Cueto's got it off, and there's a chance for a great breakaway here. It's Todd, and he's going to score. There is a speed and conviction to Sale's start to the season, which is screaming out good times to come. Van Gisbergen, oh, he's found his way through there. Well played the fullback, and this is Dawson getting it out to King. Now Lucy's gone across. Oh, and that's a great line from Richards. He's bounced off one, and he has scored. And Dawson has had a snappy start to this match. Rinley is stopped. Strong work from Chris Jones. King Dallaglio, he's got Richards outside. Oh, he's left Hanley behind him. Looks for support, comes from Dawson, well taken by Skivington. They're back to their frenzied style of throw everything at the opposition and pummel them. And here's Voice, and here is pain. And that is exactly what Wasps are starting to inflict. They will know that. They won't be thinking about it as part of the preparation for a club game, but they'll know it. Dallaglio. Oh, Hanley! Steve Hanley. He knows where that try line is, week in, week out. He picked out Cueto, and he gets away from Dallaglio and Richards and puts a good ball out to Hanley. The two wingers combining, and look at Hanley go! Oh my goodness me! What a sensational finish! And the two Sale wingers, the scourge of so many in this Premiership, Cueto and Hanley combine. Dawson again, oh here comes Worsley, at pace and with power. Bodies underneath him though, ball comes back. Dawson! In front of his new supporters, Matt Dawson, as this game continues to and fro.
But there you can see 1, 2, 3, 3 men down. Todd sucked in as well. Blindside Mark Cueto. There has to be a hole, and Dawson just knows you go with the flow and you roll. He could have given it to Voice. He could have gone himself. Why take the risk of the pass? Score the try. Nothing Sale can do about that. Strong.
And the referee took a blow there. And it's gone all the way back to Hodgson to look for the drop goal. It is very good, Roy Maybank. Charlie Hodgson. How many times have we seen him do that?
Well, that is a magnificent kick.
Dawson, Brooks, it's out. Sale have won it.
After that hard-fought loss, it would take an away trip to Leeds to finally get the season's first win. And when the team returned home for their next fixture, it looked like the team had finally settled into the season, with a convincing win against London Irish, followed by a tight and hard-fought win against new scrum half Matt Dawson's old team, Northampton, who had joined this season to replace the retiring Rob Howley. Dawson had joined the team to further his media career in London whilst working for the BBC alongside playing rugby for the club. Gatland speaks in his autobiography about Dawson in very high regard, saying he was one of the most hard-working players in the team despite his unorthodox schedule.
I can't say I enjoyed it. It was a very, very hard day for me, and I just wanted to get it over and done with. I know I probably haven't spoken to the press this week. It's just I wanted to try and treat it as a normal game. The more I've spoken about it, the more emotion I thought I was probably going to get. So it was very much head down, get on with the game. It's a fantastic result for the club.
What's next challenge would be the start of the Heineken Cup and them defending their European title.
Roll away!
Dawson back with Alex King. Well, they're trading penalties, they're trading drop goals too. And at the moment, it's Wasps in credit. Yashvili over the top of Bidabay. Arambaru, tackle. And all the time, Wasps' confidence is growing and belief. And if they get this ball, they've got men. Oh, Dowd's taking it in, and they were lining up outside. They still are. Dawson, Arinley, through the first tackle. Arinley's still going. Richards is trying to get there. Picked up by Dawson again. Voice gets it out. Van Gisbergen didn't quite have the power to go over the line. Now the power comes with the support. Beerits are a man down. They're another man down because somebody's injured, and they are a try down now because Joe Worsley has got it for London Wasps. In this group, home wins equal survival. They are the bare minimum, and now Wasps are set up to win at home. Aaron Ordickey's got it now, but that has drifted forward too. And that is the end of the match. Unlike last season when Wasps started the campaign with a win over a top French side, they've done it again at the Causeway Stadium. Unlike last season, they look ready for the fight ahead.
After that victory, up next was the familiar challenge of Calvisano in Italy. with Wasps giving valuable game time to future prospects James Haskell and Tom Rees, as well as seeing the welcome return of Fraser Waters from injury.
Again, it's Haskell, Greening, the 2 second row forwards. Oh, that's a lovely pass by Shaw. Roberts. 4th try of the half, and that's a bonus point already then for Wasps. Wasps really attacking from deep this time then, looking to get the ball out wide to young Roberts. Shrugs off the challenge. Oh, that's a fine dummy, goes for the line. Hat-trick coming up then for the young Scouser.
Back to the Premiership, and after a tight win against Quins, Wasps would travel to Kingsholm for their next game.
Yeah, it's a great victory. Again, we played poorly, particularly in the first half. I think we gave Gloucester far too much respect with the side they put out, and you know, we were poor in the first half, and I think we just took our opportunities well. You know, kept a little bit more, got a little bit more pattern going in the second half, and you know, at the end there, I guess we're disappointed, particularly myself. I should have caught that ball at the end, missed out on a bonus point, but you know, not many people win here. Both sides missing players, and it's another 4 points for us, and you know, that's 9 in a row now, and we're getting momentum. We know we're not playing anywhere near our best, but as the season progresses, hopefully we'll get better and better.
The next 4 weeks for the team would be interesting, to say the least. First, a home draw to Leicester Tigers. Then, despite scoring some outstanding attacking tries, it would be another defeat against the newly promoted Worcester Warriors.
Take nothing away from Worcester. I think they played exceptionally well, but very disappointed, particularly with our first half display. You know, we picked a team which we thought was strong enough to contest the game. Thought the tone was set in the first scrum. Big punch up. They got guys flying in from 10-15 metres away to get involved. You know, and we haven't. And you know, you could see that they were right up for the challenge, and so should we have been. We made too many mistakes. 3 soft tries in the first half, very soft tries by top of the table standards, and that cost us dear. I thought we made some changes and played well in the second half, but overall not well enough.
Now, the next 2 weeks would be playing Leicester Tigers again, back-to-back in the Heineken Cup, in 2 classics, where Wasps would be looking for revenge.
It's already with Lloyd, and it's out now to Ollie Smith, and Ollie Smith is cutting inside. He's got Moody with him, and this could be a dramatic start, and is!
Very important for Good to keep his cool. It's very feisty out there. I'm really impressed with the way Leicester are playing right on the edge and not quite stepping over at the moment. A great start.
Shooter to Corey, and then Ellis and Good, and through the middle they go. Gibson's got it again. Service out to Lloyd. This could be quite unbelievable, this try. It's Jordan Murphy. It's a gem. And he needs to get across to this ruck quickly as the London Wasps scrum half, and he's not moving at all freely, but moving in one direction certainly was Julian White there, and Austin Healy's got across, and Corey's waiting. Corey's got it, and Corey has scored. This is turning into a Leicester dream. Shaw is looking. Will he give it a go, or will he leave it for somebody else? O'Connor's there. Dowdy's coming back around. O'Connor's got it! O'Connor against the fly half Good, and that's good strength from Good. Great defence, in fact, from the fly half. Still with Wasps. Tucked into that corner. Dawson again. Out to King. Missed out Dallaglio. Men on this side. O'Rinley gets it on. Couldn't find Abbott. Did find Lucy. Lucy with the handoff. Oh, this match is unbelievable. It's absolutely terrific. King going for the crossfield kick himself now, and this is interesting as Lucy tries to get there. Oh, and Murphy seemed to take Lucy out. He really did, and Jordan Murphy shakes his head, but my initial reaction to that one was that the Leicester fullback wasn't looking.
It wasn't malicious, it was still
to play the ball.
Okay, back you go.
There's nothing particularly malicious about it. He was never going to really harm Murphy, but Lucy was taken out.
Van Gisbergen just missed one.
Didn't miss that one though.
It's the prop forward, Julian White is my Heineken Cup man of the match, the spearhead of a Leicester scrum.
Andy Good is going for the drop goal. The referee signals it's good, and Leicester now seizing the initiative between the 2 English sides.
Dallaglio is calling for a penalty try. I don't think Nigel Williams is going to give that, but the touch judge is in.
Try line. Next dead ball.
Oh, strap yourselves in, Mars.
Next dead ball then still. That was Dow going. This is O'Connor. Man on the wrong side, penalty. Referee has to start to think about the penalty try for repeated infringement. Needs to be pretty well certain a try would have been scored though. Dawson demanding another penalty.
Get away!
It was on if it was quick.
Dawson still waits. Plays it now. King, where's he going? He's slipping, he's falling.
No.
Referee's blown his whistle again.
Please, if there's another penalty, okay, this goes to the line, I'm going to go into the post.
It will be a penalty try next time. Final warning given to Leicester. It's down to Dallaglio. Can the captain do it? It's loose.
Release.
Leicester think they've got it. Bodies all over the place. Dawson's got to cross the referee again.
Everybody's on the deck.
It's not a penalty. It's the final whistle. And the Leicester Tigers put their armour on. They came to the home of the European champions. And the hard shell of Martin Johnson's team in the end could not be cracked.
Well, if you look at the first 15 minutes, you probably say it did, but I thought we showed some great character. Got back into the match and had a chance to win it.
Do you think you should have won it? Do you think the referee should have gone onto the post at the end?
Oh, I don't think anyone wants to see a game decided by penalty tries. It just, when you're saying a couple of times, next time, so... the disappointing one
You can't say it a couple of times, though, can you? If you say next time, it's got to be the next time. You can't say it twice.
Yeah, I agree with you, but, I wouldn't have liked to have won it with a penalty try. The disappointing one for me was the ball that was kicked out of Matt's hands. Then I think if that was a penalty, that would have put us in front, and then you look at it, maybe a different story in terms of how we would have played from there.
How disappointed were you with the first 15, 20 minutes? To put it bluntly, where were Wasps for the first 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, we very, the first one was an overthrow. They scored from that. Then we had a turnover from a kick-off, a cross kick. And the next one was a line out where they scored. So for me, 3 set-piece tries.
Good homework from their point of view, though, wasn't it? Well, certainly the latter 2 of those were pretty good homework in terms of getting around your rush defence.
Didn't get around it. They went through it, and that was the disappointing thing. Things that we've talked about and worked on, and we just didn't execute them. But apart from that, I was very, very happy. I was really proud of the guys in terms of getting back into the game. It's difficult to get any quick ball against Leicester. Every time we got down sort of 20, 30 metres from the line, it tended to be a penalty for us, and that's the way they play, and they're very, very good at it. But we've got a chance to go away next week.
Gap just opening up a little bit in midfield again. Gibson, that's good carrying from Ellis. Oh, lovely sidestep too! Harry Ellis is going to make Welford Road erupt! Opportunity created. Opportunity seized. Lloyd did well to get his side going forward.
Do not stand there.
Ellis to Murphy.
Run away 8! Away 8!
Has all the magic does Jordan Murphy. Gibson, oh, he's given it away now to Abbott, and Abbott. Will they catch him? Well, they do, but Abbott has found support in Boyce, and Wasps are coming back again.
Astonishing. Leicester, the architects of their own problems here. Daryl Gibson, we said he does things basically, he tried to be flash, and Martin Johnson is livid there because that is, in rugby, equivalent of an own goal. No numbers there, the chip is always speculative, it's always risky. Ollie Smith cuts down Stuart Abbott, but Voice is on hand, and that is a sitter, and 19-13 when it's been all Leicester. Amazing.
13 because of that conversion for Mark van Gisbergen, and once again, this is Test match rugby, all bar the caps. And it's taken quickly by Good, and that's interesting. And Austin Healy's got it, and he's flying up that touchline, shaped to kick. Oh, he's got support from Ellis. Tremendous pace from the scrum half to arrive on the scene first there. Now it goes to Kay. Picked up by Healy again, twice involved in this move then. Shooter stretching! If they could cancel out the shooter score. King to Abbott, they might just do that. This is Stuart Abbott. Dallaglio, Hank comes in from Leicester. And it didn't go forward, referee waves it on. It's Murphy, and he could go. Lucy's got back to him. He's got support from Ellis, and Leon Lloyd's arriving outside. He gives it to him, Leon Lloyd! Welford Road, want of passion, and they are getting it. Again, he chooses the short side. This time it's Van Gisbergen trying to dance his way out of trouble. Rinley, a slingy pass out to King, and King a good pass into the hands of Worsley. Gets up again, he wasn't held the first time. And London Wasps are not going to die here.
It's a wonderful line from Joe Worsley here, and that's a fine pass from King. Bang on the angle. Good, you think's made a good tackle, but he's up, not held, and back can't stop him.
And Van Gisbergen converts, and the scoreboard looks very different now. 9 points between the teams, and the decision not to go for the long penalty goal, absolutely the right one. He's making his presence felt, Harry Ellis. He is a growing and emerging talent, but here's Gotting and here's Hoadley, and they've somehow come through to score again in the shape of Will Green. What are these men made of?
Now every point matters here for Wasps.
And that's why Mark Van Gisbergen gave that kick his full attention. And it's the long drop goal. And that is wide, it fails, and London Wasps have failed as well.
After that disappointment in Europe, as well as the other two previous defeats in the league, Wasps needed to get their season back on track, and they did so with convincing victories against Gloucester and Quins, reminding the league and themselves who they were as a team.
9 were outstanding. I thought Lawrence Dallaglio had a fantastic game, really controlled the game well, didn't make any mistakes, took the ball forward. Really pleased with the combination of our 8 and 9, and yeah, it's nice, and it's taken a while to settle into the team, and I think he gave a real masterclass display in terms of accuracy and what he brought to the game, and obviously scoring the 2 tries were, sort of kept off a fine performance.
Then it would be back to Europe in the final games of the pool stages. After another convincing win against Calvisano, it would be all or nothing against Biarritz. It was either a bonus point win or they were out of the tournament.
Ridley! Oh, he's going to score! Dallaglio wanted his side to create history again. He wants people talking about this performance for years to come, and he will be delighted with the start of his backs there, and in particular, that machine, Rinley.
Look at the line of Stuart Abbott drifting off the pass, makes the space, then the straight angle, the fend off from Rinley. Explosive pace, superb combination, the out and in, the handoff there. Lacroix's a big, strong man, but he can't make the tackle. And when Rinley gets behind a first line of defence, he knows how to score those tries. What a comeback for Wasps, because it has been such a good start for Biarritz, and suddenly they've already got one of the 4 tries they need, and they have the lead.
Mark Van Gisbergen, 90% plus in this competition with the kicks at goal.
Didn't kick last weekend in the match against Calvisano, as Wasps turned down the conversions in an effort to build the tries in that match. Well, he has failed with that first conversion this afternoon. There's that ball, Biarritz know, and they know where the corner is, and Alan Roland looks and gives the try. Biarritz renew their grip, and the extra noise from the crowd as well. And Betson is waiting, and Betson is offloaded to Marlow, and Marlow has scored! All this tension, but still all that power and styles. And again, out to Worsley. Wasps are still going for this. Dawson to Brooks. Hoadley trying to arrive to get there to support. Dawson underneath the post now. Arinley again. Inside it goes. It's going to be a try. It's scored by Payne. It's number 2, and Wasps are counting. They were always going to need those 4 tries to top it. Just looking for the win now, just looking to stay in it somehow. Billion, it's on the floor. Biarritz think they've won it. They have! It has been an exceptional performance from Biarritz. Having lost the first match of the group away to the champions, they have come back to triumph over the champions. And the English Premiership leaders too, they beat home and away.
Despite a spirited effort, Wasps were out of Europe. Gatland in his book describes this loss as being a real disappointment, as he believed that the team he had this year were good enough to go on and win the competition like they did the year before. And while that is up for debate, what can't be denied is that this defeat meant Wasps could really focus on their league campaign, as their form up to this point had been very hit and miss, with victories over Newcastle, Northampton, London Irish and Bath all coming after this disappointment, leaving them now second in the league after 17 games, just behind Leicester Tigers. And as well as this newfound form came a new signing as well. London Irish winger Paul Saki was added to the squad, and him, as well as other Wasps newcomers, made an immediate impact in keeping this winning streak going, with Tom Rees especially making a name for himself, fully breaking into the starting 15 in an already stacked back row. And with only a few games left in the regular season, Wasps were looking to catch Leicester Tigers up for the automatic spot at Twickenham, against the team that had already defeated them earlier in this season, Sale.
Great position this for London Wasps. Dawson looks around, support is to his right, it's with Saki now, and Saki getting away from the first man, and nearly up to that line. Dawson in there again, and scores, first try. Oh, and Hodgson's missed. Again. Dawson to King. First try started from this position. It's come loose but picked up by Hoadley. Now it's Hart. Good hands. Out to Arinley. Arinley against the last man. Oh, that's too easy. Arinley has scored for London Wasps. Redpath. Out it goes to Hanley, and here comes Cueto, and the 2 wingers trying to get Sale moving here. And back into this match. Redpath again. Had a little dart, just couldn't work his way through. Too many bodies. The crowd calling for power. It comes from Chabal! Richards. Leota. Now that one's come loose. And it's Cueto off his wing. Tries to fizz that ball out to Hanley, who's in space! Hanley could get away here and does! Steve Hanley for the Sharks. They're back in the match. Titterell throwing long, it's different game now, different atmosphere too, and here comes Hanley once more. He might not need support. Hanley is going again. 2 for Hanley, and this ground is going mad. This to level the scores. Oh, and it's touched in flight, and the Wasp charge has worked. Hercus has missed. Very little time left now. Wasps are going to be right back in the picture for first place, and Sale are going to be in a scrap for third.
The next game against Saracens' first half display at home was described by Gatland as the best we've ever played, in a rout of their London rivals. This game, as well as next week's win against Worcester, meant that the last game of the season away against Leicester Tigers would be the decider of who would automatically go into the final at Twickenham. Unfortunately, in a game fueled by emotion, as it was the last home match for both Martin Johnson and Neil Back's careers, Wasps were soundly defeated in an absolute pasting by the league leaders.
Yeah, it was a bad day at the office today, and we didn't really want to spoil their party, I suppose, with so many celebrations, but fairness to Leicester, they were outstanding today, played really well, and we conceded a few soft points as well. So we're going to go away from here and look at really focus on the positives, the things that were good about our game, because I think the negatives we can fix pretty easily. But the best team won, and Leicester deserved to win, and we were a good second best today.
So what are those negatives that you're going to go away and fix?
Well, I just think that we're going to concentrate on just looking at speeding up our ball. We missed some first up tackles that I think we can fix pretty easily, and just being a little bit more accurate. A couple of intercept tries and a couple of turnovers at the breakdown where they end up scoring as well. So I mean, those are things that can be easily fixed, and we just got to probably just vary our game a little bit too.
It's a very nervy performance from the champions. Why is that when you've come off a run of 6 undefeated matches? Yeah,
I mean, I think one of the things that we found from last year is just that break, and we were probably a little bit rusty. I had a week off last week, and I think that we found that in the past, that just keeping the game going, keeping the momentum going between matches week in and week out, it's an advantage. And I think with Leicester playing last weekend against Toulouse, even though they lost, they had the momentum going into this week, and I think we were quite rusty at times this week. And so I think it's going to be quite good for us for next week, having Sale at home, and then hopefully we can get a result from that and a chance to redeem ourselves back at Twickenham.
So in that respect, is this actually working to your favour, the fact that you will have another match to warm up before the Europe Premiership final?
Yeah, well, we've been through that road before, so we know what it's like. But we're disappointed with our performance, and I think we let ourselves down, we let our fans down. We're a little bit embarrassed by the performance, so we want to go and desperately want to get back to Twickenham and a chance to redeem ourselves from today.
Just how important is it to get that silverware in the cabinet again, this being your last season in charge, of course?
Well, I don't know about how important it is, but we want to go to a chance. It's a fantastic occasion going to Twickenham in front of the full house, and if we can do that, I think it'll be great for us, and that's the thing, having a day out, and that's what the players and coaches involved in the game for, so big occasions, and we'll get a chance in a few weeks hopefully to experience that again.
You haven't beaten Leicester Tigers in the last 5 meetings. How are you going to change that if you do meet them again at the Premiership final?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe today we could have started a bit of a fight, and maybe Martin Johnson might have been sin-binned and been banned for that game, but that's not the way we play. But we've got a few things to work on. We're probably going to have to change our game, and probably mentally, they've got a little bit of an edge on us at the moment because we haven't won those encounters, but that's going to be a test of us as coaches and test as players to look at how we can possibly overcome that and make sure that we've got a chance to see if we can improve what today was a pretty disappointing performance.
Well, we haven't won the last game of the season for the last 3 years, so it's not something that's new to us. We've been in this position before where we finished second. We've just got to go into the playoffs and give it everything we've got, and which we will do. And hopefully we'll be back at Twickenham.
So it will be the playoffs again for Wasps, and a home game against the up-and-coming Sale Sharks.
Again at home, and you can see the emotion on Dallaglio's face. Warren Gatland's last match in charge at the Causeway, and I'm sure that was part of the team talk. Can Dallaglio and his team make sure that Gatland's farewell at the helm is at Twickenham? The English champions with their title on the line. And the parallels continue with last season, because going into the semi-final, they were thumped by Leicester in the final league game of the campaign. That happened at Welford Road last week, and Wasps looking to bounce back again. Throws into the middle of the line-out, and Chris Jones gets across London Wasps, but the referee has decided that there was an imbalance in numbers at the line-out, and therefore it's a free kick, and here goes Burkitt now for Wasps. And had it been a full penalty, they'd have tapped it anyway. Well, King's underneath the post to get the 3 points. That was just too simple to ignore. Hodgson restarts. Lost by Shaw, and it's already with top to Chabal, and Chabal can knock any door down, especially when it's that wide open. And straight from the restart, Sale score a dramatic try. This is a Rinley, and this is Worsley, and it's Voice. Now, is this the point when Wasps do break Sale? Voice going again, the leading try scorer in the Premiership. Nearly getting one in the semi-final. Here comes Worsley. And once again, Sale are hanging on. Dawson, there's loads of men out wide. Reese is one of them, and Wasps do score. And at the Causeway, they so often find a way. Terrific match, really is.
Well, if you want to know why Wasps are tapping and going, every free kick and penalty, that try is your answer. Quite amazing, because I thought Alex King, a minute ago, was going to kick for touch from a penalty. They ran it, and then threw another shocking pass, but from the shadow of their own post there, Tom restarts it with a pass, and Van Gisbergen, what I love about him is awareness. He's going infield, then he thinks Saki's got the pace. Lovely handoff there, and then Robinson is there in support, but the ball goes back, and Dawson, as he has done for 20, keeping it alive. Booming tackle from Shabal, but from there on, when you go backwards as quickly as Sale are, there's always going to be a hole somewhere. The midfielder coming up early, they're offside twice, but they couldn't stop the momentum.
Van Gisbergen can't be stopped either. Redpath, Hodgson, White again. Redpath looks at the referee. He can't see it coming back. He can't see it because Wasps have got it. Dallaglio to King. Missed out one in the middle, given to Lucy. Oh, Lucy's going! Oh, this is wonderful running. He's got Greening inside. He might not need him. Lucy's going to score one of the tries of the season. Oh, what a finish! That is absolutely brilliant from Josh Lucy.
Well, this is scintillating stuff from the English champions. Warren Gatland, he won't give anything away, but he's got to be bursting with pride at that try. Again, it's all about ambition. Wasps turned it over, well, from 10 yards back from where they scored 2 minutes ago, and Dallaglio thought, let's attack, and Lucy infield, he had the confidence to dummy and the pace to go. King says, let's run it. You just can't show him the inside, and Jason Robinson, one-on-one, is burnt to a cinder by Lucy, left for dead by the centre. And Robinson's season is tapered a bit since injury, but Josh Lucy, he is some attacking weapon. What a try.
Van Gisbergen scores again, and from 10-3 down, it is now 17-10 to Wasps. Redpath, Wigglesworth, he's found Todd, and Todd might go on and score here. What an interjection that is from Wigglesworth, and White scores! So much has happened in this first half. It's as if we've had a season condensed into it. Here goes Cueto now, looking for this one through, and Boyce has lost him, and Cueto needs to gather this and score again. Cueto, the man who can't stop scoring, and Sale get that try. Forwards working into Sale. Dawson watches them go forward, throws another man in, and Sale really starting to creak now. Referee again indicating that something is coming Wasps' way. Well, Alex King will try and make sure. He finds support from Rinley. Something certainly does come their way. It's another try, and this club has a title to defend, and it's starting to show.
Scored by the backs, made by the forwards. The Wasp pack now are really delivering the body blows to Sale. They've got no answer. Dave Pearson must have been thinking about a penalty try when that decision was given, but then Rinley for the third time comes short on the angle of King. Frankly, Sale are struggling to stop him from 50 metres. From 2 metres, he ain't stopping this man. King held it up into the tackle, and Rinley picked his line to perfection, and Wasps are really buzzing now.
Van Gisbergen conversion. And Warren Gatland fully aware that this will be his goodbye at home field when he was woozy. Here's Dallaglio throwing it back to Dawson. Here's King. Another score now from Wasps. King, and it will be a score to Shaw. Is that the one? Quarter of the match to go. But today is sudden death, and that might start to signal the death of Sale. We shall see.
Alex King's made a lovely break there, but it's the football in fours, isn't it? We've seen Jason White find the angle to score off Todd. What's Shaw now? But Sale expect this ball to be driven at them. Dallaglio at the back, quick ball, Shabal's not in position, and King delivers a sweet little pass, but again, Sell expected it to come close and hard. It goes wide. Shabal's not ready for that. King is through. He's such a smart player, so aware. And that's a lovely little ball inside to hold Cueto. Sure ain't going to miss that one.
Ditto Van Gisbergen. Sure was not going to miss that one.
So Wasps were into their third final in 3 years, and this game would be the fifth that Wasps would play against Tigers this year. Now, I'd like to share this excerpt from Lawrence Dallaglio's autobiography, where he speaks about the build-up to the game, to give added context to the event. After the Leicester Tigers game, I said, look, soak all this up, every last drop of it, and make sure you bottle it, because there's a good chance we'll meet these guys again 2 weeks from now. What we've experienced today is humiliation on a grand scale, and no one should forget this. No one who was at Welford Road that afternoon, and no one who watched on television or read the reports, thought we could beat Leicester. In fact, the only people who believed Wasps could turn it around were our players and coaches. Most of the rugby writers felt safe in anticipating a glorious finale to Martin Johnson's playing career. The storyline defined the occasion and gave the match added significance. It was as if Wasps, the champions, who were seeking their third consecutive title, didn't exist. And if they did, they didn't matter. Who cared that Warren Gatland, the most successful coach in Wasps history, would be taking charge of the team for the last time? He was just a Kiwi that the media didn't care about. Now, I won't butcher the speech that Dallaglio talks about giving this game, as it delves into his personal life at the time as well, but I'll just say this. It was emotionally charged, and he goes on to describe the final moments before the game. Walking out through the tunnel at Twickenham, Martin Johnson was just across from me, the Premiership trophy on the table in front of us. I could sense the cameras on him, and for a moment I thought about what a fantastic player and leader he had been for Leicester and England. He was an England teammate I had grown to like, and part of me wanted to join all those applauding him. Okay, I thought, just as we were about to walk onto the pitch, this is Jono's last game. Show respect and allow the great man to lead the way. I stopped for half a second, and don't even know if he noticed, but he was first on the pitch that day, and he deserved to be. As soon as I did that, sentiment disappeared, and a very different thought struck. Okay, mate, I said to myself, you've done that. Now let that be the last fucking backward step you take this afternoon.
Leicester winners of the Premiership for 4 years under Johnson, then Wasps for the last 2. And Johnson, the man who opened out his all-embracing arms and dragged England over the line in the World Cup final. Totally honest, totally modest. But only one thing has mattered for him today. The task in hand to drag Leicester over that line one last time with his clubmates.
Well, Johnson would like nothing more than to wrest that crown as England's champions back from what Lawrence Dallaglio has been his inspirational teammate in England colours, but they are fierce rivals, club colours. Leicester, the dominant force in professional rugby. Dallaglio's Wasps, the men who have dominated for the last 2 years. You couldn't have a greater end to Johnson and Bat's career. Dallaglio waiting for them.
Neil Back playing his final Leicester game as well. John Wells leaving the club after 23 years connected with Leicester Tigers. But Dallaglio wants to deliver to Warren Gatland, who goes back to New Zealand, one last piece of silverware. The referee is Chris White. His second Premiership final in a row. And you sense that this match might well be replayed in the years to come. It has all the ingredients for a classic final. The best in England meet head-on for the season's glory, and it's Andy Goode for Leicester to start this match. Gives it to Goode. Stopped by King, but Goode goes through him. Worsley eventually did enough. And that's given away to Boyce from Ollie Smith, and Boyce has gone. What a start this now is for London Wasps. Champions simply do not give their crown away, and London Wasps already lead by 8 points to 0.
Season it does here. Dallaglio in with a dislodging hit, but you can see Vesti's never getting that ball, and with the fullback in the line, Boyce has looked around and he can cruise to the line with a smile. 10-0 to the Wasps.
Van Gisbergen converts. Breakdown, and it will be fascinating as Greening throws and finds Worsley. And he carries a long way. Dawson to King. Into a Rinley. And we know all about his power. One of the players of the season in that forward role. It's meant for Saki, and Saki has taken it. Across comes Martin Johnson. And makes a crucial tackle, but it's back with Wasps. And it's Dallaglio.
Hands away!
Dawson. Alex King, another drop goal maybe from him. Oh yes. Drop goal last year and drop goal the year before for Alex King in this final. He makes it a hat-trick and he makes it 13-0.
He's got the stiletto out, Alex King. That's a wonderful drop kick. Absolute control. Won against Sale last week, but in a much more rarefied atmosphere. He knows you've got to accumulate points in finals, especially against Leicester. And they, well, in Gloucester's case, it broke their hearts. And the Cherry and Whites, who finished top of the regular season, didn't recover. Now Leicester are in a similar position. They were England's top team over the season, and their hearts will not be broken. But wow.
Good. Shooter. Ollie Smith. Caught by Boyce, but Smith showing good strength to hold off the man, and finally on Lloyd to John Murphy, who takes it inside nearly to Ellis. Might fall for Shooter. Leicester getting men to the break now. Now can they get the ball? They've got it with Good, but there's nothing apart from Johnson and Corrie to his right.
Hands away, Ross, hands away! Leave it!
Ellis again. He'll have to go left. He does. To Neil back. To Deacon.
Move now, move, hands away!
Out it goes now to Vesti. Here comes Gibson. Good step from Gibson. Good tackling from Dallaglio, trying to hold the man up until the support arrived. There's Corrie. Now it's Green making a tackle. Remember, in his last London Wasps game, Will Green. And the penalty eventually comes. Those two. It's back with Leicester, and it's Good to Smith. Ollie Smith, can he conjure something again? Rinley makes the tackle. Beeman to Murphy. Murphy! Another good tackle from Lucy. Dislodged the ball again.
Leon Lloyd, you can see it now, but Lucy's having nothing of it. There's your offload, and Lucy hits him backward.
To Good. Lloyd. Lucy every time. What is his tackle count? Corrie to Shooter.
Back, look at Dallaglio driving Shooter back.
That was a leader's tackle. Beeman to Good. Good sidestep from Good, finds Murphy. Joe Worsley. Another one to scythe away. Here's Gibson. And considering all of this is wonderful play from Leicester, and it's Ollie Smith. And still Ollie Smith! Saki hunts him down in the nick of time. Gibson again.
Great stuff.
Leicester have done wonderfully well to make an attack out of this. In view of all that Wasps defence being thrown at them, now can they take the chance? Murphy couldn't get the ball away.
He's on the floor, he can't play it.
And remember that stat about leading at half-time. Leicester, when they've been ahead 16 occasions at half-time this season, they've won 15 of those matches. Wasps, on 12 occasions, they've won 11 of them, and it's Wasps who lead. And at the moment, considering the opposition, that is a healthy lead, 19 points to 6.
It's such an important half for Wasps. Psychologically, they needed to be in this game. Having lost 45-10 a few weeks ago, having been beaten twice in the Heineken, Dallaglio's team needed to know that they could win this game. 19-6 at first, at half-time. They now are in that position. I expect Leicester, with a win in their favour, to come back, but I think Wasps now have to be slight favourites.
Leicester, Green the tight head for Wasps. Picked up by Dallaglio. And the man who replaced Harry Ellis in the first half, Scott Beeman, makes that an important tackle. Here's Matt Dawson. The Wasps about to do it again. when it really matters. Here's Van Gisbergen for these first points in the second half, which he secures for the champions.
Another factor that has to be mentioned is the lack of discipline from Leicester. They have given some stupid penalties away, and today Mark Van Gisbergen is punishing them. And Martin Johnson, we've delivered all the eulogies about what a great captain he has been, and he is.
Greening, Birkin, clockwork, Greening again, Voice. Look at this, Dawson to Dallaglio, knocking men out the way. They're calling on this side. It's Shaw.
Let go!
Have Leicester managed to slow it down? They have.
King at inside centre. What's on now?
Well, Dallaglio's going to the short side, and he's going himself. And Lucy has joined them in the tight as well, as Dawson is buried. Lucy looking to use his power. Dawson again. King. It's a Rinley.
Let go, Leicester!
They're very, very close now.
Don't go!
King has dropped back.
No!
And Dawson has checked that.
No, yes!
King, he's going for the 3 points. And he's hit the post. And it's Smith to Healy. We're talking about leadership, Stuart, and this is leading by example, isn't it? Lawrence Dallaglio powering into shooter.
I just get the feeling we've had all this week dedicated to the great man, the England World Cup captain, and I can imagine Lawrence Dallaglio stewing over his breakfast, thinking, hang on a minute, he ain't the only man. And today, Dallaglio is putting Johnson in the shade on Johnson's last day, and he'll never admit it, and he's got huge respect for Martin Johnson, because these two are greats of this modern era. But he will be loving the fact that right now he's the man who's got Leicester by the shirt.
Murphy tries to climb, but Dallaglio's got it. Here comes Van Gisbergen. Shaw. At the moment, Leicester don't have an answer. And here comes a Rinley, and he's going to pose a big problem. Oh, he couldn't find Lucy.
Rinley's line is terrific. Bang, short, and I just thought he was going to shrug him off. That's a wonderful tackle from Vesti.
Dawson, Dallaglio, Greening.
Hands away, attack, thank you.
King. Nothing fresh there, just into the danger zone. Oh, he's got the bounce as well.
They know, you know, the Wasp crowd now are off their seat.
And Tuilangi will come back blasting for Leicester. This is what he knows, this is what he likes to do. Just like brother Henry, who sadly broke his leg in the final league meeting of the season between these two, which Leicester won so convincingly at Welford Road, but it might count for nothing as Beeman gives it to Will Green. He might be Leinster bound, but he said this week, once a Wasp, always a Wasp, and Lucy has found Shaw, and they're rampant, and they're away! Van Gisbergen! 3 titles in a row are about to be stacked high. Surely.
What a way to wrap up what is a memorable hat-trick for Gatland and Dallaglio. That is simply brilliant. Andy Goode came offside, and suddenly the Wasps thought, well, we can't go wide, we'll come through the middle. Simon Shaw, who has had a monumental second half, burst through, and Van Gisbergen, who picks line so well, is through. Look at this, Lucy thinks it's not on there. Beautiful ball from Shaw, and Leicester, who have thrown everything at the Wasps, are cut to pieces on the counter-attack.
But this is a consolation, and it's no consolation for Leicester to lose in a final to Wasps. If they get a try here, there won't be too much celebrating. Moody is a good try if they get it. Beeman scores. But what we have here now is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 substitution from London Wasps. Everybody is going to be a part of this.
There's one man they're not going to drag off this pitch in black. Captain Lawrence Dallaglio. Dawson off now, he's a winner. But what an inspiration their captain has been today. Yet again, he is going to make Clive Woodward a very happy man this afternoon.
And Warren Gatland too. Locke, Purdy, Fury, Brooks, Hoadley all on for Wasps to get their medals, and they will be winners' medals.
Now let go, Wasps, don't go in there, don't stay on your feet. Don't go in there. He's going straight through the middle there, that's fine. Stay back foot now, Wasps, leave it now.
Neil back. Jordan Murphy. And Ollie Smith with Healy outside and Gibson there too.
To the way, let go, that's out.
Flicked on into Wasps' hands. It's Brooks, and it's already with Purdy, and one of the substitutes, one of the young men, to get there, is it? Yes, Hoadley! Party can begin. A game to remember for all the wrong reasons.
Well, they've made all the subs. Brooks is on, Purdy, 1 sub, 2 subs. What a pickup from Hoadley. Warren Gatland is not going to fly on an aeroplane back to New Zealand. He's going to go on a magic carpet. Dallaglio is the man of the match today, the Peter Deakin commemorative medal winner, but Warren Gatland, he's going to rival him for the rugby personality of the day. Fantastic.
With all the additions wanting to play their part, that is it. The hat-trick complete. 3 Premiership finals and 3 final wins. Wonderful 3 for London Wasps. They have beaten Leicester for the first time this season, and it was in the match when the trophy was lying at the end of it. They are building a dynasty of power in the English club game, which is starting to equal the achievements of Leicester and Bath beforehand. In the modern era, 3 Premiership final wins is a magnificent achievement.
Lawrence Dallaglio, a remarkable performance from a quite remarkable team. How do you keep doing this?
Oh, we're just thrilled to bits, you know. Martin Johnson's a great player, Leicester are a great team. But, you know, from the minute I woke up this morning, turned on the radio, all I heard was Leicester, Leicester, Leicester. Martin Johnson, Neil Back, John Wells, Leicester. And it kind of gets to you a little bit. Because, you know, we are the champions. We have been for the last 2 years. Yes, we didn't finish top of the league, but people should know our pedigree by now. And, you know, we put in a quality performance. That, you know, Leicester beat us a couple of weeks ago, fair and square. You know, I sat on the pitch, stood on the pitch, applauded Martin for being probably the game's greatest player. But that kind of thing hurts, you know, when you get beat by that many points. And, you know, we were certainly up for it today, and I think we're worthy champions. And, you know, we're putting together now, you know, something pretty special. 3 years on the trot. You know, Leicester won it 4 years before that, and, you know, it was a great game today, and Leicester probably didn't deserve to lose in the way they did. But, you know, everything clicked for us today, and we played well.
As well motivated as you clearly say you were, Lawrence, I mean, you lost 45-10 2 weeks ago. You've won today 39-14. How do you explain a 58-point swing in 2 weeks? Just motivation, is that all it is?
No, I think, you know, we had the comfort of the playoff. You know, we knew that that was something that we could fall back on, and I think, for whatever reason, this team has become a team that win when they have to win.
Warren Gatland, for you, for all of the team, but for Warren Gatland, this is a special day. How much has he contributed over the last 3 years, and how much do you think you'll miss him next year?
I think he's contributed an enormous amount. You know, he's developed the English game. You know, from day one he wanted to, you know, develop English players, bring on the English game. And I think not only are Wasps going to be worse off without Warren Gatland, but I also think English rugby will. And there's not many overseas coaches you can say that about. And I've got a funny, sneaking suspicion that, you know, we wear black, and when he returns to New Zealand, he'll have something to play in another team that wear black.
We shall see. There's a trophy for you to collect in a minute, but you were the man of the match today, Lawrence. Sarah Rafferty is alongside here from Zurich with the Peter Deakin Memorial Medal to present it to you.
Yes,
well done yet again.
Gatland will return to Waikato with the warmest of thanks from everybody connected with Wasps.
We haven't talked about Sean Edwards, but the bite, the spark, the fresh rugby intelligence he brought with them has complemented Gatland's management skills and calm, steady leadership so well with Dallaglio, who's a leader from the front at club level. They've just got the perfect management, and boy, did it show today.
And when you consider images of the day, we had plenty of Lucy tackles, didn't we? But what will stick with me, I think, is Sean Edwards and his reaction to that Leicester try and the total outrage that his side had conceded a try right at the end. I mean, that man is a winner, isn't he? And We are right, I'm sure, to praise Gatland and Dallaglio, but Edwards too. So here we go. The Zurich Premiership Trophy is handed again to Lawrence Dallaglio. They are making a habit of this. Played 3 finals, won 3 finals. Warren Gatland has the perfect gift.
Warren Gatland, you can now burn your boarding pass. You will not need a plane to fly home to New Zealand now, will you?
Oh, no, it's a good day. Pretty happy, yeah. 3 in a row.
Good day, pretty happy, 3rd in a row. Come on, give me more.
Oh, we were written off before the game. No one was talking about any of the sort of the Wasps players, and I think what we've achieved, and we're pretty proud. And I think, tactically today we were really good. I told, we said before the game what was going to, and it's nice to you sort of predict a few things, and it goes a bit like clockwork. But I thought, I was really, really proud of the performance today, and at half-time we really got up for it as well. I think Lawrence did a great job, and emotionally we were there, and come out in second half, score first, and this team won. They're a good club side, they're a great team and great club, and sometimes you get days like that where things go for you and you take your chances. Today was one of those days for us.
Is that really the secret to today? Just you spending the week polishing the chip on your shoulder? Is that simply how it explains everything?
No, we had to change tactically today. We kicked a lot more today than we normally do, and I thought the physical encounter we were really good. And we did a few things on the line. They get the throws right over the back, just to catch them out a little bit, stopping their drive, and they weren't quite as sharp of us. We needed the game last week against Sale, really good second half performance, and today we just went out there and we really wanted it. And we wanted it bad. We had the 2 trophies in the change rooms beforehand, and we said it could be something special. 3 in a row. They had 4 in a row, 3 in a row. So we're going to have a good night and a good couple of days, and I'm going to really enjoy the next sort of couple of weeks. I'm going to go back and today was the sweetest, because to do it when no one expected is pretty special.
And assuming you ever do sober up, any chance of you changing your mind and staying?
Oh, no one will be able to come back. That's why I'm leaving when things are going well. A bad season next year and a few losses, I'll be out in my ear and get the boot. So things are pretty good at the moment. So I'd like to think that I've got a few years back in New Zealand of the contract, and maybe in the future I'd like to be able to come back. I've had a brilliant time. I have a huge amount of respect for English rugby and what England did in winning the World Cup, and there's a lot of potential, and this game's going to continue to grow in this country, and at some stage in the future I'd like to be a part of it again.
Sure, we'll see you again wherever you are, Warren. Many congratulations. Well done today.
So the Gatland era at Wasps was over, and he and Shaun Edwards had done only what Leicester Tigers had done previously, and won 3 league titles in a row. What a game, and what a legacy for Warren to leave. What more could this club do? After the success of the 2004-2005 season, a big question loomed for the club. Who could possibly be the successor of the most successful director of rugby in the club's history? Who would even want to take on that challenge, as it could almost be seen as a poisoned chalice? In steps Ian Mcgeechan.
I felt it was the biggest challenge in some respects outside international rugby or the Lions that I had, So coming to Wasps, in a way, was completely different. They were successful. They'd got Lawrence Dallaglio as captain, and Warren Gatland was coaching before me. So they'd had a lot of success and a steady group of players. So as a coach coming into that, I felt that was a big challenge, a different challenge that I'd not had before, coming into a successful environment, one that you hadn't sort of built up, as it were. Again, met up with Shaun Edwards, picked up a rapport pretty early, which again was great, which is so important. And a new forwards coach, Leon Holden, who'd come in. And really, I just listened. My first couple of months, I did a lot of listening to the players, what they did. I'd got certain principles that I'd always had as a coach, but until I understood the players, I didn't feel that I wanted to necessarily change anything, just wanted to let them know the sort of things I was looking for, but actually me understand what the Wasps environment was, and spoke to Lawrence, Simon Shaw, Joe Worsley, Alex King, some really experienced and natural leaders. And I still believe the first player that I brought in was Rafael Ibanez from Saracens. And Raf, again, became a very good friend and somebody amongst that group that you could bounce ideas off. And so gradually we sort of built and continued. I wanted to keep Wasps evolving so that our game, wasn't something that was predictable. And again, you were in a good group of players who were prepared to challenge and look at things and be prepared to do things slightly differently if it was needed. And again, 4 very happy years there. So it's like anything. You're back to players want to win. They want an environment where they have an opportunity to succeed as an individual, as a person, as well as a player. And if you do that collectively, they have a trust and an honesty about what they're doing, then they can rely on them. And you've got this environment where nothing's off limits. If something's not right, I always said it needs to be said early so you can sort it out. And that's what we evolved. So the team actually changed quite a lot over the next 3 years in personnel in some respects. But there was that very strong core there. Lawrence virtually didn't play my first year there. He got that bad ankle break on the Lions tour in 2005.
Dallaglio describes this time at the club in his autobiography. Some question whether he was the right man for the club, because he had been at Northampton, had also coached Scotland and the Lions, and he had known bad days as well as good ones. I couldn't see the logic in that. I had worked with Ian on the 1997 Lions tour in South Africa, and knew how good he was. The Wasps team would soon change with a younger generation of players coming through, and Ian's wisdom in overseeing that transition was going to be of enormous benefit. Sean Edwards was still the club, and Sean is, to all intents and purposes, Wasps' coach. He's the heartbeat of the side, the engine that drives things on the training ground. When he's referred to as the defence coach, that's an insult. He's defence, attack, tactics, strategy, psychology, lots of things. Of course, Ian would do his share of the coaching, but he was also appointed to be the leader and figurehead during a period of great change. When Warren joined, he was allowed to spend time observing how things were done at the club before actually taking control. And there's no doubt he benefited from that. The same thing happened with Ian. He joined the club before the end of the 2004-2005 season and just watched as Warren and Sean prepared us for the playoff matches in the Premiership. In the first season with Ian on board, we targeted the Mcgeechan Cup, having ended up in a 4-team group with London Irish, Cardiff and Saracens. In this competition, each club plays each other just once. We recognised that being required to only play 5 games, only one of which would be outside of London, was as straightforward a route to the trophy as you could get. And I imagine Ian was relieved the team had won something in his first season, as it did lessen the pressure. Now, whilst this triumph had kept the Wasps winning tradition alive, in the league Wasps had been good but not great. Ian Mcgeechan talks about this in his autobiography, saying the Mcgeechan Cup victory was good, but it wasn't good enough for Wasps. And their Premiership form that season meant that, with only 2 games left in the regular season, they would need to guarantee their spot in the newly formed 4-team Premiership playoffs with a win at home against London Irish.
Season, the sides above them in the Premiership table, the likes of London Wasps. So a big night all round, because there's a lot riding on this match for the champions too. They feel they've been playing reasonably well, but not winning. And that is not the way Wasps do things at the crunch end of the season. If they lose today to another top 4 challenger, like they lost to Leicester last week, then there will be every right for questions to be asked in the London Wasps house, because they'll certainly be asked on the outside. But a win today, and everybody can get ready for a big push in the semi-finals in the traditional Wasps fashion. Lawrence Dallaglio, like Mcgeechan, an old warrior of the English game, and knowing more than anybody what is needed in the run-in. Ricky Flutie starts the match for London Irish, and it falls for the visiting side, and Hodgson to Flutie. Good start at the kickoff for London Irish, and Wasps maybe not quite expecting this so soon. They managed to organise defensively, and then it's picked up by Olivier Magna. And in goes Hodgson again to Casey. Oh, this is Fernardi! First minute! Try! It is an incredible start! Kick long by Mcgeechan. Tom Voice. Oh, that's good running from Voice. Owen Reddin will be able to play this now. Staunton, Abbott. Oh, that's a lovely play from him. Arinley takes them on. Arinley with this power. We've got another try. You can never write Wasps off. In fact, you should write them up. 5-all.
Here's the try again. Beautiful footwork from Abbott. Flutie's the man who didn't trust the inside cover, and then Arinley just blasts the cover aside. It's a very well worked score.
Another player with plenty of international experience, Ibanez. He's carrying into the heart of Irish. Staunton, Abbott offered himself, but it's gone to Voice, and Voice is stepping away and showing good pace too. Saki's calling on this side. Van Gisbergen leaves it, comes to Saki. Against his former club, of course. Good tackle there from Bob Casey, but it's still with London Wasps. And Owen Reddin to Ibanez. Burkitt. Reddin again. Out to Van Gisbergen. Dallaglio takes him through the middle. There are certainly numbers to the left. Still might be. Out it goes to Abbott, and it's Voice stretching to score once more in this quite remarkable start. It's all happening, isn't it? Danaher.
How's your father? I think a few of the backs would have said you didn't have a father after that kick from Bob Casey. Oh.
Armitage. Now that's into space, and Ojo's flying. We're going to get another. We are. Picked up by Shaw. Straight into Fernardi.
Is he really a centre, Fernardi? Great drive from the Wasp pack, though.
I think he ignores the number on his back. That's Staunton. That's another good break. Now he's threatening to get away. They're calling on this side, but Staunton won't need them. Underneath the post.
And it's here.
Another good take from Simon Shaw. And here goes Ibanez again. Reddin, Staunton. More space. Arinley. Van Gisbergen overrunning, but that's a good pass from Arinley. Just flicked it away to Staunton, who's revelling in this type of match. Ibanez, boot in from Irish, and Shaw has got to go back. Didn't really want to stoop for that ball, and it sat up nicely for him. But there, it falls for Danaher, who looks for the handoff. That's a good pass too, Floaty! Armitage, he's lost it now. The player hasn't really covered himself in glory defensively so far in this match. Cat, good vision, it's on if it bounces for him. Puts enough pressure on to make sure it comes back for Irish. And Leguizamon goes, and he can really move the Argentinian. Out it goes wide. Ojo once more. Hodgson. Tanguy Thakambau was waiting. Mcgeechan, oh, where's that gone? It's gone to Tanguy Thakambau. Leguizamon. Hodgson. Armitage. Danaher adds muscle there, so too Hatley. Hodgson this way to Fernardi. Oh, that's a lovely offload. Casey! London Irish are absolutely fizzing here. Fernardi on the short ball, but once again he gets it out of the tackle. It was always straight to Voice. What a perfect way for Wasps to end the half. A kiss of the ball, and you can see exactly what Voice thinks about that and what the supporters here at the Causeway Stadium feel too.
Voice gets the interception. We go in 29-all in an absolute classic first half. But I think now Wasps go in possibly with a little bit more self-belief. That was a really important intercept and end to the half.
And be involved in the business end. as we go into May. Now, how will Wasps start this half? Remember how Irish started the game? Well, here's Abbott to Saki. It looks as if we are going to continue where we left off before the interval, which is great news all round. Reddin serves it out to Burkitt, and Reddin again. Van Gisbergen. Scrum half once more to Staunton, to Abbott. It's on, it's really on here. Lock to Bracken. Boyce has got another. 10 extra seconds, was it, for Wasps that Irish took in the first half. It's Irish ball, though, here. And Flutie. And here comes Mike Cat. We've got another one! Couldn't locate him. Saki, handoff on Casey. Van Gisbergen. Well, he threatens to kick, but he was never going to, was he? Oh, well taken. A Ridley behind his back! Are you little Ridley? Just can't get away from Cat. It would have been one of the great individual scores because he had no right to take that ball and then carry at such pace. Reddin. Payne. Well, that's good strength from him. Carried the ball well there, the prop. Reddin to Boyce. Just for a second, it started to open up.
And Cat had no right to make this tackle. Determination, slides in low, great tackle.
Reddin, Staunton, now he's giving it away! Armitage has gone. Like Boyce in the first half, presented with a try. Now, how important will that be? You think of that tackle on a Rinley as well on this side of the field, but he might have to do another here because Boyce has got it all in front of him. He was tackled, but he found Stuart Abbott. Abbott, even from there with three in front of him, would have threatened to finish because he's got that sidestep. Dallaglio puts it back to Reddin, to Staunton. Worsley. There's some power come off this Wasp bench. Worsley, one of those players, but penalised for holding on.
What a test for Wasp now. 9 points down. They've got out of holes before, not this big.
And it's on now for replacement scrum half Willis. He's looking for Ojo. Ojo has scored for London Irish. Remember, Gloucester won today. And they could qualify as well. Here's Waters. Lost again. Flutie. Now he's running. He was kicking. But he's scoring another try. That's what he loves to do. London Irish having a dream day. Geraghty to kick now, but he misses. It doesn't matter though. London Irish can celebrate. They have come here, they have downed the champions, and they are sending the champions to have to play at Kingsholm for a semi-final spot. Irish have a home game to come. They are going to be in the semi-final themselves. They have everything as it stands at the moment, and London Wasps have to contemplate one of the most difficult trips in the Premiership, and what a final weekend we're going to have.
This loss meant they would all come down to an away trip to an informed Gloucester side, whose new young core looked to be on course for that last playoff spot.
He's about to give Wasps a welcome that is reserved for very few. Lawrence Dallaglio's men have, over the last few seasons, thrived on such negativity in difficult situations, and they will need to show all that spirit again. Having lost their last 3 Premiership matches, champions Wasps have reached this point, having to win at this famous old ground just to get into the top 4. Josh Lucy back from injury along with Joe Worsley. Same injury problem for them, and the big guns back.
Well, Joe Worsley's very important. They lacked a carrying presence last week. Dallaglio is a little bit lateral at the moment. Worsley will carry, and again at 7 against Andy Hazel, he has got to be winning that battle on the floor. If Hazel and Forrester get the edge, on 7 and 8, then Gloucester have a chance.
And there is a freshness about the Gloucester play that has really pepped up their season at just the right point. They've been hovering around the top 4 since September. Now can they make it there? And can they exact revenge for that defeat in the Premiership final 3 years ago to London Wasps? It might sound like a long time, but it still hurts in these parts. Old scores, fresh faces, and a great afternoon in prospect. That's how the table stands at the moment. We'll come back to that in a second as we watch Anthony Allen go through. Quite beautifully! Anthony Allen is going to get the first score! It is the biggest test yet for these Gloucester youngsters. There is one of them. Where's this one going to bounce? To Tom Boyce, gives it to Van Gisbergen, and Van Gisbergen has worked his way through a whole host of bodies there. Oh, look at the dump tackle coming in again. Forrester flying in. This is Saki. Dallaglio is with him, but Saki takes on Brown. In goes Worsley, Reddin, Boyce. Bracken, well, they're calling for obstruction, but Bracken, I think, was trying to get out of the way of Boyce as much as anything else. Is Staunton. And it's fallen for Lucy. No knock on, says the referee. Bracken picks up. Oh, and then a leg was left out there as Reddin tried to get through. Thought the referee was going to give that one. Is he going to give the try? Not yet.
Leave it, Gloucester!
And Gloucester managed to slow it down. Referee warns them. Lucy's in there again. It's Joe Worsley. Can he use his power here? Joe Worsley scores for London Wasps. The Premiership has been theirs for a long time. They feel it is their trophy. And in Worsley's muscle there, you saw a team determined not to give it up. We're going to have some exciting times. Reddin. Lucy, that is direct and strong, as you'd expect. Leo looking for support. It's come from Reddin. Another score here for London Wasps, and they would be motoring into a very strong position. Staunton to Shaw. Forrester makes another tackle. Has he managed to turn him? The Wasps still have it. Reddin once more to Van Gisbergen. Excellent footwork from Van Gisbergen. Staunton. Ward was to his left, but Staunton takes it forward. Reddin goes burying in again to get the ball for Dallaglio. And that's Lamb making a tackle on Dallaglio. Reddin. Tim Payne, Bracken's there, the two props. Reddin once more. Here's Saki.
Away, run! Leave it, one! Feet back.
London Wasps throwing everything at Gloucester here. Dallaglio leads the charge. Reddin might want to come this way with numbers. Staunton just steps inside. Didn't feel the odds were in Wasps' favour. Voice. Good tackling from Gloucester. Down goes Allen. Referee lets it go again. This is Lucy.
His attack started this move, a good break on the inside of Lamb.
Here comes Leo. He's been heavily involved as well in this attack. Reddin to Saki. Reddin once more. Voice. Can they find a way through all of this? Nevin Davis with a tackle. Now it's Worsley to Staunton, to Lucy, to Abbott. Van Gisbergen is waiting. Mark Van Gisbergen, oh, what a score. They love intensity, don't they? And there is plenty of that knocking around today. London Wasps and Mark Van Gisbergen take a healthy lead. In that centre role rather than be on the wing. Oh, it's Forrester from number 8 here. To Foster, back inside to Forrester. Gloucester looking for the perfect start to this second half, which would throw this game wide open. Hazel took it on, then it's Thomas. Lamb with a little chip. Can Anthony Allen make it again? He can! Well, there's no doubt that Wasps Gloucester at the height of their learning curve. Gloucester are setting out on theirs. It is such a weapon. You often feel underused, but not by Gloucester today, or as Stuart was saying, by Irish last weekend, Ricky Flutie. Here's Ryan Lamb, and he's off from his own 22. Out to Ollie Morgan. Saki steps in, but Simpson-Daniel's taking it. James Simpson-Daniel for Gloucester. Inside goes Hayden Thomas. Look at the ground they've already covered. The replacement scrum half wasn't held and managed to go on. Mevin Davis to Ryan Lamb. Oh, Ryan Lamb! Maybe we're expecting a little bit too much. Saki to Van Gisbergen to Shaw. Van Gisbergen again. Saki again. Good aggressive tackling from Gloucester. Now, is that holding on the floor? No, says Tony Spreadbury. Shake of the head.
Yes, says the shed.
Staunton to Leo. Tackled by Forrester, amongst others. Mevin Davis was in there again. Another good tackle from the hooker. Staunton to Bracken. Simpson-Daniel was sniffing. Now it's Abbott trying to get away. Clattering tackles going in. There's Burkitt. That's a good little step from Burkitt. Now he'll need a speedster with him. Reddin offloads. Tim Payne.
Away. Hands away.
Bracken hits the ruck. Back with Reddin. Staunton. Lamb trying to rip it back. Reddin once more to Dallaglio. Turnovers were a problem for Wasps, of course, in their 9-try game against London Irish. 9 tries conceded, that is. And they're determined not to be turned over here. And here's Dallaglio, because this is a very promising attack. Tim Payne involved again. In goes Reddin. In the first half they scored after phase, and Shaw, and you feel that something might be building here. Although Ingo Gloucester once more. Ward is there though for London Wasps. Reddin to Lucy and Saki. Oh, Forrester, great tackle. Followed him, hunted him. Lucy, Shaw. Every tackle is cheered by the Gloucester fans, but they'll need a few more.
Glorious 17 minutes of Premiership rugby, this.
Staunton to Leo. Door shut there. Try again, Van Gisbergen. Dallaglio. Buxton, the two captains. Van Gisbergen again to Boyce. Boyce inside. Van Gisbergen nearly there. In comes Reddin. But it's Foster who's got it, and he's quick if he gets away, but he couldn't release himself from the clutches of Staunton. But there might be something on here, and Lamb has seen it. On to Simpson-Daniel. Bailey's outside. Simpson-Daniel trying to run rings around Dallaglio. Dallaglio didn't know where he was. Simpson-Daniel outside his Bailey. Bailey now for Gloucester. Across comes Saki. Can he make it? Oh, he's one of the great scores.
Try of the season. Unbelievable.
For the English rugby nation, because the champions at the moment could be on their knees. Look at the vision of Lamb, and then Dallaglio, the great man, the captain, in front of the shed, cannot lay a finger on Simpson-Daniel.
Well, you expect Simpson-Daniel in broken play to do that, but he has been heavily involved in 2 of the tries from centre. But I am just going to nail that one down to Ryan Lamb. The kid had the courage from his line to say, I'm good enough to pass, I've got the confidence to do it. He looked up, he saw Sinbad, and Lawrence Dallaglio turned inside out by the man they call Sinbad. Magical try. He gave the ball. I wondered whether it was early, but if there's one thing James Bailey has, it's pace. Wasps are still in this game, but that is unforgettable score.
From the touchline has sent that one sailing through. To obstruct.
Away, run!
Hayden Thomas, Ryan Lamb is buried, and Simon Shaw nearly with that long arm to charge down. Lucy inside to Voice. Narroway's there, Allen is there, but it's back with Reddin to Dallaglio to Lucy. There's a gap in front of him. Lucy looks to use it. Bracken to Payne. He's driven back.
That was good. Dallaglio and Lucy found a nice hole there. Wasps stepping up intensity.
Staunton missing out a man given to Stuart Abbott before he goes to Harlequins. Will it be his final London Wasps match? Not if he has anything to do with it. This is Saki now, and Paul Saki is blazing away. London Wasps are right in this match. They are always going to be in this match until the final whistle.
Well played, Wasps. We said they stepped up the intensity. Lucy tackled by Simpson-Daniel, but he's not held. He gets up very alert. Foster shouldn't have stayed in. That means he gets suckered by Saki's pace on the wide. And Ollie Morgan, who made a beauty of a tackle to stop Voice, can't hold Saki. And Wasps, as we knew they would, come right back into this game.
Before those quick legs got into their stride, that is a good swivel out of the tackle from Ward, the hooker. Hands in there from Gloucester. Buxton, referee waves it on. Came off Buxton's boot, I think, in the second instance. This is Reddin to Voice, and Voice showing power of his own. Worsley, he's got Leo with him. Now can Worsley do it? Joe Worsley!
They have taken the inspiration of Gloucester and they have bounced back. Voice again, the challenge and run. He's got 30 metres plus to go. Should Ollie Morgan have gone for him earlier? It's difficult because Leo was holding him, but I think the fullback had to make a decision to commit himself now because he doesn't have the pacey backs to stop Worsley. It's only Eustace who's not getting there. Beautifully finished from Worsley. Great fight back from Wasps.
Mercier. Allen drops it, and with that, is that the end of Gloucester's Premiership season? Yes, it is. It has been a very different kind of run to the semi-final for London Wasps this season, but they are there nevertheless. It must have been a long, long week for them too, after that defeat against London Irish at the Causeway Stadium. But the final 20 minutes of this game would have been looking such a short period to them, but somehow they have managed to turn this game around, showing great character. They were up for it, and the king is not dead yet.
Lawrence, it was a big enough ask to come down here and win the game once. How much an achievement is it for Wasps to come down here and effectively win the game twice?
Yeah, it's a fantastic game of rugby, actually. I don't know what it is with Tony Spreadbury, but you know, he produces great games of rugby, and we played very well at times, and we played with mistakes at times, but you don't become champions 3 years running without having that fighting spirit, and you know, we live to fight another day. The so-called experts up there, you know, they wrote us off as ever, and I think we showed a lot of courage, a lot of heart. Not an easy place to win, especially when they came from behind and had their tails up at the end of the game. But you know, I can't fault my players. They played fantastically well, and listen, we know we're not playing at our best, but we're in there with a shout.
20 points to 8 at half-time, Lawrence. I'd have thought if you'd scored first in the second half, could have been game over. What were you saying to yourself as the rush of points suddenly started coming the other way?
Well, you know, you wouldn't be surprised to know that the first thing in the dressing room we said is we have to score next, and clearly we made two mistakes and they got 2 quick tries. But you know, you look at the clock, there's still 20 minutes to go, and that's where you know, you've got to play with composure, you've got to keep your shape, and we did that, and the tries came, and you know, you can't underestimate. We've had 3 defeats. You know, we've now won here, and that will give us real confidence going up to what is probably the toughest challenge of the season so far. You know, Sale are the most consistent side in the Premiership. They rightly finished top, but as we know, you know, it's a playoff system.
You've won it from second 3 times in a row. Winning it from 4th, would that be even better?
Well, we're not going to move on. You know, we're not going to look beyond the next game. And as I said, that is a very tough game against a very worthy opponent in Sale, and they've got a lot of hunger, a lot of desire to you know, to show that they're the best team in England. So, you know, we've won 1, lost 1 to Sale this season, so it's going to be, if it's anything like today, you know, it's a great advert for rugby, and I'm sure the fans, whether they're from Gloucester or Wasps, would have left very happy today.
So we don't write Wasps off yet then, Lawrence?
Well, we're in the playoffs, aren't we?
Good luck to you. Thank you.
After that game, it was the Premiership semi-final against Sale Sharks. But this would be as far as this team goes. Lawrence Dallaglio in his book describes this loss at Sale. They needed a bit of magic from Jason Robertson to win the game. But with Jason on the opposing team, you can't complain about the magic. To their credit, Sale did a thoroughly Wasps-like job on Leicester in the final. Their top players, Jason Robertson, Charlie Hodgson and Jason White, were magnificent. And with hindsight, you can see that this Sale team was stacked and deserved winners of the Premiership that year, and a lot better than people gave them credit for at the time. But Dallaglio mentions in his book that Sale going on to win was little consolation. And Josh Lucy in his autobiography reflected on this season saying, "The best coach I've ever had the privilege of working with is Shaun Edwards. But even he hasn't always got the balance right. Put simply, he cares so much about the game, how it's played, and that his team is successful, that he sometimes finds it difficult to sit back, loosen the reins, and give those below him their heads. It's no coincidence that our worst season at the club, the 2005-2006 season, also coincided with Shaun, by his own admission, over-coaching at times. That said, I believe the balance he struck in the next two seasons, the 2006-2008, when he had the extra stimulation of coaching Wales, was absolutely impeccable. By this stage, with the experienced Ian Mcgeechan, the intelligent Leon Holden, and the analytical Adam Grange, along with Shaun, the entire management team had finally settled into a successful dynamic, knowing how best to manage, interact, and bounce ideas off each other. Despite all this, it was still a tough time at Wasps. Domestically the next season, they had a very interesting problem of having so many internationals in their squad, with especially England players filling out most of the starting 15 at the time, that they really struggled to play without them. Both Dallaglio and Mcgeechan talk in their books about how they seem to have a tough away fixture every international weekend, and that too many losses on the road destroyed their chances of the Guinness Premiership that year, which meant all the club had to focus on was the Heineken Cup. The first game of this Heineken Cup campaign would be at home to Castra.
Voice, Staunton inside Asaki. Tackled again. Voice. Trying to pop it inside. Vickery is there. Redden, short. Palmer unloads that. Made to work for every inch, and this is Saki! Saki exploding through on the stroke of half time! They have broken cap!
Patience is a virtue, and that's what Wasps were.
Dallaglio off the base. And Ward! Wasps trying to inject some energy now. Redden waiting, and the referee will give a penalty to Wasps now. Van Gisbergen to give Wasps a 6-point lead. Very calm, very collected, very important. Yeah, Wasps just want to finish this game, and there is the final whistle. Castra have pushed Wasps all the way, but it is the home side that managed to take the 4 points in the end.
The next game would see Wasps lose a tight fixture against Perpignan, but the experienced players would step up and make sure that the team got a losing bonus point from the game that ended up being crucial. The team had a very unique blend of experience and exciting youth coming through at this time. And Ian Mcgeechan talks about this time as this European campaign continued.
You know, there was a good sort of collective direction from everybody, which impressed me. Joe Worsley impressed me. Joe, again, just a good thinker of the game. Alex King was outstanding. And then there were players coming through, Owen Redden, who became a Irish scrum half, again, just a very clever player and a player who challenged you as a younger player. He knew what he wanted. And of course, Danny Cipriani, who'd come through the academy. And that was the year Danny, when he came in, he's got his first game for Wasps was against London Irish. And it was a bit like the Danny Cipriani show. He was doing long passes overhead. And at half time, I said to Danny, I said, "You're not playing to make the team work." And I brought him off. And then for the next 5 games maybe, Train made him watch. And then I said, now, when Alex King, I think, had been injured, was fit again, I said, "I'm going to play you at fullback, Danny." I said, because then from fullback you can see just what's needed at 10 and how you bring players in and how you manage the game. And Danny played at fullback, ended up playing the whole season at fullback, and played outstandingly well.
In these next two back-to-back fixtures against Treviso, we really got to see how well these young players like Tom Rees, James Haskell, Dom Waldock, and of course Cipriani were all fitting into the first team and making them an entirely new kind of threat.
Great position then for Wasps, and it's Alex King gets through for the first try. Skippering the side tonight, great start. Good possession again then for the Wasps. Waldock in centre field, Saki outside him. Needs him to come on an angle. Lobs the ball, and there's the pace from the natural finisher. Good try, Paul Saki. That's a wild kick. It's Saki who picks up the ball. Oh, and getting away. Online for a first half hat-trick then, Paul Saki. And that's 5 for the season in just 4 games. Redden feeding the ball. It's Dallaglio getting on the score sheet. Oh, what a cheeky piece of play by Redden. The scrum half gets one himself. King, good handling, and it's Van Gisbergen. Saki outside him. Can he get a fourth? Oh, surely that was the wrong decision by the fullback. Dallaglio, though, keeps it alive, and it's just Lucy. Lucy with the long pass, and just enough space, yes, for Van Gisbergen to get in at the corner. Plenty of options then for Waldock, and the scoring pass goes in, and it's James Haskell. Knocked out by Haskell.
Cipriani speaks about the advice Shaun Edwards was giving him at the time in his book. Shaun Edwards said to me, "Everything Alex King can do, you can learn. But some of the things you can do, Alex can't." I love that. It makes me feel special. Shaun sees my future at 10 and trains me as such, and wants me to fit in the team because he thinks I'll make something happen. I've never played 15 before, so Shaun gives me 3 basic pointers. Run hard, pass early, and the rest you'll just know. Okay, Shaun, if you say so. It seemed to work for him.
And Reading still looking this way. Here it comes towards us.
Was that theatrics there? Because Phil Vickery caught Corvec, who went down, but he's right up.
Here's Lucy trying to go through the middle, and then it's Waldock, and there's a corner on the far side from Boyce. He's chasing hard, won't quite have the pace. Out into midfield quickly from Duran. He's got a good service. Little Laharag, well, he decided to drag that one back in. He could have been penalised for holding on. In fact, he has been penalised for holding on. And then Perpignan march 10 metres as they deny Wasps the quick possession. Good composure. And there's some space in behind Wasps here with that little chip ahead from Julien Laharag, the fullback. But Tom Boyce, like the one now Lou beforehand, had covered well, and he took the mark, and he's gone. Boyce, almost up to halfway. Nobody seemed to want to tackle him there.
No, they thought they were offside, and by the time they
This way for Wasps, it's King, onto Lucy. Cipriani involved. Saki. Just for a second there seemed to be the potential for an overlap on this side for Wasps.
The Perpignan froze there. They've been penalised so many times for not retreating. They let Boyce go because, as you say, the first 2 thought not me, and then Boyce exploited well.
Here's Worsley's drive. O'Connor. Vickery arrives. Typical Vickery, just trying to work it out any which way. Big cheer now, as if it was a try. Dallaglio plays it short, and that is Cipriani, and that is the youngster doing wonders. That was super play from Cipriani, charging up the touchline. Dallaglio works in the space cleverly, and it leads to a Wasp penalty.
It was Dallaglio who set it up, but he'll say all afternoon, if you can run like that, youngster, I'll set it up all day. Dallaglio's had to rush away to help with Alex King and the placement of the ball. It's fallen over once. He's asked the referee to go back to put it on the tee. It's a long old kick. It's wind assisted. Is it going over? Oh, yes, it is. And now it's 12-3.
Advantage number 6 offside.
Wasps won the penalty as Le Corvette was offside. Reddin takes quickly. They weren't 10 metres there. And once again, referee Nigel Owens absolutely correctly marches forward and puts Alex King in a great kicking position. Looking to take advantage of this penalty and also this slight drop in the wind. Has it got the legs? Yes, it has. Ibanez to Shaw, Reddin to King. So far in this match, as Wardock tries, the defences have been King. Reddin to Lucy. Might be a bit of space. Oh, that's lovely from Cipriani. And again, and once more.
It's the counter-attack seems to me the area where Perpignan might just get some joy.
Charge down. Might be joy here for London Wasps. It's Wardock, he's taken it. London Wasps find the switch at just the right time.
The final game and the decider would be away in France against Castres.
Makes its way over. What a start for the visitors. Into the 22. King now comes round to the narrow side and now drifts his way again. Open. Uses as a referee. Hammer round the fringes. And again, Payne. Making their way infield. King waits, Vickery waits. Now the England captain barrels his way upfield. Vossen is trying to slow it up for Cat. Shaw inside. Tom Rees the on the open side. King looking for the drop goal. Thanks very much. Oh, he's good at that, isn't he?
Easy as that, isn't it? I don't think his mates knew exactly what he was doing, but he knew exactly what he was doing.
King waits and now gets Worsley. Such a destructive tackler, but getting his hands on the ball a little bit more. Most recently, another penalty, and this is hugely kickable. 9-0 will be such a good start inside 13 minutes for Wasps. Bit of chat, and it's now a banker. King clipping that one over. Worsley and Rees. Rees is down at the moment, but this is Lasuk. Lasuk timing his pass. Shaw is there to make sure the ball gets back to Ibanez. Redden, King. Wasps, oh, lovely step from him. Trying to flick it inside there, but it's still Wasps. And this is Voigt screaming away. This could be massive for London Wasps.
Oh my word. The supporters are up.
Now can Cass keep this move going? They can. This is Ross. Ross flinging it wide. Buslu. Big tackle coming in there. It pops up. Ooh. Went forward. The referee was on hand. This is dangerous. Wasps. Taken quickly. It's Milton. He's very rapid. Into the 22. Wasps want to steal it, but it's coming back to Cat.
Mcgeechan describes the aftermath of this victory as, quote, one of those days when it was more than just a victory. because Raf and Phil and the senior players all saw that as the making of us as a team. It was one of those times when in the dressing room, that evening over a beer and on the flight back, you could sense that the team had advanced and was bonding together even more strongly. The next game was Leinster at home in the quarterfinals.
The power play tries to set up some space, and he does, and it's Chris Whitaker who coasts his way through. Dempsey tries to bring Heaslip in, and it's the breakaway for Owen Redden, the Irishman. Owen Redden has thrown Boyce in his shoulder, but he's not going to need Boyce, and Redden scores against his countryman. Boyce again just standing off, and Phil Vickery is there as well. There's Boyce and Vickery and Tom Rees. The Leinster defending so far is pretty solid, well organised. Well, Wasps aren't asking questions at the moment because you know where it's coming. It's the same every time. And then he's over. 2 out, change the point of attack, and that's a try. There's a chance here.
Big chance. Simon Shaw. Haskell gets it outside. Cipriani for a try. Another one for Wasps. Without Dallaglio, that's 2 they scored when they've been down to 14 men. Whittaker to Gleeson. And Ibanez this time with the tackle. And Rees. Oh, I don't believe it. Well, the referee's playing the advantage here. And now it's a chance for Haskell again. Haskell inside. It's going to be another try for Owen Redden.
Despite this amazing victory, there was a cost to this game. Tim Payne was out for the season, and Wasps legend Alex King would be out for the semi-final as well. But Wasps were through, and their next test would be a Northampton side who had been through a hard year. Mcgeechan describes the semi-final in his book. We showed something a bit different in the semi-final. Against Northampton on neutral territory in Coventry, we were 13-0 down. We took time to get the basics right, and we had to subdue a feeling of invincibility because we had played them in the league the week before and won comfortably. But we were always stuffing them in the scrum, and we just had to keep playing. We dropped Josh Lucy for that game because he hadn't been playing that well, and to say the least, Josh was annoyed. But he came on in that second half to prove a point, and as usual with Josh, he did just that. Paul Saki was just coming of age at the time as a top international player, and he finished off 2 movements and scored twice. Josh scored as well, and we scored 30 unanswered points. There was a nice atmosphere at the Ricoh Arena, and all roads led to Twickenham, where we were to meet none other than Leicester. He then goes on to mention how he had to manage the rest of the season very carefully due to the fact that Wasps hadn't qualified for the playoffs of the Guinness Premiership, so once they had finished their regular season, they didn't have any games for about 3 weeks.
We put a training programme together over that 3 weeks of what we wanted to do, how we wanted to do things, and I think the week before, could have been earlier, we then set up a game between the first team and the second team at Wasps, and we played at Henley. And it was full on. If I remember rightly, Leanne Holden and myself coached the second team because I wanted to put some things out to challenge the first team. I think after about 65 minutes, the second team were winning. So I got the message on the field to the ref to blow the final whistle, blow the whistle early within the 5 minutes. So it was great because it kept everybody on their toes. And so we tried to manage that 3 weeks very carefully on the field. And we'd played Leicester almost the last game of the season in the league. And we lost quite heavily at Welford Road, although there were reasons behind it. We'd played with 14 men for a while. But we'd got 2 or 3 tactical things we'd picked out to do against them. But when it was obvious we weren't going to win, we got the message on the field not to use the tactics because we wanted to hold them back for the final. And this was how they defended lineouts in their own 22. So we'd looked at it, and Leon Holden had said, well, look, we can do this in the lineout, which is going to create some space at the front. And we'd 3 separate moves to put runners in the space at the front of the lineout, where they'd got a prop, Julian White, defending, and that was it. And so that was what we put on ice, and then we brought it in and used it and had it, as a core part of what we were going to do, particularly in the first half against them, to really put them under pressure.
Now, I just want to take a moment to say that this would be Alex King's last game as a London Wasp. The man who signed in the first year of professionalism when Wasps won the first ever Premiership, and the man who had steered Wasps through their most successful era in club history, would be finishing his career in the biggest game in European rugby. And what a game it was.
Rivalry based around their struggle for power in their own country. Now they have the perfect stage, the European stage, to bring this gathering storm to a head. Both previously Heineken Cup winners. Here at a ground that is sold out, a ground that is made for days like these, history-making days.
Well, Tuolangi and Rambini have been subject to so many headlines. Ben Kay there, he's in superb form.
For Leicester, it's a swift return to Twickenham, where they won their second trophy in a month. Can they make it 3 here in 5 weeks? Can they become the first side to complete the treble? Wasps, they did not have a good Premiership season, missing the top slots for the first time since the playoff system began, but they've always had their eyes on Europe, and victory here today would turn their season into a glorious one. It's down the middle, chased by Moody, of course, he likes those, and the ball comes flying back for Leicester, and it's with Hipkiss, and Hipkiss tries to straighten there. Murphy couldn't take it, Hipkiss did. Could see the firmness of the ground there as well as that ball went flying up.
Poor start from Tom Palmer, though. He'll need to be better, and we'll come back to Lucy's hit on Murphy.
Here's Good, trying to use his power. Fraser Waters have got across. Jittery from Wasps, they need to clear it, and they do.
Oh, it's going to be physical, isn't it? Good kick from Cipriani.
Good start for the youngster.
Oh, that's superb under pressure, but look at this. Lucy comes in flying, full barrel. More line-out wins after the semis than anyone. Tom Palmer dominant.
He's played every minute of this Heineken Cup campaign for London Wasps, along with Tom Voice, the only two in the side to have done that. Ben Kay against Palmer, bit of an England trial that, down from the experienced shore. Ibanez gets it off to Reddin, now Dallaglio tries to run into the heart of Leicester. Jennings tries to stop him, but Dallaglio had a bit of steam going there. Tom Rees is right in there. Victor is trying to arrive. Referee holding out an arm again. Reddin, free hit with a drop goal, and this is very kickable. 3 weeks with another game, London Wasps. They feel, despite the layoff, they have what it takes to beat the new English champions. It's been a good start. And now it's been a very good start to reach that mark. Taken by Ben Kay, who reached the 50 mark against the Scarlets in the semi-final when Leicester put on the show at the Walker Stadium. Well, Murphy is caught here. Good chasing there from Tom French. The loose head prop into the side, the 23-year-old, his first Heineken Cup match, and he's made an impact there, along with Reddin, to win Wasps another penalty.
And in contrast there to the fact Wasps didn't chase well, look at Leicester's defensive shape. It was really good.
Here's Reddin from Ibanez. Reddin is going for the corner. Absolutely inspired. A thrilling score.
Well, what a combination. All the experience of Rafael Ibanez, who was ecstatic when the score was completed, and Owen Reddin, who has for me been Wasps' best player behind the scrum all season, has now scored in the Heineken Cup final. And we said Reddin versus Murphy, and Reddin is so quick. He's too quick for Leicester there. They were asleep and the scrum half is in. He's just getting better and better there. Julian White left in his tail lights, and that's a good score. White just waiting there, and once he's through the gain line, that is in. It's Robert Howley corner from the scrum half. yet again. It's only 14 minutes in, but Wasps wanted to hang on in the first 20. They've done more than that, and these two teams, you know, this is familiarity that breeds something a bit deeper than contempt. He knew it was going to be tough.
A little bit closer now to that Wasp line. Oh, Leicester are trying it now, going for their hooker, but it's Mcgeechan who takes it on. The ball has come squirting out, though.
Now, of course, Wasps have done a fantastic job defending the line out. Here comes the scrum. White will want to get into young French. Oh, Wasps have had a fantastic minute there. They've repelled a catch and drive, and they've got a penalty.
And did you see the reaction of French there, almost mocking White? There's boldness from the young man.
The Wasp players are committing themselves.
Good. Look at that again, the driving, the leg pumping in the tackle from Wasps.
Reese again, you know, both as a carrier and a tackler. He is so strong in the abdomen leg region.
Frank Murphy.
Roll away, 14, hands off!
Trying to test Vickery for pace on the outside. Rambini, referee has spotted a knock on.
Petulant there. Look at this from Tom Reese. He's not in a great position initially. He gets a little bit of assistance, but once he's got someone there, that's a great 2-on-1 hit again. It's French involved. He's had a dream couple of minutes. He's the target, but at the moment he's landing the blows.
Kay, long pass, good pass, taken by Tuilangi. Kay felt it was worth the risk. He didn't see the possibility of the interception, but the upshot for holding on is another Wasp penalty. Julian White and Lawrence Dallaglio get involved in something.
Tuilangi was one-on-one against Gloucester every time. This time he was 1-on-3. It's a lovely pass from Ben Kay. Exquisite stuff there, look at that. But watch this now, Tuilangi's so strong, but Ibanez is there, Worsley's there, and Saki's thrown himself at it. He's isolated.
It was Saki really who went in there and stopped Tuilangi in his tracks, and he had no thought there for personal safety. And they've seen the Super 14 final yesterday, where that was a trademark of that match.
It was almost Leicester-like.
Alex King, another one of those probing kicks. Lawrence Dallaglio is spoilt a Leicester party before, spoilt Martin Johnson's. There's another Martin today in Corrie, who has taken over that Johnson role of leadership at the Tigers. And seems to do it in a very similar way.
Well, one must say in the first 33 minutes as well, it's been...
Oh, they're going to the front again! Ibanez! Lightning does strike twice!
Whoa!
Incredible! And at the key moments, London Wasps have found the ability to flick the switch. And it's Ibanez who's been pressing it.
Well, I was just saying, it seems in the first 35 minutes, the leadership from the Wasps off the field has been brilliant. They've had all the answers to Corrie and co, and they've hit them again. They've clearly watched Leicester. They think Leicester are slow at the restart, and Ibanez, who's been exceptional once again. Well, Simon Shaw involved. Was he inside the 5 metres? That's the question. Leicester might say he is, but it doesn't matter because it's not given. And Ibanez, sharp as you would like.
And Stuart Tuilangi had left his post there on the left wing. He'd gone to somewhere around about fly half, and Shaw, Ibanez, Wasps had seen it just before half-time as well. Well, it's been a nearly day for Alex King with the boot. French, and he's been a major part of it too. Worsley stopped this time, referee blows, and that will be half-time. It's been Wasps half, but they've not won this final, and they know that. Lawrence Dallaglio leads his side down the tunnel. Two excellent, quick-witted tries from Wasps. Will it be enough? Of his box kick. Paul Saki falling over, won't get long.
The pick-up acceleration there. Really bailed his forwards out there. That was impressive.
Terrific, wasn't it? The way he quickly got into his stride. Bouncing back onto his feet. King with the Gary Owen. Waters is chasing. And Tuilangi caught the ball, but he lost his legs. And it's a Wasp penalty, it's not Leicester's.
And Fraser Waters makes sure that the giant Samoan is still in the slammer. He just can't break free at the moment. It's a good kick, but Waters is fast and he's low. Don't go high, don't try and take him up a body. Slide down from the knees around the ankles, lasso him, and there's nothing he can do. It's a good kick from King. It's an excellent chase from Waters, and once again it's Wasp doing the basics and doing them better than Leicester.
And here's Alex King. He really cannot afford to miss this, and he won't. Wasp then with the first points of the second half. It's only 2 minutes old. Lost by Worsley, that's a knock-on. Advantage here, Leicester. Hip kiss. If it is Sean Edwards' notebook, then he's got the notes right this week.
So far.
So far, yeah. Good, might be a bit of space here. Corrie! And Tuilangi's calling. From a standing start, Saki couldn't take him. Murphy looking for Rambini.
Away!
As Leicester look for their wrecking balls. Kay lost control, taken by Shaw, referee playing advantage. Down goes Palmer, it'll be a scrum. Oh, where's that going? Martin Corrie had no chance there. Dallaglio out to Ibanez. Reddin, Saki wants this. Saki's got it. But there were 3 Leicester players, maybe 4 even, in position to make a tackle, but King to Shaw. Vickery. And look at that effort there from Vickery. Saki's hurt, still down. Leicester come through. They've been penalised, offside. And here's Alex King. 2 from 6. Greatly improved if this one goes over, and much more importantly, the total goes to 19-9. It does.
Now then, Leicester have been dominant in England and Europe on the front foot. We're about to find out if they're a championship team as King drives that one through, because Martin Corrie has had an easy life captaining this team on the front foot. Andy Goode has had no trouble, Frank Murphy. Now Leicester have got to think they're under pressure.
Worsley, and how well he served them. Now Dallaglio, the change there now. On the 50-minute mark. He's given his all, he's 34 now. Haskell comes on, and I suppose the key question, Stuart, is would you have made that change now?
I think it's premeditated. I mean, Lawrence Dallaglio, I think, has been inspirational as a leader for Wasp. What it is, though, is very positive, because Haskell adds an extra gear to this team, and if Haskell gets going off Reading and Wasp get one more try, Leicester are in a huge hole.
Here comes Josh Lucy, who ran into the wall. Wasps and their supporters are gathering themselves for quite a moment, but Leicester, if there's any side that is not out of a match, it is Leicester Tigers at this level. Cullen comes on, Vickery takes it, here's Voice.
Hands off!
But this could be such an important score if Wasps get it here. Fraser Waters. Reese was there quickly, trying to support him and push him on. They're in the shadow of the posts.
Hands off! There it is.
3 points King, 3 points King.
He's gone right back.
Stay on! Stay onside.
He likes a drop goal at Twickenham, does Alex King. And he's got another one!
Oh. He senses just how important that is. The Wasp fans are rising, and Cockerell's rising, but in a sense of desperation now. Cool as you like, Alex King. He's done it in premierships, he's done it in European matches. He hasn't played since the end of March, and he's in complete composure. Take your time, nobody getting to him from Leicester. Good kick.
Worsley underneath again. Moody seemed to get a hand on that. It's back with Alex King from Palmer. That was good hands under pressure. And a good kick to follow. What is it about Twickenham and Wasps and finals?
And Alex King, you know, had his critics earlier in his career. I remember the tour from hell when people said he's just not hard enough. What he is now is a man of mental and physical hardness. 4 drop goals in 5 victories. You could see that as an omen. I think Wasps would probably prefer to see that as 3 points there. He's playing with marvellous composure.
Here comes another one of the anticipated Wasps changes. Dallaglio's coming on, the Samoan.
As another veteran played well. Simon Shaw has been superb alongside Dallaglio.
Bordeaux field, Brive and Bath. And Bath resisted that day. And that was the scrum that won the game for them. But Wasps do it here.
Hands off! Hands off! Stay on it, wait.
It's an almighty mess now, and Murphy will have to try and clear this. Offside, were they?
It's all Saki through the middle.
Hands off! There it is, there it is.
Certainly Leicester were looking for the penalty, referee's playing it on. Murphy to Corrie.
Roll away! What? That's all right, he's on his feet.
What's turning this over, are they? Oh, that is amazing. And they've got a penalty. And have they won it there? Is that the moment? They feel it is.
Well, Fraser Waters, you know, he has done so much work. Sam Vesti looks on. Vesti's a sort of player like Waters, but I just think his organisational capacity and the tackles he's made in the open and the tight, crucial there. Josh Lucy knows it.
Rambini needs to go with him. Jordan Murphy, little dummy. Alex King, another tackle. Humphries switches it this way. Chance to go through the middle again for Leicester. Ollie Smith, that's good. Martin Corrie, he's got Tuilangi outside. Is this the time that Leicester come back into the final? No, says Cipriani. Great tackle that. Saki picks up, ball is out, and again the Wasps defence cannot be breached.
Now that's the first time Dan Hipkiss has revealed why he's been one of the finds of the season. A lovely step. Corrie gave his man Tuilangi, his main man, a one-on-one, and well played Danny Cipriani. But this is really good. That's the step that Hipkiss does so well. Good hands from Ollie Smith. And Corrie says, over to you, Alessana. He goes for the big fend. Ryan Lamb was flawed, but Cipriani is made a sterner stuff today, and he ain't going into the night. And Saki was there, along with Waters, who has been everywhere. It's a knock-on and it's a ball for Leicester, but it's a few more minutes gone. Well played again, defensively brilliant. See how quick Waters was in on Cipriani there.
Not quite the youngest player to ever appear in the final. Cedric Haymans was 18 for Brive, but he was on the bench, he didn't get on. Cipriani started. And came up with the goods there, and Wasps come up with the ball, and Haskell, he's got great pace, you know. He'll take some catching. It could be the winning score. Humphries gets back and makes the tackle. Is the ball there? If it is, it could still be the winning score. Reese from King. Wasps are lining up to the left, but Leicester have got it. It's loose. Who's got it now? Rambini. In goes Leo. Underneath their post, Leicester just survive.
Get out of there! There it is. Stay
What
on, stay
drama.
on.
Haskell is
Stay
taking
on.
a breather. Great chase down from Humphries too. Jordan Murphy. Boyce, it's not gone out. Tom Boyce is going straight. And hard.
Leicester are on their last feet now, you know. I think that Haskell break has finished this game off.
Leo. A bit of width now from Wasps. And they could do it, but first they're seeing how weak Leicester are on the fringe. They get a penalty.
But I mean, Leicester's strength, the scrum. Leicester actually kicked it back through, but then we talked about change of gears. Haskell picks it up, Dallaglio brilliant in defence, and then Haskell comes on. You talk about fresh legs, you couldn't get fresher legs.
I will, don't worry.
I thought he was going, you know. In the end, it's a great tackle from Humphreys, but I think that 75, 80 metres is a match-winning 70, 80 metres. Look at the leg lift.
Well, it's a winning run if this goes over. I think we all know that, because this seems to put it out of Leicester's range. Alex King. Talk about whether he will leave Wasps at the end of the season, whether he'll call it a day. If he does, what a way to go out! To score in a European Cup final is the stuff of dreams. To get what could be the winning score, well,
who would have believed it? King punches the air. Craig Dowd is up. Ben Gilfeather, the doctor.
Number one.
16 points up with 7 minutes to go. King is going off, but he has performed heroics.
There is a standing ovation from not only the Wasps supporters, but all members of the Wasps staff. You can see now King going towards that bench and all the backup team. They know exactly what Alex King has done today for London Wasps.
And what do Leicester do? They don't go 10 metres.
Wasp put in.
They're broken. I mean, the dreams are gone for Leicester. Few people wrote Wasps off, but I don't think many thought 9:25. And look at Wasps now. They want this game.
And 13.
So, what a choice you've got. Today's Heineken Cup final man of the match.
Well, the veterans were superb. I thought Shaw and Dallaglio in particular, in the time they were on, were absolutely magnificent. They gave great lead. I think Ibanez has been supreme throughout. Rafael Ibanez was absolutely excellent, but I think it's the overall organisation of the Wasp defence, marshalled by Waters, silent man. It might surprise a few, but his tackling, his organisation, along with King, they've been central. And Fraser Waters, the silent hero of Wasps, is my Heineken Cup final man of the match. As Wasps men respect what he's done.
Till the end. They are who they are because of their never say die attitude. But this is it. London Wasps have ended their season with the highest accolade that club rugby in this part of the world can offer. And in doing so, they deny Leicester the treble. But it's about Wasps, it's about Dallaglio, the head man. He's with Graham.
Miles, thank you very much indeed. Lawrence Dallaglio, what is it about this team, this stadium and cup finals?
I don't know, mate. I mean, everyone was talking about, you know, the Leicester guys. They've had a fantastic season, and I guess when you're underdogs, it pumps you up. You know, we've won the last 8 finals that we've played. We knew that if we put Leicester under some pressure and defended the way we know we can defend, that it would be a tough game. And everything worked very, very well today. I mean, this guy led the blitz defence in the middle. And Joe Worsley, I mean, everyone man for man was outstanding, and Leicester are a great team, and you know, we feel very proud to have beaten them on the biggest stage of all.
Brawn was obviously important today, Lawrence, but how important too was brains?
Well, I mean, our scrummaging, you know, our line-outs, everyone said, well, you know, the Wasps line-out hasn't worked very well all season. Well, it worked pretty well today. Everyone said the Wasps scrum hasn't worked very well all season. Well, it worked pretty well today, and you know, we defended like our hearts depended on it, and I think we thoroughly deserved to win. And you know, had Alex not missed a few kicks, the scoreline would have been possibly a bit more than it was.
Heineken man of the match, Fraser Waters is alongside. Fraser, the perceived wisdom at this end of the season is it's all about momentum. You invented the formula at Wasps. How did you turn it on its head this week to go from a 3-week layoff to performing like that today?
We had a pretty tough game against our second team last Friday, which set us up for this weekend, and we knew our defence was going to have to come out on top, not let them get into lead. Leicester, fantastic side where they get into lead. You know, it's very, very happy obviously to get man of the match, but you know, obviously I think it's men of the match. The forwards did a fantastic job. I've got to mention Tom French has come in for his first game. Fellow Alderovian, did a fantastic job, and we're going to have a great night tonight.
Winning something for the first time is pretty special, but how good is winning it for the second?
I think you can appreciate a lot more the second time. You know what it takes having won the first time, and it's a much better feeling. It's fantastic being a great side like Leicester. we're all over the moon. I mean, what can we say?
Congratulations to you with the Heineken Man of the Match. Alexander Dallaglio from Heineken is here to present you with your just desserts.
Thank you.
Fraser, well played. Lawrence, well played. Wasps, fantastic. Well done.
Thanks, Graham. Those men performed for Wasps today. Alex King and Lawrence Dallaglio at the end. The first all-English European final goes to the side, not looking for a treble, but the single to give them a season to remember. And Lawrence, Bruno, Nero, Dallaglio, what a name, what a player. Along with King, who just might be leaving, the figurehead of the squad. And now, showing the rugby world exactly what his players have done for his club. They've won the European Cup. Big man, big trophy, big personality on the biggest of days for London Wasps.
It's good to see some of the younger players as well. Don Waldock, I remember being part of that group coming through. There was a good group of young players who were all part of that, and it's just a really nice, satisfying feeling. And I think, to be honest, as a coach, you get more satisfaction, I think, than I did in some of the wins I had as a player.
After the success of the European Cup title, the team was keen to kick on, but the squad would face a tricky start to their new season, and a slow start would have them losing 6 of their first 7 games in the league, falling well behind, according to Ian Mcgeechan. And he talks about this time at the club in his autobiography, saying, "By 2007-2008, it was obvious that Lawrence was coming to the end, and he had not been starting for England in the World Cup. He is an incredibly proud man, and he would never admit that he was anything other than in his prime. But he was slowing down a little, and with players like James Haskell coming through strongly, there were opinions being offered around the club that we should phase him out. To me, Lawrence was still the core of the club, and it was essential we have him there for the build-up to the big games, to have him in the dressing room and to have him influencing events on the field. And so the season became a balancing act, as I did my best to manage him. He wasn't so effective over the 80 minutes anymore. But I wanted to have him out there, and the way I was able to manage Lawrence in his final season gave me great satisfaction. It was a tough season, and an especially tough start, because we had our international contingent away for the World Cup, and it meant that we fell behind at the start of the season. And to make things even more difficult, London Wasps, despite being last year's champions, had been drawn in the group of death with 2006 Heineken Cup champions Munster, Clermont Auvergne, who had just signed long-term Wasp fly half Alex King, and of course Llanelli Scarlets, with only one team spot guaranteed in the quarterfinals and the next round of the competition. It was truly a pool of death. The first game of the tournament would be at home against Munster, and after an early exchange of penalties, a try from Rua to Pokey put Munster 13-3 up. But then new signing from London Irish, Ricky Flutie, scored a try that levelled matters on the half hour, before Sean Payne's try for Munster gave the Irish province a 20-13 half-time lead. But Danny Cipriani landed 2 penalties in the second half, and George Skirvington's try put Wasps ahead as they held on in a dramatic finale, winning the game 24 points to 23. The next game for Wasps will be away at Llanelli Scarlets. This would be a convincing win for the men in black, as Fraser Waters scored 2 tries for his team and helped create the third for George Skivington. And with Danny Cipriani and Ricky Flutie completing the rout with tries of their own, the game's final score was 33-17 to London Wasps. But then, a twist in the tale. A tough away trip to Clermont, where Wasps showed promise, but in a few key moments really let themselves down. It looked as though Wasps were going to secure a famous win on French soil, but Clermont's attack, along with Aussie-born fly half Brock James landing 3 penalties, put the hosts 32-24 clear going into the dying embers of the game. But Wasps looked like they were at least going to head home with a valuable bonus point. But then they turned the ball over inside their own 22, and quick hands gave home captain Rougerie the chance to dive over in the corner and dash Wasps' hopes. Wasps captain Lawrence Dallaglio, whose side would host Clermont the next weekend, said, "This is a really tough pool, and I'm disappointed we've not managed to pick up a bonus point. But now we have to do the business at home next week." But during all this, there was a bright spot to come out of this game. James Haskell scored a double and really showed himself off to be one of the most exciting new talents to come through the Wasps Academy, and not to be overlooked compared to his England and Wasps Academy counterpart Tom Rees, who had also been tipped as the next big thing and potential captain of both Wasps and England. There was a niggle in this game as well, with an incident involving Phil Vickery that meant that when the teams would meet again next week, there would be no shortage of bad blood, as well as the emotional return of Wasps rugby legend Alex King. This was a must-win for both teams, at Adams Park.
On s'est restructuré, Dallaglio, plaquage sur Mignoni, le ballon récupéré par Redan, l'essai, le premier essai en embuscade, Eyon Redan, 6 minutes de jeu, et les Wasps qui prennent l'avantage 5-0 sur un ballon perdu par les Clermontois. 5-0 pour cette équipe de London Wasps, et c'est signé Eyon Redan, demi-mêlée international irlandais, très prometteur, qui a disputé la Coupe du Monde mais qui sera en concurrence avec Sandre et Cudmore. Pénalité du coup joué rapidement avec Cipriani qui va déborder, qui accélère à l'intérieur. Sake va jouer au pied, la passe au pied, c'est du régal, c'est impeccable pour Paul Sake qui se couche à 5 mètres de la ligne, le sauvetage. Oh, quelle était magnifique cette action initiée par les Wasps et notamment Dani Cipriani, toute la classe du jeune ouvreur international.
Ah oui, magnifique, Cipriani qui a vraiment pris toute la défense de Montferrand à revers.
Alex King, on va revoir la relance et la pénalité jouée rapidement à la main par les Wasps.
Oui, c'est là, hein, Cipriani qui déborde et on voit Sake qui fait un beau travail de venir croiser, il arrête un petit peu la défense et ensuite il y a deux joueurs entre Sake et Cipriani, donc il ne peut pas faire la passe, mais ce ballon est un petit peu court, il ne vient pas dans l'embut, il ne vient pas mourir dans l'embut, sinon Sake aurait pu plonger et marquer cet essai. Là il veut se coucher pour
remettre la pression, insister, il recule les Wasps, ils sont chahutés par la défense de Clermont et attention, ils ont dynamisé avec James Haskell, auteur de 2 essais lors du match aller. Le ballon qui ressort avec Cipriani, la combinaison maintenant avec Paul Sake en bout de ligne, il y a la place pour un essai signé Tom Boyce et c'est validé par monsieur Alain Roland. Les Wasps qui enfoncent le clou comme on a l'habitude de dire et qui mènent maintenant.
Qui arrive à repartir tout seul, on le voit, et ensuite ça ouvre derrière avec les 3/4, un passage à vide, donc derrière c'est Saki qui prend le ballon et Boyce qui va aplatir cette magnifique action, qui va terminer cette action. On voit Saki ici qui donne à Lucet, qui sur un pas donne à Boyce, et alors c'est vrai que la défense montferrandaise est un petit peu...
Redan qui prend le jeu au pied à son compte et qui allume une chandelle derrière le regroupement, la récupération de Malzieu. Pas de faute signalée par Alain Roland, le jeu qui s'enchaîne, avantage en cours pour les Wasps, vous le voyez, le bras tendu. Et il y a un décalage en bout de ligne peut-être avec Cipriani, la passe au pied de Dani Cipriani, le premier c'est Tom Boyce qui va poursuivre, Tom Boyce à la lutte, attention, Cipriani qui va tromper, c'est Remayama, l'essai, que va dire monsieur Roland, vidéo ou pas? Dani Cipriani qui a fait parler ses jambes. Oh, à la demi-heure de jeu, on va revoir le duel Baye-Cipriani.
Oui, non, il y a bien Rambo 22, Bertrand, il le pousse. Il y a
peut-être un peu d'anti-jeu de la part de Seremaya. Allez, on va tirer le diable par la queue.
Ah, il n'a pas vu arriver, donc voilà, on va dire ça, il n'a pas vu arriver, et donc il y a Rambo 22.
James Haskell qui relance la machine avec le relais de Tom Boyce. Il joue depuis leurs 22 mètres. Les Wasps, ils vont allonger la passe maintenant. Il y a beaucoup d'espace derrière dans les rangs clermontois. Cipriani à l'intérieur, la solution, c'est pour Fraser Waters qui allonge vers Cipriani, qui remet à l'intérieur. Les Harlem Globetrotters sont anglais. Les Wasps qui signent un 3e essai. Un essai de 80 mètres conclu par Paul Sake. C'est du grand rugby, c'est du beau rugby chez les champions d'Europe.
Ah oui, si les champions d'Europe étaient un petit peu inquiets par rapport au match de la semaine dernière, eh bien, ce soir ils se sont pleinement retrouvés. Quel culot de relancer un ballon de leur embut, j'ai envie de dire Bertrand, et de la ligne des 5 mètres. Et puis voilà, des passes. Alors peut-être la défense, on va revoir le début de l'action, mais ici la défense montferrandaise qui est très très serrée. Et ici Cipriani qui joue intérieur, qui remet intérieur. Je crois que c'est le 3/4 centre qui va remettre extérieur sur Cipriani et qui va encore remettre intérieur à Paul Sake. Non, c'est voilà, c'est magnifique. C'est une action de 90 mètres en Heineken Cup face à l'ASM. Voilà, bravo messieurs, c'est super, super.
Magnifique moment de rugby offert par Paul Sake, les Wasps, une action de 80 mètres, des passes à une main, des passes dans le bon tempo qui régale le public anglais. Avec Dani Cipriani, on n'en finit plus de parler de ce jeune ouvreur qu'on attend dans le tournoi Destination 2008. Premier essai en Coupe d'Europe cette saison pour Paul Sake. La transformation est assurée face au poteau et les Wasps mènent maintenant.
Un peu contre nature par rapport à toutes les années qu'il a passées ici, mais voilà, l'occasion pour lui d'ouvrir le score pour l'ASM.
Alex King qui était le demi d'ouverture titulaire en finale de la dernière Coupe d'Europe face à Leicester. Et c'est lui qui ouvre le score pour Clermont. 22 en faveur des Wasps, 3 pour les Auvergnats dans ce début de rencontre.
Ballon perdu, Bertrand, je pense, pour les Montferrandais. Ballon récupéré par les Wasps encore une fois.
Avec James Haskell qui écarte vers Cipriani, la fin de passe de Cipriani, il est passé dans les Cipriani extérieur, il a du monde, il a deux joueurs, il va les défier, Baye, il repasse par le sol, il a trouvé du soutien dans l'axe avec Simon Shaw qui oublie le ballon en route. Pas d'avantage d'Andy Cipriani, gourmand sur cette percée qui même.
Je suis pas forcément d'accord avec vous, Bertrand, désolé, mais c'est vrai qu'il avait quelqu'un à l'extérieur, mais il y avait la défense montferrandaise qui revenait, alors on va certainement le voir au ralenti, mais je pense pas qu'il pouvait faire la passe sur l'extérieur, alors que là, Alexandre vient un petit peu sur l'extérieur, il lui fait un petit crochet intérieur et il arrive à prendre l'intérieur. Il a du mal, il veut jouer au pied, il veut essayer d'avoir Baye peut-être à la course. Bon, Baye aussi c'est difficile de le prendre. Non, il aurait peut-être pu jouer au pied pour lui-même, mais c'est vrai que je pense qu'à l'extérieur...
22-3, 3 essais à 0. Les Wasps qui font preuve d'efficacité, qui sur chaque action sèment le trouble. 3 minutes 40 de jeu. 3 minutes 40 de phase de jeu d'un côté comme de l'autre. Énormément de combats, énormément d'énergie. Et il y a peut-être un décalage en bout de ligne avec Tom Boyce qui a redressé sa course. Ricky Fleuté maintenant en percussion. Le néo-zélandais dont on pourrait bientôt voir les débuts avec le maillot du 15 de la Rose. La passe au pied de Danny Cipriani, l'interception de Rougerie qui n'a pas fait de marque. À la lutte, Rougerie avec Timothy Payne, il va y aller, Aurélien Rougerie. Attention, le retour en 1 contre 1. Cipriani qui s'est fait prendre. Et la réduction du score pour Aurélien Rougerie.
Donc il a laissé Aurélien Rougerie reprendre à l'intérieur. Et quand il s'est tourné, par contre, Aurélien Rougerie a très bien joué en ressortant sur l'extérieur. On est perdu quand on est défenseur, on a l'attaquant dans le dos, on ne le voit pas. Donc là, les deux ont très bien joué. Cipriani a bien défendu en ralentissant, en obligeant Rougerie à reprendre l'intérieur. Mais lui, il est rentré et ressorti aussitôt. Et le ballon est rendu aux Anglais.
Redan. Et un en avant, légère en avant pour Paul Saquet qui slalome dans la défense, qui rafute et qui va les défier en 1 contre 1 Baye. Paul Saquet qui est passé, qui va trouver du soutien dans l'axe. Non, le ballon qui est conservé par les Wasps. Grosse séquence, grosse réplique des Anglais avec Tom Rees. Le ballon qui va gicler très vite dans le côté à gauche. Mais ça a été perdu. C'est un contre avec Mignoni, avec Maldieu maintenant. Et c'est Remaya Baye qui poursuit au pied, qui rend immédiatement ce ballon à Tom Boyce qui va relancer, qui lève la tête. Tom Boyce en percussion et qui perd le ballon. Tom Boyce. Avantage en cours pour Loïc Jacquet et les Clermontois. Loïc Jacquet a levé la tête, la passe au pied du deuxième ligne. Aurélien Rougerie à la lutte avec Ricky Fleuté. Le ballon qui arrive à 2 mètres, 1 mètre. Ricky Fleuté qui pousse en touche. Action.
Oui, très bien joué, alors que là on voit Saquet qui reprend l'intérieur sur Vermeulen, qui va aller ensuite défier Baye. Baye, ça fait 2 fois quand même qu'il se retrouve à un contre 1 qui défend très bien. Saquet a perdu le ballon sur cette action, ou l'action d'après, pardon, c'est là, c'est
Tom Rees. Redan avec Danny Cipriani, la combinaison, la feinte et la croisée finalement avec le soutien de Tom Boyce qui s'enfonce dans la défense plaquée sur la ligne médiane. Redan, on met du rythme avec peut-être un décalage en bout de ligne. Van Gisbergen, la passe pour Paul Saquet qui va les rafuter, qui va les défier. Julien Malzieu, belle défense de l'ailier clermontois qui n'a pas été trompé par Paul Saquet. Position de hors-jeu de Pierre Mignoni. Voilà, faute, la grosse faute de Pierre Mignoni. Derrière, des gifles avec Jamie Cudmore qui va s'expliquer. Ça, c'est pas beau. Jamie Cudmore qui est en train de s'acharner sur un joueur anglais. Ça chauffe, beaucoup d'énervement. Et alors, après la fumée, le feu. Au moment où on approche de l'heure de jeu, on va revoir sur cette action ce qui s'est passé. Il y a une explication entre Timothy Payne et Jamie Cudmore. Ah oui, là. Âme sensible, s'abstenir. Timothy Payne sûrement.
À la fin, on a vu Raphaël Ibanez rigoler. Ça se pousse un petit peu, ça peut être dangereux contre les barrières, mais bon, c'est...
Avec un supporter, regardez, un supporter qui met un coup de...
ça c'est bien.
Oui, c'est à l'ancienne. Là, celui qu'on surnomme amicalement à Clermont le shérif, eh bien, il a montré son insigne, il a montré son étoile ce soir. Et Clermont est réduit à 14 face à 15 Anglais, contré sur cette phase de jeu.
Le ballon n'est pas sorti en touche, c'est Bertrand.
Ballon toujours disponible pour Ryan Redan. Ils ont une deuxième mi-temps très compliquée. Les Anglais, les champions d'Europe en titre, les Wasps qui sonnent la charge ici par James Haskell. Qui écarte avec Danny Cipriani. Ricky flotté à hauteur, on est bienvenu avec Fraser Waters, la percussion maintenant de Simon Shaw. Allez, le soutien très vite autour de deuxième ligne international, ça va ressortir. Même ça, on s'en va écarter avec Paul Saquet, le quatrième et c'est non. Ballon oublié en route par Paul Saquet, moment de répit pour Clermont.
Entre anglais, on va le voir ici, c'est Cipriani qui donne au centre. Le deuxième centre vient jouer vraiment dans l'intervalle à hauteur. Il prend Aurélien Joury juste sur son intérieur et il retrouve qui? Il retrouve Shaw, le second de ligne qui vient encore en pénétration, s'arrêter à quelques mètres de la ligne. Les petits côtés encore, c'est Saquet qui fait un tout petit en avant.
Alors on va voir comment se sont organisés les Clermontois après le carton jaune de Jamie Cudmore. Attention, l'attaque au large maintenant avec Ricky Fleuté qui a passé les bras. Ricky Fleuté très remuant, il a trouvé du soutien dans l'axe avec Fraser Waters. On est à 5 mètres de la ligne d'en but de Clermont qui subit ce carton jaune. Coûte très cher pour le moment aux Auvergnats. La fin de passe de Danny Cipriani, le ballon disponible pour les Anglais. Et on s'engage avec Van Gisbergen. Et Jon Redan qui allonge vers Paul Saquet. Si ça ressort très vite, il pourrait y avoir danger, gros danger. Beaucoup de joueurs des Wasps dans la ligne d'attaque. Allez, le faux appel côté fermé. Et du coup, le jeu au large avec Cipriani qui va rentrer et qui est plaqué immédiatement par Emmanuel Etienne. Et oui, ballon récupéré par le jeune flanqueur Clermontois, Alex King. La passe sur le pas pour Delassao. Delassao qui s'arrache, qui est passé. Vilimoni Delassao. Il reste 60 mètres. Le retour de Paul Saquet, le duel. Duel de sprinter. Vilimoni Delassao, l'essai. Il est beau cet essai en contre. Les efforts clermontois sont récompensés. Clermont qui revient à 22-15 malgré le carton jaune reçu par Jamie Cudmore. Chez les Wasps, Haskell touché, genou à terre. Paul Saquet également au moment où Alex King, allez, on va dire l'enfant du pays, s'apprête à tenter cette transformation. Et ça passe entre les poteaux, ça passe d'un point qui pourrait être décisif au moment de la fin des phases préliminaires. Et le coup de sifflet.
On va essayer de passer ces 3 points.
Et ça passe, voilà. Ça passe. 25 à 17, 8 points d'avance. La victoire est entre les mains des... Allez, Pierre Mignoni qui demande à ses partenaires de se reculer. Et l'essai, peut-être l'essai pour John Smith, non?
Le ballon n'est pas perdu. Hein.
Ballon toujours disponible. Et Alex King, c'est un vrai feuilleton qui attend toujours dans l'axe. L'essai validé. Oh là là, le coup du sort pour les Wasps qui viennent de concéder cet essai.
Qui les ont renvoyés chez eux, qui ont récupéré des ballons. C'est eux qui ont marqué 2 essais de 80 mètres dans ce deuxième mi-temps. Et puis là, ben oui, malheureusement, c'est peut-être un petit peu tard. C'est terminé, mais quelle vaillance.
After that tremendous match, it will be another convincing win against the Llanelli Scarlets, with Fraser Waters opening the scoring for Wasps and tries through now England captain Phil Vickery and Paul Sackey. James Haskell was man of the match, and Dallaglio commented on his fellow back rower's performance after the game, saying, "He's been playing well for a long time, and I thought he was unlucky to miss out on the World Cup squad. I'm the past of English rugby, he's the future, and if he keeps performing like he did today, he'll do very well." Now, the losing bonus point Munster gained in their 26-19 defeat at Clermont-Auvergne the next day meant that Wasps topped the group by 3 points, with Munster and Clermont just behind. Meaning, depending on results, any of the big 3 teams could make it into the next round, and Wasps, the reigning champions, would now have to travel to the 2006 winners for a winner-takes-all contest in the final pool game of the competition against Munster. Wasps had won in Ireland before when it mattered most, but in recent years, so had Munster. What would occur this time?
It is all about being the side that triumphs. Foley. It's good from Wasps there. Howley has to quickly get in again as Haskell went through on him. 20 phases now, 21. Stringer. O'Gara, brilliant. O'Gara out. Leamy. There it is. The crack was created. It is a team, it is a crowd made to thrive on days like these. Is that the one?
Leamy's try. Munster in front, 17-3.
Great patience there from Munster. It's the lead they deserve for their control and for their intelligence. Wasps now are looking at not just any old mountain range, they're looking at Everest to come back from this one. Munster in complete control.
In this second half, Wasps haven't looked like scoring. But a try and a conversion would bring them back to 10. But then, of course, it comes down to aggregate, because now Munster have got that try. It's almost there for Munster, almost there.
And the knife is twisted.
At 19-3, you can't see a way back now.
The crown
for Wasps.
No, the crown has slipped. O'Gara made it look easy. Pure class there. Leamy finishes it off. And Munster are coming out of the hardest pool the Heineken Cup has possibly ever thrown up. And it's to their huge credit.
I can blow the final whistle, yes?
That's it! There's no more time. And the smile on Ronan O'Gara's face tells you all you need to know. Munster have done it again. The final day of the pool stages of the Heineken Cup season, and they found their way to the quarter-finals once more. Final score at Thomond Park, mighty Munster 19, London Wasps 3.
I think the turning point, I'll have to look at it on the tape, but I mean, take nothing away from Munster. They played well, played the conditions well, but I mean, Simon Shaw's sin bin, I'm not sure exactly whether that's a sin bin offence myself. It's a penalty, but in the context of what else has happened in the game, I don't think that's a sin bin. And the momentum of the game changed after that. They got 2 good penalties and they went 9-3 ahead. And I just felt whoever got the lead in this game was going to keep it. And Munster, you know, savvy streetwise, Ronan O'Gara knows how to play a lead, especially on his own pitch. And so, you know, we'll have to look at that. But ultimately, we're beaten by a side that played the conditions better than us.
In the end, it wasn't to be for Wasps, and despite losing to worthy opponents who would go on to win the whole tournament, I could understand if that only made things worse, as this team was just as good, if not better, than the team that won the competition the previous season. And to pile on to the woes for the Wasps faithful, on January 3rd, 2008, Lawrence Dallaglio had a major announcement.
I've been playing for rather a long time, I think, and I just think it's the right time to make my exit, to be honest with you. I've enjoyed and been lucky enough to play, you know, for Wasps for many, many years, for England luckily for many years, and just think it's the right time to move on. It is a big decision, but it's a decision which is inevitable for any player at some stage, and it's not like I haven't had a bad crack at it, certainly for Wasps and not least for England. You know, joined here in 1990, been playing for England since 1995, and the batteries don't go on forever. No, I think that, you know, you obviously want to go on the right terms and playing at the top of your game. I'm still captaining Wasps, still enjoying it as much as I ever have, and still got, hopefully, you know, got a few more games left this season. But there's some very talented young players coming through. It's a great place to be. I'm, you know, born and bred in London. You know, I can't have too many regrets. I wouldn't have changed too much having been here and been part of such a successful side.
No, he's been outstanding as a player, as an ambassador for the game. He's a winner and he's very committed, and he brings that out of others as well, which is important. And he's been a constant in success at the club here with England and with the Lions.
With this announcement, as well as the absence of European rugby for the rest of the season, the club had a renewed focus, and in a very similar way to when Gatland announced his departure at the end of the season in 2005. As like then, the team only had one thing to focus on, and the emotional drivers to make sure it happened. Ian Mcgeechan talks about this in his book. We came from way back that season. In a fixture pile-up and having to manage a squad which was smaller than most, we had to make the best of our resources. And we had to win every game in order to make the playoffs. We did, and I was very proud of that achievement. Even if the cliffhanger was bad for the heart, we picked up bonus points against Saracens, Worcester and Newcastle, and we finished second in the table at the end of the regular season. With that second place finish, at the end of the regular season, their reward would be a home semi-final against Bath. Wasps had never lost a home semi-final since the playoff system began. Would this still hold true?
To take responsibility. It's a line out that works. Small in goal area. Cipriani waits 5 or 6 metres back. Wasps want to play at another phase.
Yeah, the crowd groaned, but I don't think Cipriani felt he had time to get it away, and that's why they...
Look at the pressure! Oh, there's a try coming here! Haskell again, and found just that little bit of space to get some go forward, and this is Cipriani. Oh, it's a beautiful delayed pass, it's quite wonderful. Waters receives it from Flutie.
To use round the corner, Lucy is the decoy. Fraser Waters just idles through. I'm not involved. Oh yes I am, I'm under the sticks. Delay, beautiful pass. Butch James suckered in to making the hit. Don't overcommit on my inside shoulder.
Dallaglio popping it to Redden. Cipriani. Big hit going in there, but the ball is now good again for Wasps. Cipriani feinting and looking to go himself, keeping it alive. Saki. Big moment now for Wasps. In the corner!
Flutie. Absolutely. Saki tried. Flutie saw. Tried. Good try. It was the pace and the tempo with which they played from that scrum. Fraser Waters, as always, the quiet work.
Yes. Thank you.
Butch James.
Slightly aimless kick.
Sitting up very happily for Saki. Yeah, look at him staying on his feet there, Saki, until support arrives. Redden, Haskell. Give it to me, he says, I'll take it up. Redden, then Gisbergen. Gisbergen coming round and going to the deck.
It's a more comfortable touch for Van Gisbergen. Be pleased that great.
Here's Boyce! Boyce has got a one-on-one. Can he finish? He's got past one, but Butch James gets back and saw that short side. Fraser Waters clicked it on, but now the try is surely going to come. What beautiful timing from Tom Palmer. Wasps are up and running again.
Quick hands up the short side. Who's at fault? Is it Higgins? When he had inside men, Higgins caught. Whereas Saki has made all the right decisions, Higgins makes the wrong one. And that's all that matters. They get back. Oh, that's a hyperextension of a shoulder. Higgins tries to turn it over. He knows he's made the error early at the field. Great line from Tom Palmer. Timed it beautifully.
Hats up to you today. Hearts out to Danny Cipriani. Are the emotions a little bit mixed at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a nasty injury, and no one likes to see that, especially to someone who's got such a bright future. But he still has got a bright future. We don't know the extent of the injury. It looked like he dislocated his ankle, and we wish him all the best. But we still had a job to do today, and I thought we were immense. We had to soak up a lot of pressure defensively. Apart from one drop pass, we really did dominate Bath's attack, and that's quite something to say because they've been in great shape this season.
How are you able to produce a defensive performance that's as good as that, Lawrence, when, let's be frank, we haven't seen the best of Wasps defensively over the last few weeks and months?
Well, we haven't had the same team every week, that's for sure. That makes it a little bit harder. And, you need emotion to defend the way we defend with that blitz defence. And perhaps we save the emotion for the really big games. But, Barnsley should know that when you back a horse, you should never change your mind at the last minute. And as for people like Tom Rees, I mean, he was outstanding today. But to a man, all the Wasps squad, the bench we had on, they all played their part, and we got another big day out for the fans and for the club at Twickenham.
Everything went very flat on the sidelines here when Danny went off, Lawrence. Understandably, how important, therefore, do you think Tom Palmer's try was?
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, it's going to be close today. Bath are an excellent side. We've had two close games, against them, and we had to weather the storm right the way through the first half. But I think we touched the ball twice in the first half, and we scored twice. So we knew when we got the ball that we could cause them some problems too.
Your last home game, still a game at your other home, of course, Twickenham to come. But what are the emotions right now?
Listen, I mean, this is part of the fabric of my life, and I'll always be part of Wasps, and great set of supporters here, and. Listen, this club will carry on winning long after I'm gone. Don't worry about that.
So then it would all come down to this, a familiar setting. Wasps in a final at Twickenham in Lawrence Dallaglio's last ever professional game.
He's won everything that the game has to offer. 18 years a Wasp, He bows out today, expect tears, but an enormous amount of blood and sweat too. He's lifted the title 3 times for his club. Can he add one more this afternoon?
3 years ago, when Wasps and Leicester last met in a Premiership final, it was Wasps who rained on Johnson's farewell parade. And Dallaglio knows that the old enemy will be itching to return the compliment.
You know, we can all use whatever motivation we need. You know, they will have theirs, and they will have theirs because it's Wasps. We have ours because it's Leicester, and there's a huge respect. Whether you know, despite what people say, that you know, we are the two sort of eminent teams in English rugby. We've won most of the silverware for the last 10 years. I think we have 4 Heineken Cups between us. We have 9 Premiership trophies between us. So, you know, nothing more needs to be said, really.
He's won everything that the game has to offer, a record almost unparalleled, certainly in terms of English rugby players. 85 England caps, 17 tries, with 22 of those caps as captain. Part, of course, of the World Cup winning side of 2003, 3 Lions tours with 3 tests. All those tests in South Africa in 1997, the tour that the Lions won. 2 Heineken Cup finals, 3 Premiership titles, Challenge Cup, 3 domestic finals. And a World Cup Sevens winner as well. Expect a serious flaring of the nostrils this afternoon, and plenty of tears as well. But he's won his last 10 finals. He is, Will, a man for the big day.
Incredible man to have in your changing room. He never believes he's going to lose. And to spread it's infectious when you're in a change room. You've been up against the world's greats, Totai Kefi, Zinzambro. He's looked them all in the eye. He goes, you know what, you're pretty good guys, but I back my team and my players. And when he's in that wash shirt, he looks around, he wouldn't swap any one of his players today for any one of the Leicester Tigers players. He absolutely believes in them. He will lead from the front. It may only be for 60 minutes, but he will do what he does, and that's try and influence the game, both verbally and physically.
Yeah, he was a real annoying guy to play against, Will, as you probably know. I mean, really got in under everybody's skin, including the referee, and as a fly half playing against him, he was a very dangerous opponent if he got near you. And you knew he was on the field. He had this big, charismatic sort of presence on the field. You knew he was there. And no matter how annoying he was on the field, off the field, he was a different sort of person. A really good bloke to get on with, and you know, once again, very charismatic off the pitch as well. But great player, and he's strode across the world stage in rugby for the last 10 years. And you know, be fitting if he went out with a win this afternoon. But I'm sure he'd take it like all his other disappointments that he'd had if that wasn't to come to fruition.
He has, I think, defied time. He's the guy that's come from the amateur era, the ethos, whatever you want to call it, to the professional. I don't think we'll ever see the likes of him again.
So what is widely regarded as the best Premiership season so far. Wide open up until week 22, and now the old 2. Wasps and Leicester having risen to the top again. Good. And he's turned as well in that tackle. Wasps feel they can win this. Haskell's gone in and he's got it. Flutie, switching play. Dallaglio, can he free those arms? They were waiting outside Palmer and Saki. Well, it's found its way to Saki now. Does well to evade that first tackle. It seems every time that he gets the ball, poor Saki these days. Here comes Ibanez.
And away 6, thank you.
Redden. Tom Rees.
And away in the tackle now, 7.
Returning Rees there. Redden scrambles the ball out. Redden with a sidestep. He's got one to beat, turns it inside. Ibanez goes up and over that 22. Redden wants the quick ball. Is he going to get it? Leicester try and deny that to Wasp, but it's reasonably quick and it's still very much on. Vickery goes on. Dallaglio there in support. Payne arrives too. Redden once more. Pulls someone in short. It's Simon Shaw. All of this started with that Wasp turnover in midfield.
There's the ball. Don't dive in.
Can they benefit from it?
8 back on side, 8 black.
Slowed right down, but it's so close to that line, as you can see. And even closer now.
Stay there. Don't stand on him. He's there legally.
Peering over at the white line.
That's the winger onside.
Redden.
Onside.
Needs a bit of muscle there. Calls on Vickery. Vickery.
Hands on.
Julian White was not going to Vickery through there.
The 2 tight heads. Now it's the flank. It's Rees. And it's the
Flutie in the contact. Look at him, throws Andy Good. Haskell, the blind side, was fast as you like, stealing that. And from the still, it's a lovely break from Reddin. And it's Haskell on the blind side who helped his man Flutie. Vickery carrying again. And then coming up, Tom Rees. Going to finish off the move started by his man Haskell along with Flutie. And I must say, Leicester looked very vulnerable on the short side there. White's tackle on Vickery was good, but this is very soft from Rees.
Salford Road in the regular season match that Wasps won after the injury in the Six Nations. Tom Rees on this ground against Wales. Mark Van Gisbergen, well, that is as cool as you like, and exactly what those men want to see from their kicker. And in the extras, Ian Mcgeechan and Sean Edwards know there's a long way to go yet, especially against Leicester Tigers, but that's a fine start for Wasps. Good from Ibanez. Wasps need their experienced hooker.
It's not the textbook throwing technique from Ibanez, is it? But he found his way, and this is a good drive from Wasps.
But they need him to be right there on the top of his game. It has been an Achilles heel for Wasps in recent times. It's Lucy. If there's a slight gap, he's the man to exploit it. Out it goes to Waldock. Flattish pass finds Waters. Taken from Aaron Major, the former All Black. Short from Reddin. Not a lot of space over there, so Reddin comes this way now. Gets it back from Shaw. Flutie again.
No hands
Good
now, Green.
ball presentation.
He was on his feet competing.
Waldock, eager to take his chance. He's had a frustrating season with Flutie and Cipriani going so well. Saki again carrying that ball with real purpose for his side. Here comes Dallaglio. Reddin again fires that off to Van Gisbergen. What's coming in wave after wave here? Back to Reddin, off to Flutie. Leicester being stretched in defence. They're calling on that far side to Ilangi. He's worried. Does he need to be?
There's 15 v 13 for Wasps here.
Tuilangi still calling. Vickery's got it now. Leicester have two players injured on this near side.
Hipkiss is one of them. He took a real bang on the head there. Is that Jordan Murphy as well?
It is.
What? There was a collision there, I saw it, and Hipkiss very well to get up there. Jordan Murphy, an inspirational player, but at full stretch there as Wasp physically took the game right to them.
Leicester in their fourth Premiership final in a row. Here's Flutie. Oh, that's a wonderful sidestep! Flutie really turning it on, just lost his footing there as Jordan Murphy stepped forward from full back. Waldock, but Flutie might have started something here. Saki, he's got support as well. Waters is there. Lucy and Van Gisbergen. Reddin to Haskell.
No hands out, three off your feet.
What an injection that was from Ricky Flutie. Van Gisbergen. Reddin, Flutie again. And Leicester know they have to watch him now.
Well, the broken field is breaking Leicester at the moment. Flutie very dangerous. And then Wasps are very good at changing the pace and starting again, using pain.
Here comes Julian White. It was protecting that ball, and Shaw grabs it away from the clutches of White. Wasps have used their props, Payne and Vickery, and even as the hooker too, very intelligently around the fringe of these rucks.
Yeah, they're stopping Leicester, slowing them down, unless Wasps are happy for this tempo.
It was Ibanez again. Now it's back with Reddin and through to the half-backs. Waldock. Good steps in to make the tackle. Reddin clearly went backwards. He's going forwards. And goes Palmer to try and clear it, but that's fine work from Leicester. They've stolen that one. As again, Flutie, his turn to test Murphy. Oh, what a catch from Jordan Murphy, but Lucy's got his man. Tuilagi has a bit of space here. Oh, he's gone straight over Reddin. Tuilagi inside to Ellis. Leicester right back in the match because of that. Herring. That was not just a run from Tuilagi, it was a statement. Now he feeds out. White, referee playing advantage, good. White was not the man that Leicester wanted there. It could have gone wide. They had
Boy, did he take it. Well played, Ellis. But this is your worst nightmare. Tuilagi coming at you. Redding gets the Ryan Lamb treatment. And in the end, Wasps do very well to get him back. Super play from Ellis, who's had a good start. And Redding, well, he's brave, but he is battered. Boy, is he battered.
Chance now for the pace from Major and Good. Oh, Major didn't really know where it was going to go the second time. Dallaglio goes in. Shaw is going to have a run. He's looking for a speedster. Looses that man. And Corey gets back to make the tackle. Van Gisbergen can't take it. Redding can. Chance here for Wasps. Big chance. Ibanez decided to go short. It's got to go wide here. They're screaming on the far side. Now it goes long. Maybe a phase too late. We shall see. Waters.
Well, he had to step in there because Leicester had found.
There's the ball back, you go 12, thank you.
Leicester given time to get across. Palmer.
No, don't. Keep rolling, Nine.
Reddin. Flutie. Wasps looking for that all-important extra score before half-time. It's Lucy. Oh, he's going to get it! There have been times this season when Wasps have been unstoppable. And what a time to choose another example just before half-time in the final.
Simon Shaw glides upfield. Just watch this. Lucy involved, Dallaglio to Shaw. How comfortable is the big man with the ball? Wasps take it up, they wait their time, they're patient, they switch it one way, and then Lucy, who has been a bundle of muscle all game, breaks through a pretty poor tackle from Ben Herring, I think, and he goes through, and that is a swivel-in score.
They put Gloucester to the sword last season, and thus far, a different style of game from Wasps, yes, but thus far, the final being dominated by one side again. Van Gisbergen with a little chip, and even the post is helping him out. It's going Wasps' way, yes, but they're making it go their way.
Well, they're playing superbly, but they're far more offensive going forward. Leicester passive, and there you can see some pretty poor defence from Ben Herring. I just think Leicester aren't able to keep up with the pace of Wasps. Out wide, they're struggling. In the tight, they're being bullied.
Has to go over. Who knows that? Should get it, normally does from this range, but no. Off the woodwork for Leicester, where it went in for Wasps. One of those days, maybe. Haskell did well to find Shaw. Now Waters. Turning defence immediately into another attack.
Scintillating line.
Reddin. Chance to move it along the line. Flutie knows that. Out it goes to Waldock. Van Gisbergen to Lucy. Lucy chips down the line, and Tuilagi can only put it out. And in a flash, Leicester back on the back foot. Good crossfield kick. Murphy, Vandel is there, and Vandel has got it down.
Well played, Vandel. Well played, Murphy. Look at this. Look at this.
Extra prop on the bench. Anyway, Leicester with Ellis. Ellis going. Ellis scoring.
Leicester are fighting for their championship. Amazing.
Good still can't get the conversion, but it's important. Of course it is. At 2 points. But so was the try. Ellis the man. You said it. You said that he was right on top of his game. Never let it drop.
There's the ball. You've lost Green. No. Advantage. 5 offside.
Haskell, another indiscretion from Leicester.
Number 5, never onside.
Ben Kay is number 5. He's offside. And a chance for a bit of breathing space for Wasps maybe if this goes over.
Huge moment this for Mark van Gisbergen. This will check the Leicester fight back. Dallaglio is about to go.
It's his last call. Shake of the hands to Wayne Barnes, and Lawrence Dallaglio says farewell. And the first thing to say about that, a standing ovation from both sets of supporters.
And how Lawrence Dallaglio has earned that. Well done to the Leicester fans. Great respect there. He's been the bête noire of theirs, but they have risen to the occasion. But I'll say something else. Only 2 Wasps players clapped. It's not about Dallaglio, it's about this match. Wasps are so focused, it is not about Dallaglio for them.
What a time to make the change in view of the noise that was inevitably going to come. John Hart, the man to come on.
It's the end for Lawrence Dallaglio. It's a ground he has cherished. It is a ground that has brought him great joy. Now he has 12 minutes. It could be a wonderful 12 on the bench. It could yet be agony. Can his mate make it wonderful for him?
Redden, Flutie, might be that man, beats one, couldn't get away from the second, but what an offload to Redden, out it goes wide, Lucy, Pellerin, couldn't quite get his arm in that position to put the ball down. Awkward distance, awkward angle. Has it got enough? Yes, it has! Not awkward enough for Mark van Gisbergen. It's that breathing space that Wasps were craving. Got them here with that drop goal. 3 points to keep Leicester alive. No, flag stay down. Chances, he knows, will be few and far between now. Is that it? Down from Kay, Ellis to Good, little chip through the middle. Who's going to be first to react here? Van Gisbergen twice gets a hand on it, and the cool, calm Simon Shaw. Just now they'll have it.
Number 22 on the floor.
10 straight final triumphs for Dallaglio. But my Guinness Premiership man of the match, not Lawrence Dallaglio, who's won it twice in the past. It could have been Flutie, but the man who has replaced him as captain, Simon Shaw, influential in the tie. He's carried well, he's tackled well. He used to be Martin Johnson's bridemaid. He used to be the main man as lieutenant for Dallaglio. Today, Simon Shaw will finish as Wasps captain, and he is my Guinness Premiership final man of the match.
And massive mention too, surely, Stuart, for the rest of the Wasps back row alongside Dallaglio, Haskell and Rees.
Haskell's turnover there, brilliant take.
How appropriate, out goes the ball. The champions must hand their crown back to Wasps, because Wasps win finals. We should all know that by now, and nobody has had a better view of all of that over the years than that man, Lawrence Dallaglio. London Wasps, champions of England again.
Rafael Ibanez hugging Dallaglio. What a shot there. Former French captain, the England captain, but more than anything, the Wasps captain. A fantastic effort there, and I thought 2 moments will live in my memory of this final. The Leicester fans rising in harmony with the Wasps fans to applaud Dallaglio, and as I said, the Wasps players not even giving a look over their shoulder. They wanted to win this game. Martin Corrie, so long in the shadow of Dallaglio, was again today, because that man Dallaglio has inculcated a winning culture. Men like Sean Edwards have come to Wasps, and they have just added a cutting edge. This is a mighty winning machine.
And what a winning machine, considering where they were after round 8 of 22 in the league. Wasps were lying in 10th position. That is where they have had to come from. Halfway through the season, they were still down in 8th. Nothing was certain this time. They knew they were playing cup final rugby from Christmas onwards. An incredible run to this stage, and an incredible finish for Lawrence Dallaglio and his Wasps to this season.
Miles, thank you very much indeed. Lawrence, 10 finals, 10 straight consecutive wins. How does this team keep matching the moment with the match-winning performance?
Well, it's just testament to all the staff, the players, the coaches, the fans. It's a great club. You know, we're not blessed with the greatest resources in the world, but we've got heart and soul, and we played a mighty opponent today in Leicester. We always know it's going to be tough, and they certainly came back at us, but we held on and performed heroically, everyone. And if you think about where we were after the World Cup, you know, this is a club like Leicester that does everything it can for English rugby. We gave everything we could, and we were both depleted after the World Cup, and yet both teams came back and fought very strongly at the end, and it's a fitting final today.
Sean Edwards told me earlier in the season, when you were in the wrong half of the table, that if you came back and won this, it would be the best ever. Is it?
Yeah, I feel it's one of our greatest ever achievements, you know. 10th in the table, you know, around about Christmas time. It's just been a monumental effort from everyone, and you know, it's a huge testament to the squad. And you know, playing rugby is about courage and about character, and I'd like to dedicate today's victory to a man who's also retiring, Alistair Hignell, who's commentating today. He's a man that's shown great courage and great character throughout his rugby career. Alistair, we wish you all the best.
Lawrence, from your point of view, even Hollywood doesn't always write a happy ending. How does this feel? How appropriate and fitting does this feel to be going out here with this win behind you?
Yeah, I mean, I was always very wary that today was about Wasps, the club. It's about the game of rugby and the spirit of playing against a mighty opponent like Leicester. I didn't want to detract from that. Obviously, the hype, the build-up to your last game is inevitable, but you know, today was not about me. Certainly, it was a wonderful team effort and a wonderful squad effort, and I thank all the fans for turning up. It's a fantastic day, and thanks very much for all your effort.
Thank you, Lawrence. Congratulations. How well did the first half go? When you looked at the game on the chalkboard and the coaches were outlining how they wanted the game to go, was the first half pretty much it?
Yeah, it was a focus for us going into the game. You know, whenever we've started well against Leicester, we've ended up, you know, winning. So it was crucial that we got off to a good start, and we controlled the game in the first half, which is exactly what we planned.
Spent all week at Wasps telling us this wasn't about Lawrence and the club doesn't do sentiment. How does it feel now?
Yeah, we didn't want it to be all about the big man. It was about every single guy that's put it in all season. You know, the guys that put it in whilst the guys away at the World Cup and the Six Nations, they're the true heroes of the club.
You were the true hero today. You were the Guinness Premiership Man of the Match, Simon Shaw. Congratulations.
And you see who's in front of him, Fraser Waters, the silent hero of Wasp. He's off too.
Yes, Dallaglio was always going to share this moment. Lawrence Bruno Nero Dallaglio. Epic name, epic tale at the end of an epic career. Was champions of England, and there is no sweeter phrase for Lawrence Dallaglio, Fraser Waters, or any of those players to hear as the curtain finally goes down on that man's career. Perhaps more than any other player that we can all remember, Dallaglio is his club, and that club is this man. And this is undeniably, whatever he says, his moment as well. But it's rather fitting, isn't it, that on this day, when Dallaglio does finally hang up the boots, that the likes of Haskell and Rees come charging through. The succession is there. It feels right. It just feels spot on.